Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. In an exclusive interview with Global News Today on Al Arabiya English, Elon Musk's father has said he doesn't know what his son was thinking and that Trump will prevail when it comes to the feud between the tech billionaire and the president. Israel has carried out airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. The IDF says it was targeting Hezbollah drone production. A three-day search for forensic evidence in the disappearance case of Madeleine McCann has come to an end. Our top story. In an exclusive interview with Al Arabiya English, Elon Musk's father has said he's told his son, make sure this fizzles out, while speaking about the tech billionaire's feud with President Donald Trump. It's erupted over the last 24 hours as the pair traded insults on social media, with Musk suggesting Trump appears in unreleased files held by the government related to the late billionaire sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, without showing any evidence of this claim. Elon Musk has also told Global News Today presenter Tom Burges Watson that he doesn't know what his son was thinking and that Trump will prevail. Here's the full interview.
Mr. Musk, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I can see you're in a departure lounge of an airport. It's been a very eventful 24 hours. First up, what was your immediate reaction when you saw the Twitter exchange last night between your son and the US president?
Well, what's happened is the alphas have sort of cleared, I would say the alphas have cleared the opposition. And like most animals, elephant and the different types of animals, lions and so forth, and humans are now looking to take on each other. It seems a bit silly to me, but Elon is concerned about the money that is being given to Dems in order for them to vote for this bill. He feels that's not the right thing to do, to give them into their schemes and somewhat dishonest schemes, if you ask me. But in order to get the bill passed, they have to meet the Dems' requirements. That's what I understand, and Elon is concerned about that.
Okay, do you think we've reached a point
that in due course he may be held liable for the bill? Do
you think this is a bump in the road, or do you think this is the end of the road for the relationship between your son and Mr. Trump?
Just a bump in the road. It'll fizzle out in a few days. Yeah.
You sound confident they can be friends again?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Have you spoken to your son?
I haven't spoken to him, but I did send him a message, telling him, make sure this fizzles out now.
What would be a fatherly word of advice to your son at a moment like this?
Well, when people have been through a great deal of stress, as they've been, for months, weeks on end, you can expect this kind of thing. When you're the focus of attention day and night, eventually people reach a point where, they lash out, or if they're tired. I think there's a bit of tiredness here. But I would say that in some ways, it's good that the ordinary person sees that even at the highest levels, people struggle. It's not just in your home with your own family, but at all levels, people struggle to find common ground with each other. And I think that's all we're seeing now. Trump, of course, will prevail because he has been voted in by the majority of the people in America. I've just spent 3 weeks in America. The people are, I would like to say 80%, but actually 100% behind Trump. So
why do you think your son brought up the Epstein files at this particular moment? What was his thinking there, do you think?
Well, I have no idea. I don't know what he was thinking. And, I think, people lash out when they're under stress. And, I can only imagine that's just a silly mistake. Besides, nobody this is also nonsense because, let the innocent person cast the first stone, I'd say, Nobody's innocent, of anything, so I don't know what the idea would be. It's just bulls, elephant bulls or alphas having a go at each other. That's all.
All right, I gather we have to let you go. You've got a plane to catch. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us.
All right. Thank you.
Mr.
Nice
Musk.
to speak to you.
Let's get some reaction from Freddie Gray, deputy editor of The Spectator and host of the Americano podcast. Freddie, brilliant to have you on the show. Appreciate your time. What's your reaction to Elon Musk's comments we just played out there?
Well, absolutely fascinating. Elon Musk is a very interesting figure all by himself. And the relationship between Elon and Elon Musk is quite complicated and quite interesting. I think that Errol himself is far more Trump, keen on Trump, and has been for a long time. He's told a story in the past. He told it to me in an interview a while ago about how in around 20, I think it was around 20, in the first Trump term, 2017, something like that, Elon Musk had a party in South Africa, and Errol was there, and Elon's Hollywood friends were there. And Errol was talking about how much he loved Trump. And Errol likes to say that Elon was incredibly embarrassed by him because he was being pro-Trump and all of Elon's Hollywood friends disapproved. Obviously, the things have changed a lot since then. But there's a little bit of disagreement there between them on politics overall. But it's very interesting that he seems to be urging his son to calm this fight down with Donald Trump. Whether his son is listening is a completely different question.
And Freddie, you predicted this fallout last week when Musk stepped down from his government role. You said this world was one which Elon just could not conquer. Why do you think that this is?
I think Washington is a very different place. And it's something that businessmen, Donald Trump found this in his first term, businessmen, CEOs think that you can go in, kind of tell people what to do, make difficult decisions, and it all happens very easily. But of course, it's much more complicated than that because the federal government is a huge sclerotic beast and it's massively in debt. And so therefore, Musk coming in charge of trying to bring down the deficit, bring down the national debt, he struggled because he just didn't understand the level of corruption often in politics and the level of horse trading that goes on and the sheer backstabbing and viper's nest that is Washington. Trump has adapted to Washington to some extent. His team did not like Elon Musk. Trump, I think, was always wanted to get on with Elon Musk, admired him, another great successful businessman, the richest man in the world, and so on. But Trump's team, his cabinet, his close advisors, they quickly found that they couldn't really work with Musk. He didn't get Washington. He was alien to them, and they were alien to him.
And why do you think that was? Why do you think that he was so unpopular within the Trump circle, like you just said? What was it about Musk that just wasn't gelling with them?
I think there are two main things. One is character. Elon Musk is obviously an extremely successful man, a big ego, charming in some ways, irritating to people in others. And he just found himself clashing with characters because he thought he could boss them around, and they think they're pretty important too. So there were various fights. There was a near physical fight, allegedly, between Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, and Elon Musk. There was a fight with Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. There was a fight with Peter Navarro, who was behind Trump's tariffs. Musk called him a moron on social media and so on. And yesterday it was interesting that Susie Wiles, Trump's chief of staff, seemed to be nodding very vigorously when Donald Trump was saying, oh, we would have won the election without Elon Musk. It wasn't him, it was me. Certainly among Trump's team, they just didn't like him in terms of character. The second thing is ideological. It's more to do with the attitude towards politics and economics. Trump really does think that there is room to expand the deficit in the causes that he wants to promote, border protection and so on. Musk is much more of a conventional fiscal hawk, much more of a old-fashioned Republican in some ways on the finance. He wants to bring down the debt and get the economy back in order. Trump has political priorities. Musk's are more economically driven.
And let's just focus in on Trump has said Musk has lost his mind and that he has no intention of speaking to him at all today. Do you think this feud is something these two can actually get over, or is it all over? Because there are ramifications. You just mentioned there that, you know, if you think about Musk, he's lost a lot of market cap in Tesla. Things have become very difficult, and it's the world's two most powerful men sort of having it out on social media.
I think there almost certainly is a way back. One of the great myths about Donald Trump is that he holds grudges for a long time. He's actually extremely transactional. And if it doesn't suit him to hold a grudge, he will drop it very quickly. And in his mind, Elon Musk, he may be quite angry with Elon Musk at the moment, but he knows that Elon Musk can give his cause, his movement a lot of money, first of all. But more importantly, and something that will be playing on his mind more, Elon Musk owns X, or what used to be Twitter. And a lot of people think, I think not entirely wrongly, that when Elon Musk bought Twitter and changed the algorithm, changed the way it works so that it was more in favor of free speech, that was a very important thing in Donald Trump winning the election. Elon Musk still has the power to tweak the algorithms of Twitter or X to change the global conversation. And X may not be as important as some people think, but it can change the global conversation, change it against Donald Trump. That will be worrying Trump. And therefore, he has an incentive to try and make amends with Musk. And I think they may well do.
Freddie Gray, Deputy Editor of The Spectator. It's been brilliant to have you on and all your insights. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Let's go live to Washington now and speak to Republican strategist Adolfo Franco. An absolute pleasure to have you on. Thank you for joining me. Great to have you. Pleasure. So in the end, it was the big, beautiful bill that prompted the big, beautiful breakup. Trump and Elon's bromance explodes into insults and threats. But Adolfo, how on earth did we get to this a week after Musk left the White House?
Well, I've listened to your excellent guests, and I share much of what they have already said on this program. This was in some ways not inevitable, but to be expected. One has to remember that Elon Musk was charged with the responsibility of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, to bring about cuts. His charge was not the reconciliation bill, and they really are separate. Maybe this has been lost on the public. There are two completely different activities. They can be tied, and you can reduce some of the spending through the reconciliation bill, which is another way of saying the big, beautiful bill. That's what they're one and the same. But the big, beautiful bill, the reconciliation bill, is designed to address tax policy. And it's quite limited, actually, under Senate rules to do so. Elon Musk thought that would be the vehicle to bring around approximately $2 trillion which was his goal, in government cuts. That just, first of all, under Senate rules, that would not be possible. But a significant amount of cuts can be made without getting into the specifics, and they are being made. But again, I think some of the other guests have said it's a fundamental misunderstanding by Mr. Musk of what can be accomplished politically and what can be accomplished, frankly, under even the rules of the Senate and Congress. So therefore, the clash came for that reason. I think his expectations were rather high, Mr. Musk, of what he could accomplish. And this was going to be the vehicle to get it done, and he was sorely disappointed.
So earlier, Adolfo, we were speaking to Freddie Gray, and he said to me that within some of the circles of the Republicans, Elon Musk was just not liked and not respected as much as Donald Trump wanted him to be there. Is that what you understand too, that he just wasn't a popular figure?
Well, that's accurate. I have my own White House sources, and I'm sure others do on this program, but I can tell you that the people I know personally at the White House share that view. There is a perception that I also think even the President Trump came to share, that Elon Musk thought of himself as either co-president. There was sometimes of a phrase that was used here in Washington as first buddy, and that he was, of course, by the Democrats at one time perceived and certainly portrayed as the president, that he was calling the shots, as you might recall several months ago. Obviously, that's not the case, as we now know, but that was certainly, I think, the approach that he was taking, Mr. Musk, that he had independent authority, decision-making. He not only clashed, as the other guests have said, with members of the cabinet, internally with lower-level staff at the White House who were quite influential. He clashed. He was not a team player. This is not that I'm trashing Mr. Musk here. I think he did a great service for the country, and I think his intentions were good. He's an outsider, and he's the world's richest man and runs companies. And he approached these individuals, as the other guests have said, as frankly his employees and certainly his subordinates. And that just rubbed everyone the wrong way. There's a sense, and people I work with at the White House have told me, we worked very hard for Donald Trump well before Elon Musk came on the scene. In fact, when he was a Democrat and supporting Democrats, President Trump won this election. President Trump is the president, not Elon Musk. Again, not taking away from his contributions, but that personality clash, in addition to the ideological differences of being, as the other guests have said, a fiscal hawk and not understanding the mechanisms of how to get things done in Congress, just made it impossible for a number of very knowledgeable, hardworking, committed Trump supporters to be able to work with him effectively.
Adolfo, as the social media spat unfolded, it became extremely serious. Elon Musk said on X that Trump was in the Epstein files, and this is why the White House hasn't released them. How damaging is this for the US president, as Musk actually got extremely, extremely personal?
Well, I don't really think that is damaging. I know that might sound odd for me to say that. But the evidence is the evidence. It's either there or it is not. This has been alleged before, and there's no foundation for it. President Trump had a falling out with the late Mr. Epstein many years ago. That doesn't mean anything could have happened in the past, but this has been probed quite extensively here by the media in Washington, particularly by those on the left, try to make that link for a very, very long period of time. Mr. Musk, I know that President Trump also often says things as well that people take exception with and they view as exaggerations and so forth, or certainly boldish statements. Mr. Musk has had that record as well. Don't believe that to be the case. And the White House is frankly ignoring it to a great extent. They're not even commenting on it, meaning they're just ignoring and passing it on to simply say this is unfortunate that the relationship has gotten to this point. All that said and done, here's what I think will unfold. I shouldn't jump in and without a question, but I do believe this relationship will actually be patched up because it's in both of their interest to be aligned. It's certainly in the president's interest to have the support of the world's richest man and the person who has done so much for Doge and is committed to his agenda. He really is. And secondly, it's also in Mr. Musk's interest. And Mr. Musk now really can't turn to many political allies if he antagonizes President Trump, Republicans, and certainly can't. He's not going to have Democratic support for many of his own projects. Keeping in mind, his companies have received $38 billion in government contracts and support and credits and other incentives that the governments have provided. And he will continue to need that.
Adolfo Franco, Republican strategist, it's been brilliant to have you on the show. Let's see if they patch it up, and if they do, your prediction was right. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get into this further with Al Arabiya's senior correspondent and presenter, Karina Kamel. Whoa, Karina Camel, what a 24 hours in the Musk world along with Donald Trump. But there is a cost to Elon Musk. We know that Tesla was in trouble after he entered the White House, lost billions of dollars. And this public spat again is doing Tesla absolutely no favors. The company's market share tanked over 14% yesterday. What's happening?
Well, as far as public breakups go, this one is pretty bad. And it's entirely predictable, but shocking nevertheless. And I think the thing that's really surprising is the speed with which we've witnessed the breakdown of this relationship. We went from a fond farewell in the Oval Office to a war of words in a matter of days. And the stock reaction has been no less dramatic. Yesterday on Thursday, Tesla shares plunged 14% on the US market, wiping out more than $150 billion off the market value of the company. That's the biggest drop in Tesla's share price, or the value of Tesla shares, in one day in history. As for Elon Musk's personal wealth, he lost $34 billion in one day. Now, the stock has recouped some of the losses. It's up about 4% in today's trading, and that's on the back of some calming down or de-escalation in the rhetoric that we have heard via social media. There's talk of cooling off. There's talk of taking a step back, making peace, and we've seen the share recover dramatically. This is not the only problem that the stock has suffered or experienced recently. If you look at the stock performance from the beginning of the year, Tesla shares are actually down about 30% year to date, or as of the start of this year, and its sales are also down. Before President Trump even entered the White House, 2024 was the first year that Tesla saw an annual drop in its worldwide sales. And just this year, if we look at some of the sales in Europe in particular, we've seen really dramatic drops in car sales. In Germany, for example, down about 70%. Just a few days ago, numbers came out from France showing a 67% drop. In countries like Sweden, the drop was more than 54%. So we're not just talking about a drop for the share price and for the value of the company and also Musk's personal fortune, but the actual sales of the vehicles are also dropping in many countries.
And Karina, as you just said there, and also on CNBC earlier, they were saying this was the biggest hit to Tesla's market cap ever. And you've just been explaining to me that this was before Trump entered the White House. Tesla was already sort of losing money and prevalence in the market share. But do you think investors have lost a lot of faith in Elon Musk, and this is just something further that makes them concerned?
You know, it's a really good question because Tesla is a consumer-facing company. And last year, when Elon Musk joined the Trump campaign, and let's not forget, he spent about $250 million helping to elect Donald Trump. When he joined the Trump campaign, he, by doing so, alienated a large chunk of his core customers. And now, by declaring war on Donald Trump, he's perhaps alienating another chunk of his potential customers. And all the while, he's also worried investors on Wall Street and his own shareholders. So to put it mildly, Elon Musk has a lot of damage limitation to do right now. And he has a mountain to climb in terms of regaining the confidence of his customers, his investors, his shareholders, and also he is going to need to rebrand his company. What direction is he going to go in to try to regain the customers that he's lost from across the political spectrum? So it's really unclear where we're going to go from here. But for now, it's a very tough job. And I have to say that when it was announced that he was stepping back from his role in the Trump White House, markets actually cheered that decision. And we saw a positive reaction on the stock because one of the other things that's happened, apart from any sort of political leanings he's had and the effect on the sort of sales of the car, he has not been able to give his companies, and it's not just Tesla, let's remember he has a number of companies, he's not been able to give them the attention they need. And so investors were hoping that now maybe he can renew his focus on those companies and improve the performance that we've seen lagging over the past few months and year.
Karina Camel, I wonder if they're ever going to get back together, but I'm sure that we'll see that play out in a few days too. Al Arabiya senior correspondent and presenter. Great to have you on the show. Thank you. Now, Israel has carried out airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. The attack took place last night on the eve of Eid al-Adha, one of the most important celebrations in Islam. For more on this, I'm joined by correspondent Trent Murray, who is in Tel Aviv for us. Trent Murray, great to have you on the show. What else are the IDF saying about this attack?
Well, Leigh Ann, the IDF is saying that those evacuation orders around Dahia in the Lebanese capital were issued about 10 p.m. local time last night. What followed was an admission from them of several strikes on several buildings within the southern suburbs of Beirut. Now, what the IDF is saying is that they had identified what they are describing as a Hezbollah aerial unit that was working to produce thousands of unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, in other words. And they say that under the guidance of the Israeli government, they have carried out these strikes. What, of course, is important to remember, though, here is there is meant to be a ceasefire in place right now between the IDF and Hezbollah. Acknowledging that ceasefire in their statement, which they've given us, they say that despite the understandings taken between Israel and Lebanon, Hezbollah is continuing to breach the ceasefire agreement with this blatant violation of manufacturing these drones. Now, as I say, they are saying that they tried to mitigate any harm to civilians here by issuing those evacuation orders. But we do know that the Lebanese government is really concerned about this. We heard an address overnight from the Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam. Now, what he spoke about in his first 100 days of office was his government's attempts to bring a monopoly over Lebanon's weapons. In other words, for the army there to continue to find and take away those weapon stashes that were being held by Hezbollah. In that report, he says more than 500 positions formerly occupied by Hezbollah have now been dismantled by the Lebanese army, but he also questioned Israel's attempts at undermining the ceasefire by carrying out these strikes. So still that ceasefire seems to be holding right now, but yet we've seen again, after many months of it not occurring, more strikes on Beirut.
And let's just switch to Gaza, and the GHF have closed aid sites again after reopening them. Trent, what's the latest on this situation?
Look, Leigh Ann, it really does seem like an on-again, off-again situation regarding the GHS. I've been tracking their statements throughout the day. They did reopen them today, according to their statements, but then they were forced to close again early due to what they describe as excessive crowding that made it unsafe to proceed. They are saying that at no point did violence occur. That comes despite a Reuters report that the IDF opened fire on some crowds of Palestinians. The GHF is exercising caution with that story, saying that that took place in an area away from their distribution point as part of the ongoing war between Hamas and the IDF. But they are also saying now, under new directives from the IDF, that people should not approach these distribution sites except between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. local time. They say at that point it does become an active combat zone again. And I should also just briefly mention, Leigh Ann, in the past hour or so, we've had an update of a fairly serious incident involving the IDF. According to the army here, 4 Israeli soldiers have been killed this morning in Gaza, and another 5 were injured when they reportedly entered a building which had been booby-trapped with explosives. The building has then collapsed, causing those soldiers to be killed. One of them has been seriously injured. The Prime Minister here, Benjamin Netanyahu, has described it as a sad and difficult day for the country. Leigh Ann.
Trent Murray, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us the latest. Let's go live to Washington now and speak to former US Deputy Envoy Ellie Cohenham. Ellie, great to have you on the show. First of all, what's your reaction to the attacks on Beirut last night?
Leigh Ann, it's good to be with you as always. I would say when we're looking at the situation in Beirut, we should take a big picture view and see that the U.S., Israel, and Lebanon right now have a success story to share. Just last week, the Wall Street Journal issued a great story about how Israel has been sharing intelligence through the United States to the Lebanese government on Hezbollah strongholds, on military spots in Lebanon where there are a lot of weapons kept by Hezbollah. And so, and the Lebanese army and Lebanese government has managed to destroy a lot of those sites or to capture those weapons for their own army's use. And so this is actually a positive story. We have to expect that there are going to be moments like this morning where Israel did in fact strike this location where there were apparently UAVs being produced. And, I think that's par for the course for as long as the Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorist militia has any kind of presence or is up to their nefarious activity. But again, I would say that the big picture is a positive picture for the region.
And Ellie, in Gaza, since the GHF began aid distribution, there's been reports of shootings by Israeli military and reported overcrowding. What steps are now being taken to make sure aid sites are safe? And how concerned are the Republican Party about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza right now?
Well, I think everyone is concerned about the humanitarian crisis, which was produced by Hamas, let's not forget, not only with their invasion and their attack of October 7th and starting a war with Israel, but also we've seen tons and tons of documentation of Hamas pilfering the international aid that was meant for Gaza civilians. And the reports showed us that Hamas was actually stealing the aid and selling it to Gaza civilians, which was meant to be given to the civilians for free, right? This was international aid meant for Gazans. And so it has taken some time, I think, for the Israelis with U.S. support to figure out this food distribution system. We're only in the very early stages of it. And so it's not surprising that there are these incidents where apparently Gazans have really come towards the Israeli forces in a way that the forces felt that their own lives were at risk. So we can expect some chaos at the beginning of a system being put in order, especially given a situation where, you've got millions of civilians, as U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff has described, in an unlivable, uninhabitable situation. Look, there were hopes that Israel's Arab neighbors like Egypt, as an example, would take some refugees. They've so far refused to do that. So given all these factors, I think that the right thing is for the international community to have some patience while the system is worked out. And I do expect that we're going to see a lot of progress in the food distribution system very soon.
Ellie, I spoke to a doctor who is working in Gaza in a pediatric department earlier this week, Nasser Hospital in Gaza, and he said to me that people from these aid distribution sites are coming in with bullet wounds and they've been targeted. And he was saying that they don't feel that there is Hamas presence at the moment. So Hamas would push back against that. How does this situation end? How do people actually get the aid they need? And where's the resolution down the line here?
Well, I think the way people get the aid they need is by trying to behave in an orderly manner. I have to say that, again, anyone who's familiar with this conflict and is familiar with how Hamas operates, how terrorists operate, is often that they are hanging out and shielding themselves among civilian populations, and it's impossible for Israeli defense forces or for American contractors to be able to distinguish between those who are innocent and those who are not. I mean, sadly, that's how Hamas has operated. They have used the Gaza civilian population as their own human shields. And so, again, this is just a matter of time before this new food aid organization is able to create an orderly system so that people can receive the food aid. And let's remember, we're, again, almost 2 years into a system previously where Hamas was hijacking the food aid. So I think anyone who's actually concerned for Gaza civilians should be applauding the fact that there's now this system that will deliver the food that Gazans desperately need.
And Ellie, I just want to switch gears slightly because you posted a picture of yourself and President Donald Trump on social media today saying you and I have just one job, and that is to vote, vote and vote. As the fallout with Elon Musk does dominate headlines, is the Republican Party now concerned about the midterms? And without Musk's money, can you actually win them and be successful?
Well, that's a terrific question. And I would tell you this, Republicans have won in the past without Elon Musk's money. So I'm not concerned about that. I think that it was really an unfortunate kind of falling out that took place so publicly between Elon Musk and the president. But Elon Musk has to be really aware of the fact that President Trump won this last election with a huge mandate. I mean, let's remember, he won every single swing state in the United States. And so the public sentiment is going to be with the president of the United States. Again, the unfortunate part was that this falling out was so public. My hope is that today, behind the scenes, there are people who are going to bring the two sides, to some sort of rapprochement and really put this sad affair to an end. But at the end of the day, it's really President Trump who has the American public's support, and he's going to continue to have the American public's support.
And Ellie, you're close with the president. Have you heard from him? And what do you think he'll be thinking right now?
Well, I think the president is an incredibly savvy person. And so he's probably not all that surprised by what happened with Elon Musk. I'm sure he's disappointed. I think he has said as much publicly. But I think that the president, has a read on people. And we started to see this saga kind of weeks in advance, where it started with President Trump letting the public know that as much as he appreciated Elon Musk's service to our country, that service was going to be coming to an end. And so, again, I think that President Trump is really a good reader of people. And he probably knew that Elon Musk was going to be unhappy with some of the events that unfolded. For example, the fact that the EV mandate, the electrical vehicle mandate that was previously in the congressional bill that's being voted upon right now and being looked at right now in the U.S. Congress would no longer be as part of the bill. And this is a situation that puts Elon Musk, at the potential of his personal financial loss and his company's financial loss. And so a lot of people are attributing Musk's actions right now to his own personal situation and personal finances. It's a sad shame. And, I think all of us wish that Elon Musk would have been better than this. At the same time, many people are grateful to Elon Musk for the fact that he did his acquisition of Twitter, now X, and his role in helping make sure that in the United States we had a free public conversation, especially in the lead up to the 2024 elections, which did indeed help President Trump win the election.
Ellie, let's hope that we see the makeup after the breakup. Thank you so much for joining us, former US Deputy Envoy Ellie Cohanan. Always great to have you on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Now, a 3-day search for forensic evidence in the disappearance case of Madeleine McCann has come to an end. Madeleine vanished from a holiday home in Portugal 18 years ago, sparking a major investigation. This week, police were searching scrubland and abandoned buildings. Senior global reporter for the Mail Online, Nick Pisa, sent us the latest from Praia de Luz.
The Madeleine McCann search operation has now come to a close after 3 days, a joint operation between German and Portuguese police. I'm actually standing now in one of the locations that they searched during those 3 days, and I have to say that having spoken to Portuguese police sources, nothing of any interest was found. They told me that just some animal bones, some adult female clothing was found, Apart from that, nothing else of any significance. And let's just remind ourselves of why they were here. They were looking for some sort of concrete evidence that could link Maddie's abduction in 2007 from just a short distance away from me here to Christian Bruckner. Now, he is the prime suspect in this case. He was named by German police in June 2020 as the man that they believed responsible for the abduction and murder of Maddie McCann. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find anything, although they haven't said anything officially. We are expecting an update sometime over the weekend, perhaps next week, and they will tell us officially that they are very unlikely to have found anything of any significance here, which means that the clock is still ticking for Christian Bruckner, for the police to bring charges against him. He is currently serving a 7-year prison sentence for rape, and that sentence is due to expire in September, which means he will walk free, and his lawyer has already told me that he intends to go abroad because of all the publicity surrounding him, linking him to the disappearance of Maddie McCann. Now, apparently the lawyer also told me that he has about 1,600 euros of fines outstanding, which means that unless he pays those, he won't actually be free until January of next year, which perhaps gives the German authorities a chink of light to carry on with their investigation. They've already told me that they will pursue this, they intend to carry on, and they will leave no stone unturned in their hunt to try and pin some charge or get some charge over the line against Christian Bruckner.
A reminder of our top stories. In an exclusive interview with Global News today on Al Arabiya English, Elon Musk's father has said he doesn't know what his son was thinking and that Trump will prevail when it comes to the feud between the tech billionaire and the president. Israel has carried out airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. The IDF said it was targeting Hezbollah's drone production. And a 3-day search for forensic evidence in the disappearance case of Madeleine McCann has come to an end. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. The Dressing Room is coming up next. Goodbye and have a lovely Friday.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
On Friday, I'm going to be speaking to Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. I want to hear from her. What's being done to address the dire humanitarian situation on the ground in Gaza, and what she sees as the way out from the tragic human suffering there. I also want to ask her why the UN has so far only offered criticism of the US-Israeli aid distribution effort, and whether instead the UN could be persuaded to join forces with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That's on Friday with me, Tom Burges Watson, right here on Al Arabiya English.
The fox salute, a gesture made by mimicking a wolf's head, has sparked debates in both Turkey and the West. In Turkey, it is a national symbol tied to the grey wolves, representing strength and pride. The salute is also associated with the she-wolf, a mythical figure in Turkic folklore that symbolizes bravery and freedom. But in the West, it is viewed in a darker light, seen as a far-right salute tied to extremism and racism, particularly against the Armenians, Greeks, Kurds, and Jews. The German-Israeli Society, for example, has called for a ban on the grey wolves, warning that their ideology poses a threat to public safety. In 2024, this controversy, or cultural clash, reached the soccer field during Turkey's 2-1 victory over Austria at Euro 2024, when Turkish centre-back Merih Demiral celebrated his second goal by making the wolf salute with his fingers. The gesture was immediately condemned by German officials as racist, which led to a response from Turkey, arguing that the gesture was not intended to be racist, but rather a patriotic symbol. Demiral explained that he had planned the gesture in advance as a way to express his pride in being Turkish. He said he also saw people in the audience making the same gesture. Turkish citizens have claimed that the negative reaction to the fox salute is a misunderstanding of its cultural context. Some have called the criticism unfair, comparing it to the Albanian eagle hand symbol, commonly used to express national pride.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the dressing room with our Arabian News. So, boys, what's been happening?
Yes, geezer. Well, I don't want to go first. Go on, Colin.
We'll leave you for the finale.
I've had a very busy week, mate.
Anyway, listen, I've had a decent week. I went on Monday. I went to a little festival.
Yes.
Yeah, City Splash.
Yeah,
Good.
I couldn't make it.
Yeah, it was good. It was decent, man. I went out there. Sean Wright Phillips invited us.
Yeah,
but you was
yeah.
obviously busy.
Yeah.
You couldn't be there. We had a good time. And yes, let's say it was very merry.
Was it? How's
Great music, good vibes. People were happy. That's all you wanted, didn't it?
How was Righty?
Right, it was merry. You know what merry is.
He's always merry.
Yeah, you know what Righty's like.
Yeah.
He's always on a level, and then it's like...
Cavassier, was he on the Cavassier? Was it the Cavassier?
Yeah,
was
double
he
shots.
Yeah, mate, this guy.
Hennessy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, it was a good time. His brother, Brett, come down as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was there with my cousin. So, yeah, we just having good times, really. Didn't rain. I thought it was going to be rain. Well,
You get
it rained.
weather?
It was a bit showery.
Right.
But it wasn't enough to, like, kill the vibe. So yeah.
Yeah, it'll have to be a lot
I
to
wore
kill
my
that
pink,
vibe.
Oh, yeah. I wore my pink jumper again. Remember my pink jumper?
Yeah.
I was in
like that.
Yeah. So I was in the vibe. Everyone's kept on coming up to me, goes, "Why a big man like you wearing pink? Pink hoodie?"
Just comfortable, isn't you?
I was
The
like,
thing
what
is,
do you
these
mean?
days, like, if you wear anything colourful, any kind of colour, you stand out.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I like a bit of colour every now and again, like a little stripy number.
Yeah.
Man, I remember walking down Camden High Street with my mates, and he had these. I wanted some sunglasses, I couldn't find. He went, "Oh, borrow mine." I went, "Oh no, mate, they're a bit out there, they're a bit sparkly." He looks at me, "Mate, have you seen your jumper?" And I went, "Oh yeah." No, I looked at my jumper and I looked up. When mate, everyone is always wearing plain, mostly black. Blues, and I was thinking, I actually stand out like a sore thumb
or
here.
brown.
Yeah.
So,
No
do you
one
know
wears like bright colours anymore.
do you know what it is?
If they ever did.
Well, I think it's good to stand out, innit? Why do you have to be like the rest? But at the same time,
stand out. Just
it's just a nice colour. If it's something that you like, or it doesn't, you don't feel too leery in it, and you're comfortable in it, then wear it, innit? You're a fashion guy, you know how it works. So look, I wore that, and then someone come up to me and goes, "Oh, why are you wearing pink?" I was like, "What's it got to do with you? Why I'm wearing pink?
Why go out of your way to even say it to someone?"
No, it's like, you jealous? What? Because you can't pull it off? Because you don't feel comfortable in your skin? Like, what do you think?
I want to see Carlton Cole and just, why are you wearing pink?
Do you know what?
That's one question you can ask.
A T-shirt. Why are you wearing pink?
Why
Get it
pink?
printed.
Do you know what? I looked at the comments the other day. Yeah, on they was coming after your stripy jumper.
Mate, I just don't really care.
I was like, what? Just because you can't wear it, or it might not look good on you, don't mean it don't look on him.
It's the fact that they take the time to go out
and say it. Like,
do you know what I mean?
How busy are you, man? Just get on with it.
I guarantee if you went onto their account, they'd have like a plain navy polo on. Everything's
like
plain the whole time. And it's just like, do you know what I mean? Like they're scared to wear anything else.
Just listen. Just stop battering us for our outfits.
Yeah, exactly.
But we've had to take a leaf out of our. Well, I took a leaf out of your book. I was battering you for your outfits. You're quite plain, ain't you?
Yeah,
you're that type of guy. But you ain't gonna go out there.
Yeah. I'm not going to batter someone.
No,
I like to see Bridgie. I like to see.
It makes you happy, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course, mate.
I did bring someone else down.
Telling that though, I saw a lovely pink like Parker stroke like Stone Island number.
Yeah.
Pink, right? And it's really not me, but I saw it. I was like, God, that'd be great.
You should have got it. Just wear it.
I know.
I've got a bright yellow one.
Have you?
Like bright yellow Stone Island poncho.
Yeah. That's what it was, like a poncho type thing.
Go for it, Coley.
Festivals, I'm coming. I'm going to be colourful at the festivals.
Festival, yeah.
Get the festivals.
That's where it starts, isn't it? Then you start wearing it out every day.
It's a gateway. It's a gateway
to colourfulness. Yeah. It's not even a word. Well, that's what it's supposed to be. But yeah, I've done that. Went to the festival, then I had a midweek gig with TalkSport.
Right, okay.
Spent some time with the family as well.
Yeah.
Because obviously it was half term.
Yeah.
So kids got to run out.
Yeah.
and then actually I went cinema.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Go on.
Went to cinema.
What'd you see?
I was gonna put 10-pin bowling in there, but arrived late because if we'd have done that, we wouldn't have been able to go.
Late shock. Surprised you made the film.
Just about. Lucky there's there's the trailers before.
Is it good?
Are you one of those ones that get in there for the trailers?
Of course he is.
No, do you know what?
It's
not for the trailers to make sure you got all your food.
Okay, but you still get to watch the trailers.
You go where you get all the hot food and everything. Yeah, but so if you go to the one at Every Man by Us, if you're not in there before the film starts, they come out and do their announcement, and then they're walking around dishing out food while the movies. And so I try and get in there before to order the food, and then.
Okay.
I ain't been to the cinema for ages. Go on, tell me, was it a good film?
Yeah, Mission Impossible. Yeah, Mission Impossible.
I've never seen
Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
He's in his element again.
Yeah.
Jumping from plane to plane as usual, man.
God, do you know he does all these stunts?
I doubt he done this one. There's no way. Everyone was telling me that. Oh, he does all these stunts. There's no way he done these stunts.
Does it? He done it.
Yeah, I know, but If he'd done these stunts, then I'd just say
he ain't Asian, is he?
Yeah. If he'd done this particular stunt,
I'm struggling to walk around with my knees.
This particular stunt, though, Bridgie, there's no way he could have done this on his own without a harness.
Really?
At least a harness.
Of course they're going to give him a harness, man. They're not going to take a risk.
Well, you just
go on, Tom. You just spent 400 billion on this. If you miss, we get someone else in. We call someone else.
Yeah, get a clone. Get Joe Cole in. He looks like him. Anyway, yeah. So that's what I've done anyway.
Okay.
And I'm here today.
Yeah, good.
Quite fresh actually.
Yeah. Well, I ain't. Good.
I'm not so fresh either.
How are you, Bridgie?
It was half term, wasn't it? Like Carmen said. So. It was set up a water slide in the garden. I went for a few. Do you know what? I want to build my own water slide because I've ordered like 3 or 4 different ones. They're all crap. They're just all so bad. But yeah, we built one, but we only had one spot to put it where there's a little bit of a hill, but there's a window right at the bottom.
Right.
So it's a little bit.
Crashing.
You've had to put a couple of sofas at the ends that you smash into.
Listen. There's no such thing as health and safety at Bridgie's house.
But then yesterday we had a few. Gary Kay was over with another family, and one of the kids started to go down, but one of the dads started to move the sofa around, so he was basically going to go flying past it. So what he did is he just chucked the sofa, and the kid went head first into this sofa.
Who was that?
Started crying. Gary Cahill.
Oh, he come round?
Yeah, and then another family. But it was a good laugh.
How is he after the skiing? I still buzz off that.
Oh, we need to go again. We need to get Colton there as well. You'd love a ski trip as well. You would, honestly.
Yeah. I've done golfing, so I think I'm on to the next category now.
We went skiing last year with Gaz, and we weren't great, but I got lost.
Yeah,
I got lost. Right, so to come and find me,
we had to go down a really steep slope and off piste.
Gaz, so he's all right, and the boys that were with us were all right. Off piste a little bit, they're fine, but Gaz was struggling, right?
What type of struggling are we talking about?
Right, it was like a
they're at the bottom of this hill,
and Bridgie,
and like as a good friend does, Bridgie's like not helping him, he's laughing, filming.
I couldn't help him. He was halfway up the mountain.
He goes, go on, geese, right? And I don't know this is going on, so I saw the footage later. And it's a fair play to Gaz because he took something on he's not capable.
Loads of bumps. So it's hard to ride because you're constantly doing that.
He's gone down, right, and he's lost the plot. And he started going down backwards.
But then he's almost fallen over about 5 times, but he's held it. And then he got to the end and he was like, yes. And then he just fell like timber, didn't he?
It was funny.
That must be tiring.
Yeah.
I'm not going to... That's why I thought skiing is just going down a slope. I don't want to be working out.
You'd love it. You'd love it.
It's better where it's actually better when people are rubbish because you have more of a laugh. My cheeks were hurting like him. Yeah, right. I was videoing him and he kept moaning at me for videoing him. Oh, brilliant.
I've got to do it.
At one point, right, he does all the jumps, right? So he's like, got like all the kids going like little jump, right? And I'm thinking about day for everything. I'm getting into a jump, right? And he's going, go on, geese. He's like egging you on like that kid. Go on, geese. I'm like, all right, I'm going to do it. And the bump was about that high, right? I'm thinking, and I've done this jump, and I thought I was airborne.
He's about that far off the
Couldn't
floor.
even get a Rizzler under my ski. You watch the footage afterwards, I'm thinking, oh, that's horrendous.
You thought you looked good.
Yeah.
What else you been up to? I went Tank Museum.
Yeah.
Down in Bovington. Obviously, Carter loves the war and tanks.
Is that really a place, Bovington? Do you know what? That's a suitable place for you. You should have been born there. Bovril. Never bothered.
It's wicked. Like it's an amazing museum, and they do like a little bit of a live show. So he was absolutely buzzing.
Yeah.
Like, loved it.
He loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's like into it massively. Like, he knows all the tanks here. So we caught this one. And then we did this to it, and
ain't you a little bit worried he's going to start a militia or something? Do you know what I mean?
He's going to end up in Colombia. He's going to end up in Colombia in the jungle.
He loves like Walking Dead.
Carter the militia.
Carter Bridge arms dealer.
But he loves Walking Dead, and I think in his head he thinks if that ever happens, he's thinking, I'm ready. I know what to do.
I'm coming round.
Oh my God! Listen, I need him. We're going to need him on our side.
Yeah, we're going to need
him. Do you reckon he's going to be in the army?
He must love Foxy.
No, he loves Foxy. Foxy come round, but his knowledge of everything for his age is good. So he was peppering like Foxy with like questions, and Fox said, "Oh, it's great," but he said it was like an interrogation. This
is a man that's probably
Fox,
been
he would say
interrogated as
something,
well.
Carl would go, no, because they use this. And he's like, oh, my God.
Wow, so he's knowledgeable. Like
Yeah. And then, yes, but he loves it. But I don't think he'd want to go into the army, mate. Come on, look where he lives.
Yeah.
He says he wants to go for a day and give it a try.
Have a go.
Go cadets, mate, and see how you get on.
So do you reckon he's like, what is he going to be, like a historian? Do you think?
I don't know, mate. You just don't know.
I think anything your kids love,
You
you
just let them go and they enjoy it so much. So it's a slap to get down there. It's a 2.5-hour drive.
Is it?
Mate,
You're such a
he
good
loves
dad.
it though.
You're a great dad.
You do your best, don't you? But and then Friday, end up going to a Percival event.
Yeah.
Which was basically like along the lines of a wedding.
Really?
So we got there. There's a band playing. So went with a few of our friends,
Yeah.
Gary, who's a stylist, and we got Emma and Bo were there, and Ollie, and there was just us, I was dancing in the corner. Then you look up and think, no one else is dancing. It's one of them nights. After a few hours, everyone got into it a bit.
Did you need your wingman with you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I miss you both.
Good.
And then I hadn't seen Gary for ages, and I missed his 40th. So after he was like, "Well,
Gary's
I'm out."
40 now.
Yeah, and I was like, "I'm out." So I was like, "Oh right, well, what we doing? We go karaoke."
Yeah.
I end up.
I saw it.
I sent you a little video tonight. They put a Saturday song in, so I don't have to do a Saturday song.
Oh gosh.
But I've made sure I've sent you the video, but it's
you
one
was
you can
going
only
for
view
it.
once because I've made that ain't going nowhere else.
You were going for it. You had the moves as well.
Mate, I'd had a few. Do you know what I mean?
Listen, he got moves to go with the singing. Like,
I love karaoke.
Like me, I got to focus on one thing. Like you got moves and singing. You've been hanging around Frankie too long. That's why.
It's because I did that song with my initiation at Brighton. That's why.
Did you?
And I learned all the dance moves for you.
You got to learn dance moves. What, the initiation at Brighton?
I just did it.
What was yours? What was your initiation?
All fired up. Saturday song.
Yeah.
Is it? So you done that?
Yeah.
Oh, what about you? What did you do for your initiation? Anywhere?
Maybe it's because I'm a Londoner.
Yeah,
I remember you doing that.
Yeah, I did it in France as well, which didn't go down too well because there's no they're looking at me like it's this terrible song.
Serious?
Just they ain't gonna join in, are they?
Nah, what bad decision by me. Yeah.
I only done one initiation.
Go on. What was it?
When I first broke into Chelsea's squad.
What did you sing?
Because
you're a bit of an MC.
I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, say his name on air anymore. But it was R. Kelly.
Oh,
I Believe I Can Fly. That went down well. Everyone started singing along. But the initial part
it's
was
a good choice.
It's a great choice, man. Like, because I wanted to spread my wings and fly in it. So I done all the. I had to stand on the chair and go, I believe I can fly. Oh mate, it was brilliant. And everyone started clapping and that, and then you just get going in it.
Yeah. I did. Yeah, it's good, man. Good.
Initiations are good in it to get in because like a lot of people.
Do they still do them now, or is it?
I don't know.
Because it's like it's hard, isn't it? You know, nobody likes to get up. I love karaoke, but nobody likes to get up stone cold sober and sing. Do they, like,
after a coffee?
After getting back to the karaoke gigs, I do love a karaoke.
You know, I bumped into as soon as I walked in there. Big Zoo.
Oh yeah,
bumped into him. So
we was with him out in Champions League final.
Yeah, so he popped into his room and it was going off in his room. To be fair, we were in there for about 5 minutes.
Where did you go with it? Down in Farringdon?
Oh, I can't remember.
Is it one when you go downstairs?
Lucky something.
There's a big bar.
Lucky Star, Lucky Star, Lucky Seven, Lucky Seven.
And
there's a bowling alley down there as well.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
It's good because you get your own room and you ain't. There's like because we thought there was going to be karaoke at the Percival thing, but there wasn't. So then everyone had it in their head they wanted to go karaoke.
Yeah, it's good there.
And I've just been paying the price for the last few days. It's a late one. Yeah.
What
about you, geese?
Well, I've had a busy week, mate. I was
doing?
away Tuesday. So we done the pod last week on Monday, didn't we? Tuesday I went to watch. I covered the Conference League final.
Yeah.
So that was, mate. It was great. So you know, loads Chelsea in the final. So I know loads of people there. Covered it with Siddy and Mikel Antonio.
Yeah.
Brilliant. We'll get into that more about the game and that afterwards. But what was really good was it was mental because we went. I should have known. We've gone out. Right, so
you've done this before.
Joe's had a bit of a boozy week,
basically,
he's paying the price
today.
Yeah, for like 3 nights out of 4. But it was like Siddy was there, so it was great.
Yeah.
And my brother came. And my brother came with my youngest Max and his son Cooper. Right. So I'll quickly tell you. I forgot this. Night before the game, we're having a right drink. Me and Siddy forget that we're playing in this UEFA game the next day in the square. So like you see footage of the squares in finals, and all the fans go. And there's like a fan park, and they did like an inflatable football pitch, and they get ex-players to come and play, and all Chelsea fans come and watch.
What, on the Bouncy Castle football pitch?
So we've turned up. We've turned up. I'm thinking it's going to be like ex-players playing nice and gentle, a few passes, a few goals. We turned up, there was an under-18s team that we're playing against, right? These guys had the bands out doing a proper warm-up. I'm sweating from the night before because we've had a right good night. And Siddy's like, he always looks great, but he's... So anyway, we turned up. Jersey Dudek, remember Jersey? Yeah. Thomas Kuszak. So it was ex-Polish players and two lads, and they're big lads. Like, so I'm thinking, we're going to struggle here. Right, so Siddy's like, let's just not embarrass ourselves, right? We're 3-0 down after 2 minutes, right? These kids are rapid step overs right now. And then Sid's has got the ball and he's just like, for some reason, he just fell over and hit the floor. And I'm just like, and you can see all the fans thinking, I wonder if they've still got it. And we're looking around going, no, they've not got it, right? And we ended up pulling it back respectively.
I heard you played well.
Nah, I did all right. But one of the lads we played was a good lad. He got the ump with one of the young kids and just bounced him into the soft play. It was like an inflatable football pitch. He hit this kid. If it was, mate, he just flew into the net.
It was a fence.
It was like he got in there, and we finished 5. I think it was 5-6. We lost, but the Chelsea. No, it's like you can hear the Chelsea fans going, "Is he all right? Come on, Joe." I'm like,
so we're expecting more.
I'm looking around going, I'm trying. Beat him. I'm trying to beat him, right?
They're asking you questions whilst you're on the pitch. Oh my god!
And then
lucky you're not an egotistical person.
Mate, there's a bunch of lads who were boozed up, and they was on the plane with us. It was Ryanair. So they were singing, you know the song they used to sing, he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. They were singing, he's here, he's there, he flies Ryanair. And I was like,
that's mad.
Yeah, it was good. And then we done that.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about the game later, but the game went really well.
Yeah.
After the game, so my youngest and my nephew, my brother.
Yeah.
They walked round behind the broadcast where we was, right? So we've got 15-20 minutes. Chelsea is celebrating on the pitch with the trophy. So I've clocked the stewards not looking. So I've got my boy and my nephew. Yeah, jump up quickly, get them on the pitch, right? They're 9, right? Then I've gone, right, I needed someone to look after him here. I've got to go to work. So my brother can't get on because I can't get him on. So I'm gone, just get on the pitch. So they've run on the pitch with all the families. And I'm thinking, oh no. So I'm just like, we're back live on air. So if you look at the last 15 minutes of the show, I'm like, yeah, ask me a question. I'm going to like the director. Can you see him? Where's my kids? There's the worst parenting ever. Like just these kids running around the pitch, like no one knew they were, and they had the best time ever. Like they touched the trophy. Yeah. They said Enzo Fernandez was really nice to them. Mate, for them kids, it's like it's one of the joys.
Yeah. That's brilliant.
So they had a good time, yeah. So that's what I've done there. Woke up. Yeah, they just had a great time, mate. Do you know what I mean? Just had a great time. So that was my first part of the week.
Yeah.
Should we get on to the football before?
The second part.
You might want to skip that part.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about the football. Let's talk about the Conference League. Okay. Let's talk about the game, because I watched the game.
Yeah. What did you think?
Obviously, you were there, so you might have a different feel.
Yeah.
I feel that he... look, for one thing, I don't know why managers do this. Why didn't he play his strongest team from the start?
Right, it's a good question.
Well, one bit he spoke about afterwards with Reece James, as he played a lot of games. And
yeah,
but he's actually the best player in both squads.
Yeah. no, but Coley.
Well, one of them. Yeah. After Cole Palmer, probably.
Yeah, but Coley, I asked him a question. Did you see it afterwards? And he had a little. He sort of didn't, because I think he's been brilliant, Enzo, especially after the game. We give him his flowers, and rightly so. But we asked him the question, why didn't you? And he was like, what he's explaining was, Reece needs to manage his football, because for the last 3 years, he said he's missed loads of football injuries. And one of the precursors for getting re-injured is when you do too much, right? He said he played 90 minutes at the weekend in a real tough game. He said, I just didn't want to risk him. And I think what he was saying was, this could have been a 120 minutes game, and I prefer to finish with Reece James on the pitch, especially if it goes to penalties, because he couldn't play 120 minutes, Reece. You have to be careful. So his frustration was, everyone said it, why did you not start Reece James? But he's like, I'm trying to manage the whole... He's like, we're just thinking one game. He's managing the whole... You don't want to lose Reece James for the start of next season. Say he does a bad hamstring injury, then he's... Okay, that's what he said.
Yeah.
Did you get that
Yeah,
impression?
I get what he said.
Well...
I get mate.
This is a final.
End, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's a final.
It's a final. I mean, I know what you mean about minutes, but I'd want to finish the game early.
Yeah.
And then see it out with someone coming on, and do you know what I mean? Or he's looking at it saying, do you know what? He's logging it out himself because you could be finished before you get to 120 minutes. Yeah. So, like, were you planning for it to be 120 minutes? Like, I don't know how managers think. Do they look at it and say, do we finish this off early and then hang on, or do we hang on till the last parts and have Reece James come on? I don't know what he was thinking. Like that, Gusto, mate, he had a mare.
Yeah. That's what killed it, because Gusto was at fault for the goal, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You know,
I basically see the goals and I watched most of the first half, but I was cooking at the time, and then kids were just causing havoc. So I watched the first half, which I just...
Chelsea were poor in the first half.
It was frustrating, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it was the same... There's one bit where they got a free kick, and I'm just like... Sometimes I think foreign refs are good, but sometimes I think, mate, they give away things that I'm like, how does he give a free kick? And you could see them play acting, rolling around the floor... And he just, and like, because obviously I wanted Chelsea to win, so little things that were frustrating me all the first. It was just a frustrating game. I think as a fan, a Chelsea fan to watch, just frustrating. Yeah,
but that's what it was. Chelsea were poor in the first half. He got, but Betis, what you have to do is credit. What I found from being there, Coley, was right. For Betis, they outnumbered the Chelsea fans. This was their Champions League final, World Cup final. I was talking to some Spanish fans, and the whole club was just like, you knew the first 15 minutes they were going to play the best football of their season.
It was like, let's just pass it around, but not try and penetrate or do something.
Yeah.
It was like they were too. It was like someone was too scared to try something.
Yeah.
Didn't want to make a mistake.
They set up, pass it there, pass it. There was no real, like, there wasn't loads of movement off the ball, wasn't loads of runs forward, no one was trying to make a pass, no one was trying to really beat anyone. It was just...
Yeah, but was that credit to Betis? Because I watched the Betis of the first 20 minutes and the Betis of the last 20 minutes was like watching two different teams.
Yeah.
The midfield boys, Cardoso, Fornals and Isco were running the show in the first, but Chelsea played into their hands.
Yeah.
And Gusto... But what I would say, looking back on the decision, Reece James and Gusto, right? So he's Reece James, club captain, been left out starting the final. And I was watching him before the game. You know, a good captain, I was just like, he was going up speaking to the lads. He could have been, some captains make it all about themselves. But some captains are actually, even though he weren't starting, was actively helping out. And then Gusto got hooked at half time. He got told where the showers were. Like, after the game, he was leading the celebrations. So, like, it's a team game. Yeah. It's everyone. So, what I took from Chelsea was they looked like a squad that really enjoyed playing with each other. I'm not seeing that for a long time. With this group.
Cole, what I think of that, and I said it at the start of the season, I said it's not going to be a bad thing for them to be in the Europa Conference League. Because if they get that team bond... going, because that's it's a very young squad. So you got the youngest average age in the Premier League, right? And even in the conference, in that European competition, they were one of the youngest as well. I think in the final they said that even Real Betis' team, so both, it's like the youngest average age squad.
Yeah.
For a final.
Really?
Yeah. In Europe. So that's what I'm saying. So once they got that bond together now, they've gone and won something, and it's probably you could call it the easiest thing to go and win for them, but they're going to have something that they can cling on to and say, like, we've done this together, so they can actually build for next season and say, okay, what's next? Do you know what I mean? And hopefully they can just, because there's such a young squad, they can just build that on that momentum there, And I think it's been quality for them if they use it like that.
Yeah.
Just to get to know each other. Can I depend on you when it's really going badly? You know what I mean? Then they can really get that bond and that strength together to start getting back on the ladder. What do you think? I don't know. That's how I looked at it. And other people can say anything they want to say. Oh, it's a third tier European trophy, but I see it as something that they can use to galvanise the team to go on to bigger and better things.
Yeah, I agree. What about yourself?
It's very difficult for me to agree when I bet Tottenham for winning something in it.
Spurs fans were coming for us on the pod this week.
Do you know what? People have to take things with a pinch of salt. It's like, do you know what I mean? It's like when we talk about teams, it's like, I don't really hate teams. There's certain fans from there that you think, oh, do you know what? Well, you got mates who are Tottenham fans, but like, there's certain fans and when you've played against them and you've been given loads and everything, you're just like, oh, I hate you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Bridget, do you know what? Yeah, they were saying because we was alluding to the game, the final, the Europa League, as boring. It was a boring final, and we're kind of back. And then you say something. You saying about Spurs fans are deluded, but wait. Then they go, and there's such a boring game. Goes, and then someone goes, was it pot calling the kettle black? Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Coming from you, Bridgie. And I was like, they were calling you boring, right? Hold on a minute. But calling you boring, then you've got that type of stripy top on. Colourful top.
Building water slides in his garden. I can't even say
this guy
man, do you know builds water slides in his garden?
This guy is far from boring. Trust me.
You know, the thing is, like, is anyone in a final, if you win it and it's been boring, you don't care.
Absolutely
that's you just don't care.
They didn't care, the Spurs.
You wouldn't care at all. Don't get me wrong, you'd rather play like PSG, but you don't care. You won a trophy. But it is like, do you know what? You don't want to get to a final and lose. So for Chelsea, like, to go there and lose, it's bad, isn't it? So as much as it's like not the top tier trophy, it's a trophy at the end of the day. And they've won every trophy now, right?
Yeah, they've won
it. Grand Slam.
Grand Slam, yeah.
It is something to build on.
There shouldn't be in that Grand Slam,
do you know what, right? You're absolutely right, both of you. All right, Chef.
Hello, Chef.
Unprofessional.
Mate.
Very unprofessional, mate.
Just, at least this is going to be boring. But you know, I mentioned last week on the pod about the roads in Poland.
The infrastructure.
Good, mate. The infrastructure's good, mate. I'm telling you.
How have we got onto roads?
I don't know. Like, I've got it written down on here and things I wanted to mention because
wait.
because there's a few people come up to me.
Yeah.
They're listening to the pods and they went come up to me. The infrastructure's good, Colin, you're right. I'm in a boring conversation with Geezy. He's going, listen to it. He's bang on. He's going, look at that, look. Everything's...
There's arrows.
You have been saying how nice it is over there. I remember you saying nice.
We had a lovely meal.
What was the weather?
Weather was good. Yeah, it rained on... No, sorry, it wasn't. It rained in the day, but as the final came, it sort of brightened up and it was decent.
What temperature we're talking?
Oh, geez,
I'm
not the weather forecast.
Would you wear shorts?
No. I had a little linen suit on, which went down.
Ooh, linen.
Where is that from?
Percival.
Oh,
the lads, they loved it. Yeah,
new linen suits are nice, to be fair.
Yeah, and they're very good, very good. Oh, what was I going to say? Yeah, so, but after the game, so we're interviewing, and I went on an interview at Dewsbury Hall. Because that for Chelsea, like the Chelsea TV wanted me to go on and interview him, and like, because he's a great lad, like, and we've been backing him a lot because we watched him all the way through. Don't let him lads who like, he's played most of the games and he didn't come on, Bridgie, but he come on, and he could have been. You could have been feeling really sorry for himself because he's been brilliant in this competition.
Yeah, he got dropped for the final.
Come on and assisted the goal for Sancho, and he'd done really well. So I went on and like I didn't want to, because I knew it was in front of the Chelsea fans and. I don't want to be that ex-player like on there, and then the fans were like singing to me. I was like, nah, it's their day. Do you know what I mean? Like, but it was great to see him like. Do you know what I mean? A player that's come through the leagues, and now he's at a big European final, winning it at Chelsea. That was a really nice moment.
Like you said, they've got something to build on, haven't they?
Yeah,
especially with where they were.
Yeah.
He's one of the experienced ones, though, isn't he?
Yeah,
Drewsbury Hall.
Yeah.
He's one of the experienced
so young.
ones.
They're so young. It's youngest. The team that before we move on, for the team that won at Nottingham Forest, I think was the youngest Premier League team, or that we've seen. That's incredible.
Yeah.
You think about that. Like,
look at that. So now, when you look at the future,
yeah,
it's something to build off. Like, and it looks bright, man. Like, come on.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, they've got a long way to go before they get to what I saw on top. We'll go quickly to the Champions League final and just quickly tell you about. So just to go slightly back to what I was doing, I flew from Poland to Munich. I went straight out. And then, everyone sees, I've been there for a night. We go out for dinner. Joe, how you doing? I'm like, mate, I've just had a heavy one in Poland.
I've got to go again.
I'm going again. So I went in and we had a really good night.
That was like me and you the last time.
You know what? Yeah. Your name was mentioned, by the way.
No way.
Last time we done Conference League, Champions League final, everyone's going, remember when you turned up with Carlton and you didn't sleep and you went straight?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I went, it's pretty much the same now. Just ain't got my wingman with me.
Yeah,
but, mate, let me tell you, it's great to see, Steve McManaman, Ali McCoy, Rio, Owen Hargreaves, what a man. And,
he's
the only time I've seen Owen a little bit flustered because it's his city. Yeah. And he's organising the socials, and he just sort of does his thing. Yeah. And we ended
up. Is his dad
there? No, his pops weren't there this one, but it was
he's a boy. He's
a boy. Yeah.
I love his dad. I was hanging out with his dad more than him.
He was. We
Mr. Hargreaves, I was calling him. Mr. Hargreaves.
Yeah. You can see where he gets it from.
He's a top man.
We had a good meal.
Yeah.
Ali McCoy, I know the football world loves Ali McCoy, but I think I sat him. I think at about 4 a.m. when we'd had a few, I just looked at him and went, Ali, I want to be you when I grow up.
Yeah.
I'm like, he's just and he just loves everything. People are talking to him about football, and because he's engaged. Do you know what I mean?
He's top man, innit? I've worked with Ali a few times, obviously on Talk Sport.
Always seems happy.
He's just always happy, man. That's what you want to be.
You need around you, innit?
Yeah, and the thing about it, listen, and he knows his stuff. Do you know what I mean? And look, he's harmless. He's not a threat to anyone.
No,
he just gets on with what he's getting on with.
Yeah,
that's what you got to be like. And he ain't gatekeeping anything. He's just a nice fella. And people that I would rather be around rather than being around some people that act nice on TV but ain't really nice in real life. He's consistent. Do you know what I mean? That's why I like him a lot. And he helps, gives you his knowledge as well. Yeah. Gives a firm opinion on what he thinks, and whether you like it or not, that's who he is, and he'll stand by it.
Do you know what as well? One thing I think I always he loves music. Loves music. I always trust people that love music because it might not be the
genre.
Yeah, it's not the genre. It's all genres. But So anyway, done that. Got to the Champions League final. And what a game! What performance from Paris.
That's what else did you do, bro? Don't try to skip over it.
I got blanked by one of my ex-teammates.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Come on, talk us through this.
I can't believe you thrown him under the bus.
No. We need to talk about this because
I'm staying out of this. You two carry on.
So I'll tell you why. Because I don't like when people, as I just said, I tried to allude to it, but you didn't want to do it.
No, because it's anyway, Michael Ballack played with
We're disappointed in you, Michael. Come on.
I'm in Munich. I've walked into the club bar thing, and he's in the VIP area, right? So I've seen him, clocked him over the bar. How you doing? Right? And I thought I'll go and say hello. So I walked in, right, and the big German lump bouncer's just he's like, no. I went, no, I'm just going to see Michael, and he's just like, no, just thinking I haven't got the lyrics for this guy. He's just not having it. He looks like, you know what I mean? Big meathead.
He's not going to have it.
I thought, well, Bally will come and
sort us
out.
What
do you do? Just give you a little wave off.
What do you do?
Absolutely pied me.
Oh my gosh!
And I thought to myself, do you know what, mate? I was just bouncing. I thought, do you know what? I'm bouncing, man. Forget this. So anyway, we went out. me, Hargreaves, and the boys. A few of the lads just went and we just went and had a good night.
Good.
Just pied, bounced around, mate.
But do you know what?
They serve pizza in this German nightclub. They serve pizzas.
Oh, why do I see something about doner kebabs? Apparently they do a good doner kebab.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Have you not been to German doner kebab?
Yeah. No, never.
Yeah, it's called is it GDK or something like that? GDK. The German doner kebab shop.
Is it?
Yeah,
GDK.
Well, pizzas in a nightclub, which is
weird. Yeah, they do. Yeah. No, but that's. Do you know who was telling me? Owen was telling me about it.
Yeah.
When we was in Paris one time, we was out in it, and it's like, they serve pizzas back home. So I was like, wow.
He just looked like.
But they do that. They do that in most places.
Yeah.
At the end of the night, just to get sober you up.
It's one at the end of the night. It was through the night.
Oh, all the way through.
Yeah, it was like it was a weird gaff. It was in like a forest.
What did you order? It was in the forest.
Yeah, it was,
What's up? In a tavern.
Everyone knew it. Like I went because we was in the bar at the hotel, and the bar was shutting, and you didn't want to go home because I didn't have work till later on. Most of the sensible ones went home, but you know what I'm like. I just make bad decisions.
No, you're not.
Yeah, and it was but it was good, mate. It was enjoyed life. Yeah, had a good chat. Not with Balak.
You got fined. You got
absolutely custom pine.
Listen,
come on to the final.
Let's talk football. Yeah. Right. Champions League, PSG. I backed them. I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna
get back them to win it. You backed them to go far.
No, no. Listen, I've got my trumpet out. I'm gonna blow it. Right. They all said I was wrong because I followed them early on in the tournament, and you know when you can see something forming, the way that they were playing, the way that they were defending. Like Doué, I saw him make his.
What a
and I'm just like, but I thought people kept trying to talk about Inter Milan back five. You know, they get the job done. I'm like, and I didn't go with my gut instincts, and they were just brilliant from the start. I was watching it with Macca. I said after 4 or 5 minutes, before they scored, I said this is going to be 4 or 5. This Macca. And then they were just opening him up. I mean,
didn't turn up defensively.
No, do you know what it was?
I don't think they could.
It looked like they just didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
They were so well organised, PSG, pressing.
Yeah.
And do you know what they weren't afraid to do? And obviously, I'm watching it on telly, so you can't. You only see a certain amount of the pitch. But it was like they just went man for man, bosh.
Yeah.
Get after him. There wasn't like no pressing, but there was a man free for him to pass to. And then they couldn't do anything. And then sometimes when the keeper's taking a goal kick, they're looking to play out. And I'm thinking, mate, you need to stop trying to do that because you ain't getting nowhere.
Yeah,
you just got to smash it long and push up.
Yeah.
But it's like they've been told
principles
to play a certain way.
Inter Milan. And
other than that, they don't know what to do.
Mm.
And I'm not saying it is all Italian managers, but I've played with a few. And it will be like, right, this is what we're going to do. And then there's that. And then there's that. And I'm thinking, football ain't like that, is it? You have to change somehow. And it just, you would have thought if you're a manager looking at it going, right, we need to change something here.
Yeah.
Got to change something completely because we can't do anything.
We're here for the taking.
But to watch them, it's their energy off the ball. They've got to be one of the fittest teams out there when you watch them run around. Pressing, the running when they've got the ball as well.
Yeah.
Like they just have everything. Everything that you would want from a team, they've got it.
Yeah, absolutely.
PSG, they've outperformed everyone in Europe this season, haven't they? And it wasn't quite. It was. I was disappointed that Inter didn't show up the way I thought they would because their defensive record's decent, isn't it? Like Italian team, you're thinking, they're going to set up to defend. And they got a few fast attackers that could get them on the counter, but they didn't even do that, really, did they? So I went at the game, so I couldn't really feel it, but I saw
it looked like they broke in numbers to me. When PSG went forward, they went forward. It wasn't like only a few of us are going to go; they all went.
The pressing, I think the thing that stood out, like exactly what you said, spot on. Inter Milan, I'm watching it and I'm going, what are you doing? After 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Insisted on going out. Jan Sommer kept kicking the ball out of play. PSG's press was just so good, and you got to have an understanding as a professional footballer. We've all been there. Like when it's just it's too hot, you can just go, and it's nothing wrong with just going right. And by the way, they could do with Martinez and Thuram.
Just did it into him, mate. There's times where it went into him. It looked like something might happen.
Yeah, a long pass, bang, and just get on the second balls, get Barella up. Like it was because it wasn't working, and DeMarco, the left back, Bridgie. Oh my God, what a night he's had! He's had Yamal and then Doué.
I know, right? But do you know what? I don't know if it is because I've played like kind of that position, but for the first goal, there was moments where you're looking at him, and someone's made a run there. He's got another midfielder there. He's got someone wide, and it looks like he's looking around, going, "I don't know where to go here. I don't know what to do."
Yeah.
And it's literally because
he's got a triangle around him.
Yeah, and it was like there was moments you're just like,
right,
it was just weird. To me, it was like it ain't as simple as. He's obviously had one, but it ain't that simple. It ain't all him. It's like everything going on around him. It was like...
So he wasn't being protected by somebody. He wasn't being covered.
It's weird. Sometimes you've got the ball's over, you've got to tuck right in, but then he's worrying about him getting the ball there, him getting the ball there.
So the formation...
He did have one, but it's not as simple as just saying, oh, it's his fault, mate. Their whole setup was just terrible.
Yeah.
From the start.
Yeah.
So they'd lost the game before they'd walk on the pitch because of the formation and the system wasn't working. And they wouldn't change it.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
Because that's what's worked. It's worked for them to get this far. That's why. So he's thinking, why am I going to change it now? I get to a final, but sometimes you do.
Tell you one.
That's one thing. Oh, let me just go back to Maresca. Yeah, that's one thing I have to give him credit for.
Yeah.
Right. So we're just talking about people being stubborn. He knew he made a mistake, and he changed it half time, done whatever he had to do. Yeah, and then go on to win the game. That's what you call someone that's not in their ego and is actually adaptable and wants to that can react to the situation at hand. That's where I had to rate him and say, do you know what, he done all right in the end because he made the decision, he made the call, hands up, made the mistake. Let's go forward now.
I'll tell you, I'd love to mention too, the young lad that come on, Mayulu. Oh my God, mate.
Yeah.
The happiness on his face.
Oh, and he scored at the
Mate,
end.
you could just I could feel the happiness by just watching it. Unbelievable. I was just buzzing for him. That was a wicked moment.
Good.
It was a wicked moment.
When he reeled off, I was like, imagine coming on in the Champions League final, and then reeling off with a goal at the end, the fifth goal. Oh, mate. What's he doing? What's his conversation with his mates after?
If you think, mate,
oh my God.
even the subs that come on, what they were doing when they were coming on as well, mate.
Barracola.
Mate, that move he did and he stuck it wide. I thought he was going to score.
Do you know what?
Hakimi, mate, he was a joke.
He is a joke, though, isn't he?
So good.
Yeah,
he's a legend on and off the pitch. He is
Yeah.
a legend on and off the pitch, Hakimi. What a boy he is.
All over midfield, everywhere.
The right way.
To force in the right manner.
Take notes.
Right, what a man he is. I love him.
He should do a course.
It should teach us.
Yeah. Right, okay. Right, just quickly before we go. So, PSG, brilliant.
Yeah.
Young team. It looks like we're going to come into this era. I just want to, before we wrap up the first part, I just want to say what I thought was a beautiful moment in the after the game when Luis Enrique, who lost his daughter, I think his 9-year-old daughter a few years ago to cancer, and tragically, and she famously, when she was a baby, when he won the Champions League with Barcelona, planted the Barcelona flag in the middle of the pitch, and I was watching. I was actually talking to this lovely Welsh lady in the box. She had her back to the party celebrations, and I could see the PSG fans, and I thought they're being remarkably well behaved because I know that they got on the pitch afterwards. I know they're cannons, right? Right. So I thought, why are they not getting on the pitch, right? So they'd waited and waited, and then they brought this tifo down with a picture of. It was Luis Enrique's daughter in the PSG badge, and him holding, and she was planting the PSG.
Oh man! Yeah.
And I was like, and this woman's looking at me,
makes me eyes
and I was like,
beautiful.
I've started crying because it was a beautiful. Like, I'm crying all the time. 3 times a week, I'm crying on Netflix.
That's good.
Right, anyway,
that's good to cry.
But she's like looking at me, like, she doesn't know what's going on behind her. She just chatting to this man, and I'm just starting crying, and I'm like, she's going, "Are you all right?" I'm going, "Yeah, I'm all right." And I'm trying to explain to her what it was, but I just wanted to say, listen, they're going to have a lot of stick PSG fans because of the trouble afterwards, the stadium and all that. But that was a beautiful moment, and for Luis Enrique, the fans, and his daughter. Wasn't it?
Beautiful. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, we need to give him a shout out.
Yeah, Luis Enrique, big up, man.
Big up. Yeah,
love you, man. Because for me, it shows the character of a man when he can still go about and do his work and his job and make everybody happy, and doing it for his daughter as well.
Yeah.
Because he come out and did say that this is for you.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful moment. And anybody that's dealing with loss,
Yeah.
anybody that's dealing with heartache, he is a pioneer to get them on the right track. Because
he's an example.
It's doable. You can carry on.
Yeah.
So what a man. Big up Luis Enrique.
Big him up. Yeah. I think that's the end of part one. You're listening to The Dressing Room with Our Arabiya News.
On Friday, I'm going to be speaking to Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. I want to hear from her what's being done to address the dire humanitarian situation on the ground in Gaza and what she sees as the way out from the tragic human suffering there. I also want to ask her why the UN has so far only offered criticism of the US-Israeli aid distribution effort, and whether instead the UN can be persuaded to join forces with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That's on Friday with me, Tom Burges Watson, right here on Al Arabiya English.
To die of hunger or die trying to get food? Humanitarian groups say Gazans now face an unimaginable choice. Over consecutive days, civilians have been killed waiting for food aid. The senseless deaths are adding to already mounting pressure on Israel. There's a distinct change in some of the language we're hearing, even from Tel Aviv's staunchest allies. Is this a turning of the tide? Stay with us here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. This is how the UN has described the new aid delivery regime in Gaza.
Palestinians have been presented the grimmest of choices: die from starvation or risk being killed while trying to access the meagre food that is being made available through Israel's militarised humanitarian assistance mechanism.
Israel, with the backing of the US, is delivering aid through a private company, bypassing traditional humanitarian groups. For days, Gazans have reported being shot at as they scramble to access the limited supplies. Israel denies firing at civilians. It's the latest escalation in a seemingly endless humanitarian crisis, and it could be just the last straw for some of Israel's supporters. Former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, who we'll hear from shortly, now believes Israel is committing war crimes. And listen to this from Matthew Miller, the former State Department spokesperson during the Biden administration.
I think it is without a doubt true that Israel has committed war crimes. You wouldn't have said that at the podium. Yeah, look, because when you're at the podium, you're not expressing your personal opinion. You're expressing the conclusions of the United States government. The United States government had not concluded they've committed war crimes, still have not concluded that.
But your personal view is they have.
And they
were while you were there.
But yes.
The rhetoric is certainly starting to change. Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll ask if Israel is weaponising food and if that was always the part of its war plan. Is Israel guilty of committing war crimes? And if we can expect more pressure from Israel's allies. We'll kick off this episode of Counterpoints with a special interview. Ehud Olmert served as the Israeli Prime Minister between 2006 and 2009. For a time, he was part of the Likud party, the same political party as current Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But in a bold departure from his successor, he slammed the ongoing war in Gaza, even describing the current Israeli government as the enemy within. It's not normal for former Israeli prime ministers to speak out in this kind of manner, but perhaps these aren't exactly normal times. Joining me now, and I thank him for his time, Mr. Olmert, thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints. I want to start by getting your assessment on the current situation we've been seeing at food distribution points across Gaza. News that over the past 3 days, almost 70 people have been killed. As the former leader of your country, what's your assessment of that?
Well, I think it's been said time and again, and I said it also, that at this stage, the war should end immediately. I don't think that there is any major objective which deserves the expansion of the military operation and the cost of the military operation, the cost for Israeli soldiers, the possible loss of hostages, and the loss of lives of Palestinians, non-involved Palestinians. The war from the very beginning, on the 8th of October, was absolutely justified. And I, amongst all of the Israelis, was completely in favor of trying to reach out and destroy the military capacity of Hamas because of what they have perpetrated against thousands of Israeli innocent people in their homes, in the living rooms, in the bedrooms, in the safe rooms, in the most brutal manner, butchering, beheading, raping children, mothers, elderly people. Terrible. And now it's after 20 months of fighting. And I think that we have achieved as much as can be achieved in the military operation against a terrorist organization. At the present time, the majority of Israelis, not just me, but a majority of Israelis, I'm just a voice for many of them, because you wouldn't pick up someone in the street and interview him, what you do with me, for obvious reasons. But the majority of Israelis think that this war is unnecessary, is not going to achieve the release of the hostages, and it just causes terrible problems for us, losing soldiers, possibly losing the hostages, and also killing non-involved people amongst the Palestinians. And this is to end now.
When you, in the opinion piece you wrote for the Israeli press, Erupts, when you wrote that you now believe that Israel is committing war crimes, what is it that, what event, what was it that you witnessed that was the turning point for you? What changed your opinion?
Well, first of all, it must be clear, and I didn't write any other way, that there is not a policy, not by the government, certainly not by the army, of indiscriminately killing people just because of the fun of killing people. But what disturbs me a great deal, and to many Israelis, is that there is a universal agreement in Israel that the war is not needed. Some go as far as saying, which I don't disagree, that the reason that the Prime Minister doesn't stop the war is because of personal political interest of the Prime Minister and not the real national security interest of the State of Israel. Under such circumstances, the loss of lives from all sides, from our side, possibly the hostages and non-involved Palestinians, is a crime, is something that can't be prolonged and has to stop right away. Also, which is a major source of my concern, I have to say, is the acts of violence perpetrated by the Hilltop Youth in the West Bank against innocent Palestinians, burning their houses, their properties, the olive groves in such a brutal manner without an appropriate reaction by the Israeli police and the Israeli army is not something that can be tolerated and is not something that can be forgiven.
So can I extrapolate from that? Your concerns aren't just what's happening in Gaza. Is your concern, has it been what has allowed to become accepted as normal behaviour?
Again, I have to emphasize, I really don't know, and I don't think, and I therefore never say, that there has been any direct policy by the government or any order by the high command of the Israeli army to shoot indiscriminately, to bomb indiscriminately, and kill regardless of what may be the who may be the possible victims of this. No. But when it is widely accepted that the war is not necessary, when so many Israelis, commentators, observers, former generals, commanders of the IDF and the Mossad and the Secret Service say that the war should end now, and the expanding the war and continuing the military operations cost the lives of so many people unnecessarily, this is something that can't be tolerated. It has to be criticized, and I am prepared to speak up for all those that feel that way and believe that it needs to be criticized and stopped.
When there are accusations of war crimes, it's a serious accusation, and it implies that there is a guilty party. So where do you think the guilt should lie? Is this the government as a whole? Is it Mr. Netanyahu for leading this government? Is it the IDF? Where do you think the guilt is here?
Look, first of all, I have to say I'm not an investigator, and I'm not in the process of inquiring on a daily basis, every hour, what happens in any particular section of Gaza and the military operations. What I say is, on a broad basis, the very fact that the war continues and there are so many unnecessary victims is something that can't be tolerated and has to stop. And the one person that is personally, directly, individually responsible for it is the one that carries the government with him and forces these decisions on the government and the army, and this is the Prime Minister.
Do you believe this goes as far as genocide?
No, I don't think, I never said so, I don't think so. But look, you don't have to push things, into the very extreme and draw comparisons between what happened in history to the Jewish people, which was entirely different ideologically and practically in terms of the outcome, in terms of the massive operations and whatnot, in order to criticize what happens today. What happens today is something that needs to stop right away, and that the number of victims is far beyond what can be tolerated and accepted. And that's what I'm saying.
Another former Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Barak, has called for a civil insurrection to topple the Israeli government. And the Prime Minister himself, Netanyahu, he's called for non-violent protests to shut down the government. Do you share those sentiments?
Yes.
You think the government needs to go?
Absolutely. There's no question about it. I know.
How? I mean, there's been so many elections and it doesn't seem to...
In what I subscribe to what Prime Minister Barak said. There should be a civil insurrection within the framework of democracy, civil disobedience, rioting in the streets, demonstrating in the streets, not cooperating with the government, because the government lost the trust of the people. It's true that the majority in parliament today is still held by the government. For obvious reasons, the elections took place 2.5 years ago, long before any of the events which took place since the 7th of October actually presented an entirely different reality. But for the last year and more, every single poll drawn in Israel shows that over 60% of the people don't trust the government. Not only that they don't trust, but they think that Prime Minister Netanyahu prefers his personal political and interest and legal interest over the national interest of the State of Israel. So, and considering the cost of what happened to the State of Israel, to the economy of Israel, to the lives of thousands of Israelis, soldiers and citizens and civilians, and also to the reputation of the State of Israel across the world. Israel has been widely popular for good reasons. Israel is a fantastic country with great achievements, which won the admiration for good reasons of the international community. And now there is a feeling that Israel is becoming slowly but gradually into a pariah by the international community. And this is all the outcome of calculations which have nothing to do with the real interest of the State of Israel. This is precisely where extraordinary measures must be taken. And this is what I believe Prime Minister Barak didn't ask my permission or my approval. But what he says reflects the attitude of many, many Israelis because of what I've described now.
Do you think that Israel's ongoing operation is putting the hostages' lives at greater risk because of this prolonged bombing campaign?
Yes, that's precisely what I say. There is a serious, serious danger. There is a chaos and anarchy which is spreading rapidly. In Gaza, we will lose the hostages.
Do you think that the Prime Minister is showing a careless disregard for their lives?
This is the inevitable understanding of what is actually taking place.
Just finally, so do you think other Western leaders, Israel's allies, should be doing more to hold the Netanyahu government to account?
Well, I think they hold the government of Netanyahu to account in a very explicit and forceful manner. And I have to say, I had those, there are many leaders that speak against the government, against Israel, criticizing us, who are traditionally and consistently were against us, no matter what we do. I don't take this as an example. But when I hear President Macron, and I hear Prime Minister Sturmer, and I hear Prime Minister Kani, and I hear Prime Minister Meloni, and I hear Chancellor Merz and others who are dedicated friends of the State of Israel, have been for generations. I mean, their countries, them, the political system, all were friends of the State of Israel. When they spell it out in such a manner, you can't ignore it and just say, they are all haters of Israel, they are anti-Semites. This is nonsense. They care for the damage that is caused to Israel and the damage that is caused by Israel. And therefore, we have to listen to them very carefully and respect their judgment, not on the basis of an almost spontaneous rejection because they are against us, but listening to what they say, to the sensitivity and the subtlety and the seriousness of their warnings, and maybe to comply with it.
Actually, let's end on a look to the future. Do you have a hope that there will one day be a peaceful resolution, a two-state solution, a time when there will be peace between Israelis and Palestinians in the region?
This has been my life mission, and this still is the most important thing for the future of the State of Israel. At the end of the day, a reasonable person has to ask himself, okay, let's assume that we will be eliminating every single Hamas fighter that holds a gun or an RPG or a hand grenade, and we'll kill all of them. None will remain. There still will be 6 million Palestinians in the Gaza and in the West Bank. What are we going to do with them? What is the alternative? How can we make sure that in the future we will not have to face what we have been facing and dealing with in the past? There can be only one way, which is a comprehensive peace agreement on the basis of two states. This is what I proposed to the Palestinian president in 2008, and this is what I have again promoted together with my Palestinian partner, the former foreign minister and the UN ambassador of the Palestinian Authority, Nasser al-Qudba, who, together with me, published a joint statement that tried to advance the beginning of negotiations for a two-state solution on the basis of what I proposed to the Palestinians, unfortunately, when they declined to accept it in 2008. But in no time is too late to adopt it now and to move forward in order to, once and for all, conclude the violence and the hatred and the wars in the Middle East for a future of hope.
We thank you so much for your insightful comments and your candour here on Counterpoints. Mr. Olmert, we thank you for making the time. Ehud Olmert, former Israeli Prime Minister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get into our debate to discuss the latest developments in Gaza and the changing international rhetoric we've been hearing of late. I'm joined by Yaakov Amidror, a former Israeli National Security Advisor and former Major General in the IDF, and Norman Finkelstein, an American political scientist and author, best known for his forensic critiques of Israeli policy. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints, and thank you both for your time. Well, we're almost 21 months now into this war in Gaza, and despite intense diplomatic efforts, there still remains no end in sight. After an 11-week blockade, Israel has agreed to resume the distribution of food aid. But there are reports that Israeli tanks, helicopters and soldiers have opened fire on people at or close to these aid points. The UN is calling for an investigation and has suggested it may constitute a war crime. Yaakov, let me start with you. What do you make of this latest war crime accusation, and how would you assess what's been happening at those food distribution points?
Like many stories about Gaza, all of that are lies. We didn't open fire not with tanks, not with helicopters. Well, there was some incident in which we had to stop the mob going on and threatening the Americans and the Israelis, which are around the area from which the Palestinians can take the food. But no tank was there and no helicopter was there. And we don't know if anyone was hurt. In the previous story, we could find that Hamas was the one which killed his own people and then blamed Israel. I don't know yet because we don't have enough time to understand well what was going there, but we know that no tank and no helicopter was part of the fire from the Israeli point, from the Israeli side, and how many was done by Hamas and how many was done by us to prevent them to take the place with the Americans inside, that we don't know yet.
Norman, what's your assessment? There has been the line from the Israeli authorities that it was Hamas that were firing directly onto Palestinians. What's your read of it?
We have pictures. It's not just claim. We have pictures of Hamas doing it.
Norman, what do you think of those images that the press was shown?
Last week, I was on the program Piers Morgan Uncensored. At that point, the so-called humanitarian distribution centers were just being set up. I was asked my opinion. I stated, quote, "It was perfectly obvious what was going to happen." Israel was setting up the humanitarian distribution centers in the south of Gaza. There was reportedly one going to be in the center of Gaza, none in the north of Gaza. As of this morning, all of the distribution centers are in the south of Gaza. Now, I said it was perfectly obvious what was going to happen. As you know, Gaza was already, before October 7th, amongst the most densely populated places on God's earth. Now, the entire population of Gaza was being herded into the south of Gaza, about 20 to 25% of Gaza. They were already being starved on the verge of famine according to the international humanitarian organizations. And I said, what's going to happen? Israel's going to start firing on the people converging on the distribution centers, and they're going to claim that they were afraid that the Gazans were rioting.
Mr. Amador says that this line isn't correct, though. What do you make to the assertion that it's a lie, as Mr. Amador said?
Yes. Well, we already have statements issued by the High Commissioner, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. We have a statement issued this morning by Doctors Without Borders, and they all confirm that the massacres were committed by Israelis. I'm not sure why anyone at this point in time, why anyone would attach any significance whatsoever to a statement by a spokesperson or representative or unofficial representative of the Israeli government. It's not as if it's true that Israel has barred reporters from entering Gaza since October 7th. But it's also true that the international humanitarian organizations, the World Food Program, CARE, UNICEF, a whole host, a slew, a gamut of humanitarian organizations do have operations in Gaza.
Is only his.
Go ahead, Yaakov.
And
okay.
allow me just the last sentence.
To quote the anti-Israeli organizations again and again, they told so many lies during the war about Israel, and afterwards it was clear that these are lies. Remember the missile which happened to be in one of the hospitals at the beginning of the war, and what was exactly the accusation? Israel. And then later on, it was clear that with all the stories of this organization, it was a clear lie. It was done by the Palestinians, on the Palestinians, but the story go on and on and on. And to quote from those organizations, which don't have any clue what's going on inside, and they are against Israel all the time. They never were pro-Israel organization or fair organization speaking about Israel. They collaborate inside Gaza with Hamas. As we know, under UNRWA hospitality, Hamas took our hostages into UNRWA facilities. So to quote those United Nations organizations, it's like to quote the old Prime Minister of Israel, who is now the head of one of the heads of the opposition against the government of Israel. Of course, in these organizations have a very clear line. Whenever they can, they condemn Israel, and when they tell lies, they never said, yes, it was lying, we made a mistake. So to quote them is not bringing any new information to the debate. I mean, when we are making mistakes, we are saying it was a mistake, we did a mistake, and we know how to punish those who made a mistake. When we don't make mistake, but these are lies, we know to say that it is lies, and to say that the Israeli spokesmen are don't telling the truth about the war, it's against the reality on the ground.
Yaakov, let me ask you this. Israel has systematically discredited and dismantled the humanitarian apparatus in Gaza. Mm-hmm. Is that a wartime strategy?
Which cooperated with Hamas. We had to do it because we found after a few days that if you want to find a very important center of Hamas, we have to go to find 3 points: an hospital, a mosque, and an UNRWA facility, under which in 90% of our researchers, we found a center of Hamas. The last commander of Hamas, the Mohammed Sinwar, was killed in a hospital. We bombed the Italian hospital because Mohammed Sinwar was there and he was killed. So the commander of Hamas is in hospital. So this hospital is a legitimate target. If we want to fight this organization, it's a legitimate target, and we want to fight this organization after what had been done in the 7th of October. The atrocities, the butcher of children, and so on and so forth. And despite the fact that he was in the hospital, we had to kill him in this hospital, and probably other people had been hurt.
Okay. I want to ask Norman, what do you think about this strategy of discrediting humanitarian organizations?
Which collaborated with Hamas?
We have a choice here. The choice is very simple. We can choose to believe this spokesperson for a genocidal government, or we can choose to believe every humanitarian organization in the world. That's the choice. There doesn't seem to be any dispute between us that every humanitarian organization in the world, UN affiliated and not affiliated to the UN, United Nations Development Program, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, CARE, UNICEF, International Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, the list goes on and on. There is a consensus among these organizations. That consensus extends to non-UN organizations, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, B'Tselem. So we have UN-affiliated organizations, non-UN-affiliated organizations. There is a consensus. Israel is executing a genocide in Gaza. It is not correct Israel is waging a war in Gaza. It is not correct that Israel is using disproportionate force. What's correct is Israel is using proportionate force. The force is proportionate to achieving a genocide. It's not using disproportionate force because it's not fighting a war. It's waging a genocide. Now, I have to underline that is not my opinion. It is not my opinion. It's the opinion of every humanitarian organization in the world.
Missiles and rockets from Gaza. It's not a war. Israelis have been butchered by this organization, which he defended now, Hamas. It's not a war. Israeli has been kidnapped by this organization to facilities of UNRWA and other United Nations organizations. And this is not a war. Not to call it a war, you can say that we are fighting not in the way that you want us to fight. But at the end of the day, it was done, it was imposed on Israel by Hamas, which was butchered, raped, kidnapped women, men, old people, babies, which had been killed inside Gaza. So to say it's not a war, you can say that you don't like the way that Israel is fighting the war. You never liked any war that Israel did in the past and in the present. We know it's okay. But to say that this is not a war, it's not a mistake. It's a joke. We lost today three soldiers. So it's not a war. It's nice Israel is doing genocide. And with all due respect, it's not genocide. We are fighting against a terror organization which butchered Israeli in the 7th of October. And we will not let this organization to survive in Gaza, inside United Nations facilities and outside United Nations facilities. This organization will not exist in the future. And yes, it's very bad. It's a war. We are losing people. The Palestinians are losing people. But at the end of the day, remember what, where, and how it was begun.
Okay, Norman, respond to what Yaakov has been saying.
Atrocity against civilians in Israel.
Okay, let's listen. Let's examine what he's told us. Let's look at the numbers. Let's just start with the raw numbers. Israel has averaged, I'm leaving aside the events today, which I haven't seen the new calculations for. I'm aware that Israel claims 3 of its IDF soldiers were killed in northern Gaza. Let's leave that aside for the moment.
In Herzl Mountain in Jerusalem.
Allow me to, the moderator is going to have to allow me to finish.
Indeed. Yeah. Continue, Norman.
Okay, so let's look at the numbers. Since October 7th, Israel has averaged less, based on its Israel Foreign Affairs website. It's averaged less than one soldier killed a day. Less than one Israeli soldier killed a day. In fact,
thank God.
In fact,
thank God.
You're going to have to let me finish.
Just continue, Norman. You're free to continue. Just and Major General, just Yaakov, just allow Norman to finish his point.
They've averaged less than one soldier killed a day. There has not been not one, major battle fought in Gaza since October 8th. Now you have to ask yourself, does that sound like a war? Let's look at some of the raw numbers. More journalists have been killed in Gaza than in any other war zone in the world combined for 2 years. More UN workers have been killed in Gaza than throughout the world in war zones in the last several years. More children. Do you want to know the figure on children? Let me just give you one example. There's a very reputable British research firm called Air Wars. It found that 7 times as many children were killed in Gaza just in the first 3 weeks from October 7th to October 31st. More children, 7 times as many children were killed in Gaza than during the worst month of the Syrian civil war. 7 times as many. There were more children killed in Gaza in the first 3 weeks of October than the worst year of the civil war in Syria.
Okay, I'm going to throw that over to Yaakov so we can keep the conversation going. Yaakov, what do you make of those statistics?
Impossible. It's nonsense. Technically, it's impossible. It's nonsense. Do you know the number of people had been killed in Syria? Technically, it's impossible.
The number of
children.
Yes, I'm speaking about number of children. Technically, it's impossible.
But maybe speak to the point that Norman is making, that there is a disproportionate number of children being targeted. What do you say to that point that he's making?
What I'm saying is that if Hamas... Now, we have to decide, should we fight against this terror organization or not? If we want to fight against this terror organization, we have to go after these terrorists in where they are. And if they decide to fight behind their own families, we don't have any other choice. We have to decide, should we fight this terror organization or not? If we want to fight this organization, and I think that we should fight this organization, we have to go and to kill them where they are, not where they don't hide. They hide behind their own families. So they have to be blamed. If they say to the family, leave the area, I want to fight against the IDF. Okay, no problem. No civilian will be killed. But if they decide to fight against the IDF within their own society, within their own people, within their own family, they're endangering their own people. And now they claim that we made a crime. But the decision was theirs. They decided to make the war at the 7th of October. They took our hostages into their families. Many of them lived with their families. And now people are coming saying, how you fight against the terror organization? You're killing civilians, the families of those terrorists. There is no other way to fight them. The decision at the beginning, should we fight this terror organization or not? If you say no, it's okay, no one is right. But if you say no, this terror organization should be eliminated as terror organization, there is no any other way but to fight where they are.
Okay, allow Norman to respond to that.
This gentleman speaks as if your audience is completely ignorant. Now, maybe it is, but I would suspect it's not. We have by now literally thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of documentation on what's been happening in Gaza since October 8th, 2023. To take one example that speaks to this gentleman, his claims. Amnesty International put out a 250-page report on the situation in Gaza. It concluded that Israel is carrying out genocide. That's old news. So now let me get to the specific. In the report, it examined 15 specific cases of targeting of buildings, dwellings, and killing large numbers of civilians. And it exhaustively examined the 15 cases. Now, I will admit, given what Israel has done, 15 cases is not many. Israel has destroyed 92% of the homes in Gaza. 92%. But they did examine close up 15 cases. What did they find? In each and every one of the 15 cases, they could not find evidence of any military target. There is no evidence that Hamas is being targeted. Now, we can argue or disagree on whether Hamas deserves to be targeted.
Yeah, so I want to ask you that.
Discussion about that.
Well, let me ask you that question. Let me ask.
There is no evidence whatsoever. There is no evidence whatsoever that Israel is targeting Hamas. Israel is targeting the civilian population of Gaza. It wants to solve for once and for all the Gaza question. This is the final solution to the Gaza question. Now, some of you may find it outrageous that I should use the language of final solution.
No,
but you know what one Israeli poll.
I know, you use it all the time.
You know what? You know what one Israel. Do you know what one Israeli poll found last week?
Use it against Israel.
An Israeli poll.
No, man, it's not you.
A poll conducted.
I don't have any.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question. Gentlemen, just hold it there for a moment. Norman, before we move on to our next segment where I'm going to ask both of you. I have a question for you first, though, Norman.
I want to finish the thought.
Allow me to ask.
I would like to finish the thought.
Okay, very promptly finish your thought because we've got a lot to cover.
A poll taken by a reputable Israeli firm last week found that nearly half of Israeli Jews support committing a genocide in Gaza. So when I talk about the final solution, I'm talking about what half of Israelis believe. You should kill everyone in Gaza.
Okay, I have to allow Yaakov to respond to that.
One remark, with all due respect to Amnesty. Amnesty is not an intelligence organization. If there was in the basement of the building an office or a storage of Hamas, they cannot know.
Yaakov, can you respond directly to what Norman was asking you first, though? Can you respond directly to that statement?
Yes. Which one?
To the poll that he was referring to, saying
I don't know the poll. I don't know who did it.
He does know the poll. He does know the poll. It was reported everywhere. It was in the. It was in. No, he knows the poll.
Okay, well, let me rephrase the question, Norman. Allow me to rephrase the question to Yaakov.
With all due respect, you don't tell me what I know, and I don't.
So I'm going to rephrase the question.
Regardless
of what particular poll was. Just a moment, Yaakov. Let me rephrase the question. Regardless of what the poll.
I'll answer you. I don't know the poll. Let's assume that this is the poll. For the sake of argument, Let's assume this is the point. Israel is a democracy. Everyone can say whatever he wants. But at the end of the day, there is a government and there is a parliament, and the government never gave such an order. It's against the rules of engagement of the IDF. An officer who will do it will be taken into a court. He cannot do it. So even if people in the street can say whatever they want, it's like America or Britain, everyone can say whatever he wants. At the end of the day, the rules of engagement of the IDF are very clear, and everyone which will be found that he killed civilians in purpose to kill the civilians, not because Hamas is there, not because a commander is there, but in the purpose of killing civilians, will be taken into a court. We had such occasions during the war, and that's what was done.
So let me ask the question then. During all of these accusations, all the investigations, how many soldiers have been investigated for the accusations that have been made against them during this conflict?
I don't know because I didn't prepare myself for this question. No, I don't know because I didn't prepare myself for this question. I know that there were some investigations. Some of them had been taken to court. There are a lot of noise in Israel because you understand that many people are against it in Israel. So I know more from those who are against it than the real number. I don't know the number. Probably. I don't know how.
Okay.
But
all
it's
right.
not the end. We have
actually,
we have a minute. Norman, let me speak. It's not the end. We have an ongoing investigation in every claim that was such an issue during the IDF fighting inside Gaza, and the same is about Lebanon and the West Bank. So the number that we have today, it's not the last number. Probably the system in Israel is that the independent legal system is continuing to investigate during the war. And I don't know what will be the number at the end.
Norman?
Well, actually, we do know what the number will be at the end, because there's a long history of those so-called investigations. In fact, the investigations are such a sham that B'Tselem, the Israeli human rights organization for the occupied territories, refuses at this point to even cooperate with these investigations because they're such a joke. If you take, for example, Operation Cast Lead, which Prime Minister Olmert presided over, there were 350 children killed, there were 6,000 homes killed, and there were investigations. And you know what the investigations came to? One person served 6 months jail time for stealing a credit card. That's the Israeli investigations. I can go through each of these so-called operations. The Mavi Marmara in 2010, Operation Protective Edge. We can go through all the investigations of the killings in the West Bank. There are many humanitarian organizations which have monitored not just the killings, but monitored the so-called investigations. The conclusion of all of them, conclusion of all of them.
Because
now,
in the Mavi Marmara, I was part of the Israeli side, and at the end of the day, it was a judge from New Zealand who said that what we did was the right action to do. So at the end of the day, with all the Mavi Marmara, a United Nations investigation done by a judge from New Zealand said that what was done by the Israeli Navy was supposed to be done according to the international law. So just one example that you gave, nothing about
Okay, I'm going to ask both of you to pause because I have one last question to Norman and then we need to move on. Yaakov, just a moment, please.
Was investigated by a totally different outside investigator.
Okay, Norman, I have one question for you before we need to move on.
Then you know that you are lying.
Okay, just a moment, please, Yaakov.
There was an accusation made, and I want to reply to the accusation.
Okay, gentlemen, but I'm going to have to get you to continue moving this conversation on. Norman, respond, and then we're moving on. Go ahead.
Mr. Almador's misfortune, I've studied the Mavi Marimer case very closely. There was a UN Human Rights Commission which found Israel guilty of all the crimes that were asserted against it.
Yeah.
Then the Secretary General appointed a separate unofficial commission to investigate. And yes, it's true. The unofficial commission investigated by the Secretary General found otherwise. But the official opinion of the UN investigation was that Israel committed all the crimes that it was accused of.
Okay, with all due respect, we're not going to get bogged down in previous cases and previous investigations. Yaakov, I'm going to move us on because those previous investigations are no longer relevant. So, Norman, let me ask this point to you because it's a point that Yaakov has made and I want you to respond to it before we move on to our next segment, is that Israel is a country with a reputation and a responsibility to defend its national security interests at all costs. So do you think that, seeing as we have seen this drawn out now for 21 months, was there a major miscalculation on Hamas's front, because it too is accused of alleged war crimes for what it committed on October 7? Was this whole thing a huge mistake and they have not yet claimed responsibility for it?
It's hard in a very brief moment to discuss the whole situation. I'll try to be as succinct as possible.
Thank you.
If you go back and look at the historical record, beginning in 1948, when Gaza came under Egyptian rule, beginning with Egyptian rule, you see over and over again outside observers characterizing the situation in Gaza as being a concentration camp. Right after the June 1967 war, Senator Albert Gore visited Gaza, described it as a concentration camp. Now, Mr. Amidor is part of the security establishment in Israel, or was. So surely he knows. So he won't be able to say, I don't know, like you never heard of the poll that everybody's been citing. But surely you know, Mr. Almador, that Giora Island, who's still among us.
If you can bring it back to the question I asked you, Norman, do you think this was a miscalculation?
I'm bringing it back.
Let's hear it.
I'm bringing it back. In 2004, Giora Island described Gaza as, quote, a huge concentration camp. Not Hamas, not the UN organizations, but your boss. Giora Island described Gaza as a huge concentration camp. Beginning in 2006, your country imposed a medieval siege on Gaza. It decided what goes in, what goes out, who goes in, who goes out. It imposed on Gaza a starvation plus diet. And then it started with its high-tech killing sprees. Operation Cast Lead, Operation Protective Edge, Operation Pillar of Defense, and on, murdering mercilessly the people of Gaza. By 2023, Gaza was forgotten. Gaza was no longer part of the political landscape. Now, I am not going to condemn the people of Gaza or Hamas. I acknowledge crimes of a significant magnitude occurred on October 7th. I acknowledge that. There's no dispute on that point. But I will no more condemn Hamas than I will condemn the slaves who rose up in rebellion and killed promiscuously white people. If you go back and look at the slave rebellions in North America, in the Caribbean, they were very bloody. But
okay.
I wouldn't condemn
Norman, I'm going to have to give Yaakov the right to reply.
My final response is, after what Israel did to the people of Gaza, it forfeited its right to self-defense.
Okay, Yaakov?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to argue about the war in the rebellion of the slaves and what is the connection between that and Gaza, with all due respect. But I don't understand how the number of Palestinians in Gaza became from 1 million to 2 million in 15 years if all this starvation and all what Israel did to kill the Palestinians, something is not logic here. If we had the mission to kill as many Palestinians as possible, to put starvation on Gaza and not let the people to eat and so on and so forth, how the number grew from 1 million 15 years ago to 2 million after 15 years. It's something not logic in the whole conversation with Norman claims. But I'm not going to
Was Giora Island lying?
Okay.
Was Giora Island lying?
I know that both of you were listening in.
In concentration, Norman, you should know at least some history in concentration
was
camp.
Giora Island?
Okay, that's not the topic. Norman, thank you, but that's not the topic we're discussing here. I want to move our conversation on, Yaakov.
He asked a question I want to answer. In concentration camp, as you know, I hope that you know some history, people died every day and the number of the people in the concentration camp was declined and not increased. And in Gaza, what we see is a miracle. It's a concentration camp in which the number of people had been increased. So if this is a concentration camp, it's your decision to decide.
Okay, we need to move on. Gentlemen, I know you were both listening in to our earlier interview with the former Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Olmert, and I know that you both want to express your views on some of the things he said, and we'd like to hear your opinions on it. So, Norman, what did you make of Mr. Olmert's comments? He said war crimes have been committed, but he said this is not a genocide. What did you make of what he said?
Once again, we have to distinguish between my own opinion, which I have, and the opinions of all organizations that have investigated the question. Now, as you're aware, in January 2024, the International Court of Justice concluded that Israel was plausibly committing genocide in Gaza. Amnesty International, as I mentioned earlier, put out a 250-page report, concluded Israel was committing genocide in Gaza. Human Rights Watch put out an extensive report. It found that Israel was committing acts of genocide in Gaza. There were many Israeli scholars who weighed in on the question and said that Israel was committing genocide in Gaza. So I do not believe that this is any longer a controversial question among reputable scholars and reputable humanitarian organizations. Mm-hmm. Now the question has arisen. Okay, I'll stop there and I'll then proceed after you speak to the other guests.
Yeah, sure. Yaakov, what did you make of what you heard from Olmert, the idea that there is a deliberate targeting of civilians, he said? It might not be a prescribed order, but he said that it's not a prescribed order, but he said that there are civilian casualties and that the war needs to stop.
As I said, there are many civilian casualties, no question about it. The question is why. And the fact that Hamas is fighting within the civilians is leading to the situation in which the IDF, if we want to fight this organization, if Norman thinks that we should not fight this organization, it's okay. I know that Norman is pro-Hamas guy. I know that he is promoting Hamas and not even ready to condemn what Hamas did in the 7th of October. So from his point of view, we don't have the right and legitimacy to fight Hamas. That is well understood. We think that we have the legitimacy and the obligation to fight Hamas after the 7th of October. And there is no any way, and no one offered us a way, not Americans, not Brits, not French, that we are bringing here experts, including American generals, who are saying we don't know any other way to fight terrorists within civilians other than what you are doing. So, of course, the decision is at the beginning. Should we fight this organization or not?
Was it disappointing to hear a former Prime Minister say those things, Yaakov?
Look, I don't want to speak about Mr. Olmert. He has to be resigned with disgrace after a legal proceeding against him. I don't want to blame him. I mean, it's part of the democracy of Israel. He was a prime minister. As I said, he resigned with disgrace. But this is, he can speak. It's Israel's democracy. And he hates the prime minister. He hated him before the war. He hates him after the war. It's not connected to the war at all. It's a fight within leaders inside Israel. He's an ex-leader which lost all his position. He does not represent anyone. And he's hating the prime minister. By the way, before the war, it's not connected to the war. So I don't want to go into the Israeli, fight between leaders. I'm not a politician. I'm an expert. I don't want to be in the politics at all.
Okay.
What I know for sure, and I have a huge experience in looking at wars, that Israel is doing whatever it can do to prevent Palestinians from being killed. Norman said that we moved the population from North Gaza to the south. Why we did it? Because we didn't want civilians to be in the battlefield.
Okay,
and at the end,
we're focusing purely on what the former Prime Minister said in his interview, though. So, Norman, let me ask you.
Norman is using it against us, but what we did is to move the civilians. By the way, we moved the Israeli civilians as well.
Okay.
We evacuated all the Israeli civilians and we moved the Palestinian civilians. Why? We didn't want them to be in the battlefield.
Yeah.
And
Norman, were you surprised by the strength of Mr. Olmert's comments? Or were they not strong enough in your mind?
Not strong enough.
Mr. Olmert made many comments. Yes, Mr. Olmert made many comments, some of which I guess are plausible, other of which I would say are implausible. I don't think it's plausible to make the argument at this point in time that Israel is targeting Hamas, or there's no conscious, intentional targeting of civilian infrastructure and civilian population. I mean, it's almost silly at this point to be arguing these things. Already in November 2023, we're talking about 18 months ago, Amnesty International issued a report saying Israel was using starvation as a weapon of war. Human Rights Watch issued a large report, about 150 pages, documenting that Israel was depriving the population of Gaza was systematically depriving the population of Gaza of water. Foreign doctors working in Gaza hospital testified that Israel was targeting children in the head, in the skull, and in the chest. After this accumulation of evidence across the board, to still be claiming, as Mr. Olmert did, that Israel is not targeting civilians, there are no orders, allow me to answer that question. Number one, there were orders. Have we forgotten the order of Defense Minister Gallant on October 9th not to allow any food, water, fuel, or electricity into Gaza?
Okay.
Isn't that a genocidal order? When Mr. Netanyahu said...
It is not a genocide. No, you ask a question.
When Mr.
Not a genocide.
It's Norman. When Mr. Netanyahu said, when Mr. Netanyahu said, remember Amalek, wasn't that a genocidal reference?
No, it's not.
When President Herzog said there are no civilians in Gaza, that there's no distinction between civilians and Hamas? Wasn't that a genocidal statement?
You are wrong.
Do you realize?
You are misquoting.
I'm not misquoting.
No, you are misquoting.
Mr. Herzog, Mr. Herzog, Mr. Herzog.
Okay, Norman, allow Yaakov the right of reply.
I'm misquoting what was said, that is impossible to distinguish between civilians and Hamas. It is the same family. There are people which are going with civilian clothes, and to distinguish between Hamas and civilians, it's almost impossible. He's going out of his house, he's killing some Israelis, and then he's going back home. So the home is a civilian place or a military place. That was said by the president.
He said there are no civilians, there are no innocents in Gaza.
Okay.
That's what he said. Please don't rewrite the history. It's not yet dry on the paper. You're already trying to rewrite it.
Okay, all right. I want to move us on to our final section because we're really fastly running out of time. So let me just quickly ask. Okay, for months and months now, this conflict has been dragging on. We've seen Israel's traditional allies stand by them through thick and thin, but that's starting to change. France has threatened to toughen its stance due to Israel's treatment of civilians, and France, the UK and Canada are also talking about the possibility of sanctions. So are we seeing, Yaakov, a turning point for Israel's allies?
I don't know, probably, but at the end of the day, the responsibility for the security of the State of Israel is not in the hands of the President of France or the Prime Minister of Britain or the President of Canada. It's the hands of the government of Israel. And in democracy like Israel, if they have the majority in the parliament after a few elections, unlike all our neighbors, the decision will be taken by the Israeli government. They will take into account all the what they heard from the international community, of course. By the way, some of what we did in the past was because of the international community. For example, we waited 3 months and didn't enter to Rafah because of the international community. The recommendation of the international community was not to do anything in Lebanon, and we could be in a situation in which today Hezbollah was close to the border of Israel, unlike the situation of today when Hezbollah is far to the north. So we take into account what they say, but at the end of the day, the decision will be done by the Israeli government.
Norman, what do you think? Are you sensing a change in the response from the international community? Are you seeing a change in the rhetoric?
I see rats jumping off a sinking ship. What's happened in Gaza, not especially, but for the international media and for world leaders, the brutal starvation imposed on Gaza since early March until today, and all the embarrassing scenes that ensued, all the very realistic fears that Gaza was experiencing a starvation now bordering on famine, it's become such an embarrassment that some of the rats, like the British Foreign Secretary Lamy and the Nazi princess Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission, after supporting all of Israel's actions, are now trying to distance themselves. Whether or not that will translate into action, I can't say. I see no point in speculating about. I think the most important thing at this point is to establish clearly what happened and what is happening. And it should be borne in mind by every one of your listeners, because Israel has a citizen army. The army is representative of the Israeli population. Half of that population supports genocide. That means 1 of every 2 Israeli soldiers in Gaza supports genocide. 1 of every 2 commanders in Gaza supports genocide. 1 of every 2 members of the Israeli government supports genocide. In the face of that fact, in the face of that fact on the one side, and there has been no punishment of any of those soldiers and commanders committing genocide. On the other hand, between those two facts, how can any sane, rational person doubt that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza?
Okay.
Order from above or not?
We have to leave it there. We're out of time. Yaakov, a very, very brief response from you, and then we have to leave it there.
Look, no one is blaming Israel for genocide for years. It doesn't need the Gaza war for that. And as I said, after all these years, the number of Palestinians in Gaza was more than doubled. So it's a very interesting kind of a genocide in the West Bank and in Gaza, when we are making genocide and we are so inefficient in what we are doing. It's inefficiency of Israel.
Okay, Norman, we don't have time. Gentlemen, thank you both very much for your time on Counterpoints. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Yaakov, we're out of time. Yaakov, we have to leave it there. Gentlemen, thank you both very much for your time here on Counterpoints. It's been a robust discussion. Your contribution is valuable to us. Thank you. Yaakov Amidror, the former Israeli National Security Advisor, and Norman Finkelstein, American political scientist and author. And thanks to you for joining us watching Counterpoints at home. Remember to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube so you don't miss any of our debates. And follow us on X and TikTok. Thanks for your time.
Now to our top story, and President Trump has announced 12 countries who will be banned from travelling to the United States. Afghanistan, Haiti and Iran are included on the list, with 7 other countries like Cuba and Venezuela facing partial restrictions. The ban comes into force on the 9th of June. Here's a reminder of how the US president broke the news.
In my first term, my powerful travel restrictions were one of our most successful policies, and they were a key part of preventing major foreign terror attacks on American soil. We will not let what happened in Europe happen to America. Very simply, we cannot have open migration from any country where we cannot safely and reliably vet and screen those who seek to enter the United States. That is why today I am signing a new executive order placing travel restrictions on countries including Yemen, Somalia, Haiti, Libya, and numerous others. The list is subject to revision based on whether material improvements are made, and likewise new countries can be added as threats emerge around the world. But we will not allow people to enter our country who wish to do us harm, and nothing will stop us from keeping America safe.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and Tala Michelle Isha, the chief reporter at Arabian Business. Thank you so much for both joining me this evening. Much appreciated. Shane, I'm going to start with you. We just saw Donald Trump there announcing this travel ban. First, just explain exactly what this travel ban is and why does it matter?
Okay, so there's the 12 countries. He didn't mention them all there himself, surprisingly, but it's Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan and Yemen. So there's not really too many surprises there, I would think. But the 7 partial restricted are Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan and Venezuela. So that's all the admin done. But I would say it's June 9th, as you said, when it comes in, which is 4 days, and 4 days on Planet Trump can be quite a long time. So let's wait and see what happens in the next couple of days. But in the reasons that he said that these countries have been picked, and he said that we don't want people who are coming to harm us. So it's to do with countries that have a large scale, they've said, presence of terrorists. It's those who failed to cooperate on visa security, have an inability to verify travelers' identity, have bad record keeping on criminal histories, and also have high overstays. So I think those 5 things are quite fair enough to, if countries are not adhering to that, then you don't get in. But I think in a lot of these sort of Trumpian sort of negotiations, it's a kind of you go high and then that brings them to the table. So I think in the next 4 days you're going to see all of these countries phoning up the White House and looking to negotiate to sort of dilute down some of these restrictions that have been put on. But at the same time, it should say, like, this is not a blanket ban on everyone. So if you're worried about, like, how the World Cup's going to be impacted when it's in America, athletes who are attending sports events or footballers, if any of these countries qualify, which I'm not a football expert, I don't know if these are good sporting nations, they will be allowed to come, as well as diplomats. And also, what I thought was really interesting is those who suffer ethnic and religious minorities that face persecution in Iran, which is quite specific.
Yes.
So there is a lot of detail in this that he didn't go into, which if you dig down into it. But like I said, it's 4 days to go, so these countries will be on the phone very quickly to the White House to try and sort this out.
And actually, when I had a look at the ban too, because obviously there was one brought in 2017 to lots of criticism and was almost rushed in many respects. This one seemed to have a lot of exemptions in it, and it also seemed to be a little bit more watertight than the previous one, so maybe they've learned from mistakes, Tala. But critics are calling this actually a return to the so-called Muslim ban.
I mean, look, in its DNA, it's quite similar in the way that it's obviously banning people from quite a few countries from visiting the US. But in 2017, there were 7 Muslim majority countries included. And now we're seeing the likes of African countries like, Eritrea as well included there. So obviously there has been a change in the way this has happened. But at the same time, Shane, do you want to say something?
Well,
sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
I think the one thing I do think, if you're kind of like flip it on its side, is that this is a mandate that President Trump was elected on. So this is what he always said he was going to do. So it's not a major surprise, and it's, his voting base, this is what they want, and immigration is a massive policy for him.
And there's something else that I was actually just thinking about when I saw this travel ban announced, and something Angie Wong I spoke to earlier in the show, my previous show, mentioned to me, and she was saying that, you mentioned the timing, but there has been domestic terror in the US, and we can't deny that. We've seen that, and Donald Trump actually referenced that when he brought in this travel ban, even though Egypt wasn't on the travel ban, where the person accused in the Colorado attacks is said to be from. But I wonder if there's also domestic pressure, one, to deliver, and two, to crack down on migration, like he said he was going to do.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I mean, he is basically, I guess, trying to deliver on a campaign promise. I mean, he did say he's reinforcing the stance of America first. But yeah, definitely, like you said, the timing of the Colorado attack this week really puts it into perspective. And yeah.
But also as well, like you mentioned before, and this is not a new policy, so it's not going to have the shock value, I think, of 2017. And even by the end of this show, the Trump universe moves really, really fast. So there'll be another headline. He's meeting with China. So I think it's not going to be the huge sort of attention-grabbing way that it was back in. I remember in 2017,
yes,
it was like absolutely shocking.
And you remember the airports? There was people
protests.
Couldn't get onto planes. There was protests across America. It was a very different look to what we're seeing now.
Yeah. And also, like this, remember the Supreme Court did bring in a watered-down version of it. So this probably will go forward as well. But then, if you remember, then Biden stripped it away again and said it was a stain on national conscience. So it depends how long this all takes to come in. Remember, a president is only 4 years, and then Trump can't go a third time. So if a Democrat president comes in next time, they could scrap this again. So it's a bit of a flip-flop back and forth. But I definitely think it's going to bring all of these countries to the table, because if you look at all of these, if I do my math, 19 countries, they're going to have tariffs put on them. Now they can't travel. So it's a real setback in terms of of this. And you noticed in the clip that he said more countries will be added. And I noticed that there was a Reuters report in March saying there was potentially 41 countries on a potential list that the White House has, and this is the first sort of batch. So, you know, it's kind of like saying to all countries that don't have their visa processing applications, and, you know, or if you're overstaying, you're welcome in the US in terms of visa. It's kind of get your paperwork together.
President Trump has said he has spoken to Russia's president. The US president said the two leaders discussed Ukraine's recent attack on air bases in Russia, which Putin said he would respond to. Talking to Truth Social, the US president said, "I just finished speaking by telephone with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. The call lasted approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes. We discussed the attack on Russia's docked airplanes by Ukraine and also various other attacks that have been taking place by both sides. It was a good conversation, but not a conversation that will lead to immediate peace." President Putin did say, and very strongly, that he will have to respond to the recent attack on those airfields. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya English journalist Wandi Intengento and Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kiruz. Thank you so much for both joining me this evening. So I just want to start, Wissam, with you. So another telephone conversation between Trump and Putin. Once again, Trump referred to it as a good conversation. He's done this in the past. But he also said this is not going to lead to immediate peace. So can we assume an attack from Russia is imminent and sort of the ceasefire is now on the back burner?
Let's talk numbers first. It's the fourth phone conversation between Trump and Putin, and we are yet to see any major change in the course of this Operation Peace. It is 1 hour, 15 minutes to be added to 5 hours already spent on the phones. That's 6 hours and 15 minutes, making it the longest conversation between Trump and Putin, or between Putin and any world leader.
But one thing I
across
must
the board.
add in there has to be a translator.
Yeah, definitely.
So that can probably also add to the time. But I do agree.
It will add a lot.
They like to have their chats on the phone.
They like to chat. Let's put it in comparison with the first Trump first Trump term. That was 18 phone calls and 3 meetings. But in any way, let's put things into context. A few days ago, Trump says, "I'm giving Putin 2 weeks or a bit less to see what will happen, to see if he is serious." And then we see one huge operation that allegedly blew up 40% of the strategic capabilities of Russia in terms of strategic bombers. It was one operation that apparently will be remembered in history as one of the greatest operations in the history of warfare. So somehow, maybe Russia is winning the war, maybe Russia is winning history, but it's definitely losing the story. Imagine all those big negative stories for Russia. You have, starting by the Crimea bridge, then you have this and many others. Having said this, it's either that America was somehow involved or at least knew about what the Ukrainians were doing. And that was the signal that the Americans accepted as something that could be a leverage against a very reluctant Putin, or that the Americans didn't know, which I doubt honestly. And what they are trying now is saying, okay, we accept the retaliation, but we are trying to contain it. I think retaliation will happen. The person that is Putin, his personality means that he will show that I'm the stronger in this game. So he will probably use what is still intact in his capability, which are ballistic missiles. So a retaliation will happen, and it's yet to be more impressive. But it has to be contained, because otherwise we are drifting towards something very dangerous. He will be losing the positive momentum with Trump, the possibility to sit on a table with Trump and do a Yalta #2.
I mean, I remember I think it was a couple of weeks ago when Trump
came out basically saying that he was disappointed in Putin. I don't know if you remember that lash out that Trump had done, that he's disappointed, and it just shows that Putin is not serious about ending the war.
Yeah, he said it, and he was always trying to say something negative and immediately follow with something positive. Because Trump also is betting a lot on giving the world peace in Ukraine. Let's not forget, Ukraine and Russia is not the number one priority for Trump. Number one priority for Trump is tariffs, is China, is somewhere else. But it's his ego. He said, I'm going to bring peace in 24 hours. And Putin is not helping him because Putin got a lot of very premature gifts from Trump himself, and he has a crisis of leverage, Trump. So now this is why I believe there is a lot of signals that lead us to believe that the Americans are, at least they knew about it, and this is something that will be used to bring Russia into a point where they accept to concede.
And it is also interesting because I think through Donald Trump's Truth Social today, we really see that he's resigned to the fact that Russia will strike Ukraine in retaliation for this big air base attack, a year and a half in the making, with drones. As you say, audacious attack might go down in history as one of the best operations. But I also think, Wendy, he didn't actually, Donald Trump, reference the attack on the Kerch Bridge linking Russia and Crimea. And a lot of people are starting to think, observers, maybe this is something Putin is embarrassed about. But he has actually referred to that Ukraine strike as a terror attack, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Look, it's really rich coming from a leader who basically started this war. Had he agreed to go to Istanbul, this would be over. So, yeah, he did call it a terror attack, but, I mean, there are kind of signs. I would say this phone call is a sign that maybe he is softening up a bit regarding peace talks, regarding ending the war.
But then Wissam, I don't know if you agree with me on this, but he basically said it was a terror attack because it caused a train derailment. This is what Vladimir Putin is saying, and killed 7 people. So the attack struck civilians. It's important to say Ukraine has claimed no responsibility in the attack where civilians were targeted. Like Wendy says, is that this is just a bit rich.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget that terminology is not an exact science in this conflict. Let's not forget that using a lot of terminology like terrorism, like Nazism, like, you know, a lot of these words that are very into the Russian narrative. But what does it mean at the end? It doesn't mean a big thing, because every day we have civilian killed, whether it's in Ukraine or in Russia. So civilians are being killed in this war, but also a lot of soldiers as well. I mean, let's not forget that the bleeding of Russia and Ukraine in this war is becoming absurd. I mean, the amount of young people who are dead in this war is absurd. And where will that lead? So now Trump, ironically, did not seem very optimistic. He said this was a good phone call, but not a phone call that will lead to any near peace. So apparently there's a game of realism. We are still far. What is the element that will eventually bring Russia to the point to accept that that has to stop? What is the point that will make Russia feel, okay, we have gained enough, we have changed the map enough, and now it's time to, you know, to stop this?
I think it's becoming really embarrassing for Trump. I mean, his credibility, his reputation, and I mean, before he even was inaugurated, he promised to end the war within 24 hours. And the longer the war continues, the more it dents his reputation. I do kind of understand his irritation at Putin and obviously Zelensky, His reputation is at stake.
But don't worry about Trump. He does not take any blame for anything.
Yeah.
Eventually, one scenario will say, it's not my war, I'm getting out of it.
Yeah.
But I don't think he will do it. You know, he is still seeing an opportunity. He genuinely believes that Putin is a strong guy and a potential good ally.
Yeah.
And he will try to make it. He will keep trying. Till what point, we don't know. And I think Putin is testing the limit of what Trump can take. And this is very dangerous for him.
But you know, also within that phone call was Iran. And it looks like Putin could help with talks when it comes to Iran. This could be where they can match diplomatically, maybe?
It's one of the study cases of how Trump operates, okay? The businessman operates this way. We have a problem in one area. Let's try to find somewhere better in a different area. So what he's basically doing is saying, let's bring Russia into the Iran paper so that Russia will feel, you know, more engaged with us. It's the same what he has done with the, you know, with the rare earth deal with the Ukrainians. He always brings this element of business, of outside the box. Maybe it will work, but who is not happy about that? It's the Israelis, of course. He is bringing Russia into the negotiations with Iran. Not a good news for Israel.
But once again, you know, it seems to be that they have agreed that the US and Russia say Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon. But of course, we've heard from Iran's supreme leader about the fact that abandoning uranium enrichment was 100% against the country's interests. But we know Vladimir Putin and Iran have a relationship. So that's probably another piece of the puzzle where Donald Trump can use the leverage from Russia to try and agree to a deal with Iran.
He's bringing Iran in the leverage with the Russians, and he's bringing the Russians in the leverage with Iran. And he is eventually giving the Iranians the possibility to keep enriching at a low level, according to many, many sources. So apparently the Iranian deal has more chances to concretize earlier than Ukraine.
I'm not surprised that Putin, volunteered to have discussions with Iran. Russia and Iran earlier in the year had signed a treaty, like a military treaty, a 20-year partnership. So I'm not surprised that he's volunteered, and he has no hesitation regarding it.
And a new police search for British toddler Madeleine McCann has begun in Portugal today. Portuguese and German authorities say they are covering the town of Lagos near Praia de Luz in the Algarve. Madeleine was 3 years old when she disappeared from an apartment complex in the area during a family holiday back in 2007, becoming one of the most famous unsolved missing persons case. Jono, let's start with you. Now, what's the latest on this new search, and why is it happening right now? What's going on?
So we haven't had a search of a large magnitude in the Madeleine McCann case since 2023, but the reason behind this now is that the chief suspect, who we've heard about, who's been detained in Germany, who is Christian Bruckner, is due for release at the end of this year. There's no confirmed reports of this, but it seems that they may be attempting to try and make a last-ditch effort to get some evidence that would retain him in prison longer or have him extradited back to Portugal to face charges for the disappearance of Madeleine McCann. There's a cottage that has been used previously by the suspect, which is relatively close to the area of Lagos and Praia de Luz, which is where they're currently searching, which is very close to the land between the McCann's holiday home and also where this cottage lies, which is previously searched area. Now, this cottage did not just come to light recently. It has been previously searched. What we know now is that the authorities, both German and Portuguese police, are taking in ground searching radars, which allow them to go down 15 metres deeper into the ground to find out if there's any evidence which could be uncovered. this case really makes a reoccurrence to the headlines once or twice every year. And it seems that now is its time. The renewed efforts to try and get evidence against Christian Bruckner, the key suspect, is the important thing that both the German and the Portuguese authorities want to achieve here. Will they do that? We'll have to wait and see. There's 21 plots of land which they're going to now examine, and you can be sure it'll be an inch-by-inch examination. There is no further information that we're aware of or that has been released to the public which would lead them to this investigation, but one would expect that something must have come to light recently that indicates that they need to go back and search this area once again.
And Dr. Ellie, as you know, John had just mentioned, it appears to be a race against time to charge Christian B, the main suspect in the Madeleine McCann case. But we must know that he hasn't actually been accused of anything when it comes to Madeleine McCann. So it's kind of consequential evidence they're looking at rather than concrete evidence at the moment.
That's true, although the Portugal police has declared him as a suspect, as formal suspect. But still no direct accusation, no indictment in that case, and we are still searching, or the police is still searching in that sense. Definitely racing against time before he is released, but then I think this is where the media is pulled in, this is where the momentum is pulled in, but then if you discover something after a year, even if he is released, I think he can be still prosecuted simply to the crimes that he's done. But I guess it's, again, how much you can invest into money into the case, how much effort you can put into the case. 3 countries have been involved several years, more than almost 2 decades about the crime. So how long can you keep going? This is where the whole issue is. So I think the police is grasping the last momentum that they have to try to give it the last push before at least the funding and the support for a continuous search is lost.
And at the end of the day, this is still a missing person case. There is no body, and this is still a lot of money and a lot of resources that have been spent into a missing persons case. And the crux they're hanging this on for Christian Bruckner's point of view is that he is a convicted rapist who was in the area close by to where Madeleine McCann disappeared from. And the final one is the ping from his mobile phone in the hours before and after Madeleine McCann's disappearance. So all of this, for sure, if you were going to court, there's no DA, I think, worldwide who would probably say this is enough evidence to take this case to court. So they need to find some solid evidence to pin this, be it on Christian Bruckner or somebody else. Otherwise, I think this case will once again go cold, and until something comes to the surface or comes to light again in another 2 or 3 years down the line and we'll go back to searching another area, we'll end up just saying it was another dead end, which would be unfortunate, but it may be the way it goes.
You were sharing with us the amount of money that was allocated, more than 30 million? Or
15 million was the initial amount, I think, that was allocated to this search. I think they almost doubled that, and that's not taking into consideration that Jerry and Kate McCann themselves, the parents, had raised an astronomical amount of money to continue this search, aside from the amount of money that's been put in from the Metropolitan Police, which was also, I believe,
13 million.
13 million British pounds, I believe,
Yep.
So extra on top of that as well. And there's the resources, as we say, of Germany, of Portugal, of the UK being spent on this, as well as the crowdfunding which has been used. From the parents' point of view, a lot of money has been spent in 18 years into this missing person case. So,
but then every missing person deserves that much attention and effort. But why this case is taking more than all other missing children around the world and in Europe specifically, which are in huge numbers, this also gets back to the momentum, to the background of the family, to the support, to the media attention that was given, all of that.
I don't know, but, you know, I actually also wonder that a lot of the time. It's been a long time since Madeleine's been missing. It's been nearly 2 decades. But at the time, you know, the case just touched so many people's hearts. It could have been any parents on holiday with their children. And I think it was something that people felt could have happened to anyone at that time. And that's why it probably gained so much momentum. And I think that was the feeling. And once again, just an unsolved mystery. A 3-year-old girl goes missing. And after years and years and money and investigations, there just seems to be nothing.
No, and the human psyche, it played into that element of, like you say, your child could be the next.
Yes.
And I think it was every parent's worst nightmare come true, and this is the last thing that you want to experience.
But then this applies to every missing child case,
Of course. And I think that, And the McCanns were very fortunate in the fact that they were the picture-perfect poster family for a missing person case, and it was easy for them to get the publicity because they were doctors and they were from an upmarket family. And I think it had everything. It had all of the elements together for what I would say would be a perfect Netflix show. And in the time when there was not that level of exposure for events like this 18 years ago, it just had everything. And therefore the media, I think, had a frenzy with that. But had it been any other case by now, I think it would have gone cold and that would have been it.
But think about it. Madeleine McCann today would be 22 years old.
Amazing.
Like, that is a 3-year-old who's gone missing. She's now a fully grown woman in many senses. We don't know what's happened to her, but 22 years old, none of us could have ever imagined that we would still be talking about this case 18 years on in lots of respects. And I think that, you know, it will always remain this mystery that so many people want to solve. And actually, earlier I spoke to senior global reporter for the Mail Online, Nick Pisa, and here's what he said about whether or not police have solid evidence on Christian Bruckner.
Christian Bruckner, who police in 2020 in Germany named as the prime suspect for the abduction and murder of Madeleine McCann, he is actually serving a 7-year jail sentence for rape. He was convicted of raping an elderly US woman who lived here locally in Praia de Luz, and he was convicted in 2019. And he is eligible for release at the moment, but he's been kept in for various reasons while pending the police investigation and other crimes that he was convicted of, minor misdemeanors, while he was in jail. But now that clock is ticking, as you say, and come September, he will be freed from his sentence. There is the possibility that he could actually remain in jail until January 2026, because I spoke to the prosecutor a little earlier this afternoon, and he told me that there is the question of an outstanding €1,500 fine. As I said, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. Whilst he was back in Germany a few years ago, they found CD hard disks and USB sticks on which there was paedophile material on them, and there is some suggestion that perhaps there is data on that information that links specifically to this area of scrubland near Praia de Luz where they are searching.
So, Jono, he was just speaking to me there, Nick Pisa. He's actually on site at the moment. He's exactly where that search is happening. He explained it's a vast area and new technology is being used. But once again, no solid leads when it came to Christian B. So Friday, not many days for it to happen. But I wonder what we could see.
No, I mean, the last time we had a search was 2023, and I said that was a lake at the time, so a bit more tricky to do that. 21 plots of land. They said they will have them all covered in advance of it wrapping up on Friday. There may not be any great breakthrough on this, and the authorities have not shared what information they've been given in order to bring this to the fore once again. So I don't foresee any breakthrough, and I just see this being brought back to the limelight once again. And again, harrowing for everyone who's been involved in the case to have to once again go through it.
And on the human level, really, Dr. Ellie, Jerry and Kate McCann, the parents of Madeleine McCann, she also had twin siblings. Like we said, nearly 2 decades of this anguish to find their daughter. They've not given up. I mean, I wonder how they must be feeling.
Definitely, again, coming from Lebanon, we know the pain of the disappeared and not knowing what happened to your loved ones. And maybe, according to all studies, the pain and the anguish that the parents go through is even more horrific than actually losing a child, because you simply don't know what happened. You don't know how to grieve. You don't know when to grieve. You don't know. You keep hoping continuously. And we've seen cases in the US and other places where people were found after 20 years, after 25 years. I don't know if that's a better hope to hold on to, but definitely the family needs closure. Otherwise, it's a continuous open wound, and it's a horrific pain that the whole family goes through.
Now, Elon Musk may have left his role as the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, but his legacy seems to have inspired others. The Reform UK party says it's introducing a DOGE-style team to assess local authorities' spending on what it deems as wasteful. Kent County Council in the south of England faced the first audit earlier today. Well, Michael,
interesting. Why do you believe this decision has been made, and why is it being inspired by Doge?
Well, I think the global community looks to the U.S. for the good and the bad and the ugly of pop culture.
I remember someone saying, when America seizes, the world catches a cold.
Yes.
It's true.
It's true.
It doesn't matter, again, if it's good or bad or ugly. I think what happens in the States is inspiration to many people around the world. Either inspiration to do that or not to do that. And I think if you are part of Donald Trump's base, you will have believed that what Elon Musk did when he was at Doge was successful. The reality is his target was $2 trillion is what he wanted to cut from federal spending, and he ended up cutting less than half of 1%. It wasn't successful. But if you are part of Donald Trump's base, you believe it because the message would be getting out consistently. So if you look at the Reform Party, I don't know that they're necessarily going much further beneath the headline. The Reform Party base is very much in favor of what Musk was trying to do. And I think to bring that over, it would maybe inspire your base to think that we're going to do something that, trust us, was successful, even if it wasn't.
So, Gemma, clearly the Doge sort of philosophy is having a big impact globally if we're seeing Reform wanting to bring it in the UK. But this is just local councils that we are actually focusing on here when it comes to Reform. I wonder if we'll see this be rolled out in national government at some point. But do you think Reform are thinking, right, we won some of the local council seats back in May. We've got a mandate to do this. Let's copy the idea from the States, but start on a smaller scale, and maybe we could make it even better.
Yeah, I mean, Reform, as you say, are really influenced by US politics. And I do get the feeling they do sit back and they watch and they wait and they learn. It's quite clear in the seats that they won from Labour and the Tory parties that they have been learning, they have been making notes. So, yes, that is on a regional level, and their promises are quite regional as well, you know, promises to better bin collection and filling the potholes in the roads, that kind of thing.
On a thing that win you votes in the UK.
Yeah.
You know, we might sort of think it's trivial, but...
No, it's not. It's what you see every day, like 100%.
Yeah.
And if you're going to pander to what people see every day, very much like Trump and his eggs, I find. It's in the grocery store every day. So, yeah, they have definitely been watching and learning. And Doge, as you say, even if you don't agree with it, and even if it didn't actually achieve its aims, it's a great soundbite and it's a great concept. We're going to save money. We're going to stop waste. Because everyone can get behind that. Of course, no one wants wastefulness. So it's really something you can get behind.
And what I find quite interesting is Reform in the UK right now. They're obviously not the main political party, and they wouldn't be our traditional opposition. That would be the Conservatives at the moment. But if you look at polling, Reform is polling at an average of around 30 to 31% in the UK at the moment, ahead of Labour, who are in government, on 23, and the Tories on 18. Reform is on a resurgency at the moment. And I wonder if it's things like, we're going to do this, people are going to be able to keep their taxes in their pockets, people are going to have more money to spend. I wonder if it's this rhetoric that's driving people towards the party in some respects.
I think what Donald Trump has done, for good or for bad, he's recognized that a lot of people don't go much deeper than the headline. They also are not going to do follow-ups.
Yeah.
They also are not going to... they appreciate when somebody comes forward and says, I'm not a politician, or I'm going to clean up the corruption that's happening in the political sphere. And if anybody can come forward and say that, especially if your base is who the Reform Party has as a base, that, I think, is appealing to so many people. You touched upon it earlier when you spoke a little bit about what it is that's happening with local politics. And, you know, much like with news, we recognize that a lot of local news and local politics is what interests people because it touches people's lives. So if you can say, you know, the stuff that's happening down the street, that's a problem. We're going to clean it up. That will inspire people.
I think them recognising it to begin with, because the national government, you don't feel heard by them at all, do you? Because obviously they're running the country. But when someone at a local level says, oh, yeah, we see you, we hear you, we know that the prices or the potholes or all these things, you feel seen and you want to give them your support.
Absolutely. I think to be validated is what so many people are wanting, and
craving,
especially if your government is going to do that, you know, and we need your vote in the next election. We hear you. We know what you're concerned about. I think that helps win votes.
Yeah. But what I find quite interesting is that the Reform Party says, in a statement released late on Sunday, party chairman said it would be led by one of the UK's leading tech entrepreneurs. We don't know who this tech entrepreneur is who's going to be doing this Doge style, but something came up that you mentioned to me backstage, Build Canada. So the tech bros are getting involved.
So on a global scale, there aren't many governments lining up to do the Doge challenge, whatever we want to call it. But in Canada, there's a collective, they're called Build Canada, and it's about 27 Canadian tech entrepreneurs. You've got people who used to work at Spotify, you've got people in fintech, some quite impressive names. And they've put together Build Canada, which is a bit of a collective. And they claim that they're supported by policy experts with experience in government. So they say we have, you know, people who have government experience as well. It's not just us tech guys. And they say our focus is a Canada where people build again. And I thought that sounded very familiar. Build again, to me, sounds like great again. So there's that familiar rhetoric. There's also the familiar sort of disruptor aspect. Now, they are promising, or sorry, not promising, but on their website, some of their goals include firing 100,000 federal employees, obviously in Canada, increasing immigration restrictions and building new oil pipelines. Again, it's straight from the Trump and Musk playbook. It's almost word for word. So you're getting this real Silicon Valley language. You're getting the sort of, I guess, the sexiness of tech as well in politics. And as a whole package, it's very appealing.
And you know something? I actually think that it is appealing to voters because I think a lot of the time we are sick and tired, really, of paying in the UK a huge amount of council tax, and the bins are now being collected every 2 weeks instead of every 1 week. And I think people don't see enough police on the streets anymore, and they really want that to happen. So I do think it's an interesting time, especially in the UK, when Labour, you know, they cutting money, winter fuel allowance from older people, and there seems to be like Reform are just kind of, like you said, just waiting to see the lay of the land.
Yeah, I think that so many people are around the world inspired by what happens in the United States. And if they can see something that they think is attractive and it can somehow be localized, I think that resonates with a lot of people.
No, I completely agree. And I think if someone emptied my bins when I lived back in the UK every week, I'd be very happy with that.
Do you know what I think as well? Ultimately, people don't want much. As you say, bins and potholes and eggs are very simple things. They're not asking for the earth. They're just asking for these very small things. And so the promises to fix these small things is really powerful.
You know, that's true. I think if you look at studies that show people who are wanting to move from their job, look, we all want to get paid more, and whatever we're getting paid after a month, we want to get paid more than that. But it's being validated. It's being heard. It's being able to participate as part of a team. It's being able to voice an opinion. And it is the little things, which though aren't little because they're not happening enough, but that's what people want.
On Friday, I'm going to be speaking to Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. I want to hear from her what's being done to address the dire humanitarian situation on the ground in Gaza and what she sees as the way out from the tragic human suffering there. I also want to ask her why the UN has so far only offered criticism of the US-Israeli aid distribution effort, and whether instead the UN could be persuaded to join forces with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That's on Friday with me, Tom Burges Watson, right here on Al Arabiya English.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we'll be speaking to the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Karen Elliot House about her new book, The Man Who Would Be King, which is all about the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. Plus, a very public clash between Elon Musk and President Trump. We ask Musk's father, is that relationship beyond repair? Our next guest is the Pulitzer Prize-winning American journalist and former managing editor of the Wall Street Journal, Karen Elliot House. Well, as well as having spent decades covering the Middle East, Karen has just written a new book entitled The Man Who Would Be King. It is a portrait of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Well, the book goes on sale next month, and its release comes at a time of profound transformation in the region, with Saudi Arabia positioned very much at the heart of it all. We're going to be exploring this growing global role for Saudi Arabia and the ambitions driving the man who would be king. Karen Elliot House, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you.
I'd like to start by asking you, what made you want to write this particular book? You've written other books on Saudi Arabia, but this particular book on Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
I was fortunate to meet him in January of 2016 when I was on one of my visits to the kingdom. And he just struck me as obviously a fascinating guy because he was young, and I had met Prince Salman, Prince Nayef, Prince Sultan, all of the older, not all of them, but many of the older generation, and he was nothing like that. He was completely accessible and informal. And after that, I watched him at the Future Investment Forum and became curious about where did this young guy get these ideas, because they're not in the mainstream of what's been going on in the 40 plus years I had been going to Saudi Arabia. I mean, yes, there was always talk of reform. There was one 5-year plan after another, but they sat on the shelf and not much changed. So then I asked him, you know, would you talk to me, let me talk to your mother or your other people about what shaped you, what shaped the man who's reshaping Saudi Arabia? He, you know, he didn't say yes, he didn't say no, but I continued to get to see him. And eventually he agreed to put the interviews on the record.
I'd like to read a little excerpt from your book in which you describe the first encounter at the Arca Palace. You say he was wearing a loose brown robe without a bisht or a shamar, revealing his dark hair carefully combed back. You go on to say he is a young man who does not need the trappings of power or royal pomp because he possesses the essence of true power. And there we can see a clip of that on the screens in front of us. So, Karen, at that first conversation with the Crown Prince, and as it unfolded, what was going through your mind, and what was the first impression you started to draw of the Crown Prince in that first meeting?
Well, as I said, I was struck by several things. His informality. He wasn't sort of puffed up on me important to you down there. He just talked. You asked a question, he gave an answer. He seemed to be, I do regard him as a marketer, someone who is constantly, if you will, selling Saudi Arabia. He clearly has a pride in his country, and he explains a little history, but then he answers whatever question you're asking. He went through a lot of things. I mean, he was saying at that time, he was, a lot of people were calling him Mr. Everything. And he kept insisting, I'm not a one-man show. I'm part of a group that is trying to advance the interest of Saudi Arabia. But mostly it was just, I was struck by how easy it was to talk to him. He spoke the first time in Arabic, but he constantly corrected the translator, so he clearly, his English was good, mostly corrected him on numbers. And, you know, he just, he was very comfortable in his own skin, as we Americans say.
Okay, and you say the encounter was informal. I mean, did it get less formal, perhaps as you both sort of got to know each other a little bit over these 6 different encounters? And just an aside, what did you actually call him?
I call him Your Royal Highness, but, you know, I mean, yeah, my point is, even in that first interview, I felt very comfortable. Asking him questions about now versus the way things used to be. I mean, he probably did get slightly more informal. I think the last time I saw him, not too long ago, he said, you know, I walked into his office and he said, long time no see, shook hands, and then pointed at my abaya and said, you know, you don't have to wear that. And I said, yes, and sat down and went straight into my questioning, because I find wearing an abaya an easy thing to do. I did not do it when I first went to Saudi Arabia. I wore normal American clothes, and in 1978, that was fine. By 1980, someone in Prince Turki's office, who was then the head of intelligence, said to me, I can't drive you home to your hotel if you don't wear this. And he gave me one of those big silk abayas and a scarf to cover my head and face with. So I've worn an abaya ever since. I don't cover my head unless I'm ordered to by the religious police or by a religious judge I saw.
So you've seen sort of two transformations of Saudi Arabia, it seems. Yep. One in your first visit in 1978 when perhaps things were less conservative, then a more conservative country. And now you're seeing, again, a country that's perhaps modernized some of the attitudes. And I want to ask you, because, I mean, you've mentioned history more than once, and you've said in your book as well that the Crown Prince has a keen interest in history. And I'm just wondering how that came across in your conversations with him. I mean, did he draw on historical examples? Did he give you a brief potted history of Saudi Arabia? How did that come across?
Well, he talks about, more the history of Saudi Arabia, although he will refer to the prophet, or what religion does require or doesn't require. But it's more talking about the history of Saudi Arabia. And, when I ask him, I'm intrigued that by the fact that he's so young and powerful, and comparing that to other young rulers in history like Peter the Great or Julius Caesar's son, Caesar Augustus, who ruled Rome for more than 40 years. And I asked him, once the Caesar Augustus was asked, what do you want your epitaph to be? And he said, I found Rome in clay and I left it in marble. And so I said to the Crown Prince, what would you like yours to be? And, he was not scared off by the question, or, he seemed to certainly know who Caesar Augustus was. And, he said, I found Saudi, I don't remember his exact words, but basically he wasn't as grandiose on his accomplishments as Caesar Augustus. He said, I found Saudi Arabia in essence, good shape, and I left it in better working with other people. I mean, he seems constantly to try to make the point that he is working with a team and not being just me, myself, and I.
You mention in the book that, and this helps to sort of set the scene and try to imagine what it was like. I'm assuming your meetings took place in his office, because you talk about a desk stacked up with paperwork. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if you mentioned that.
Palace where a lot of people have offices, and he has an office.
Okay, so he's got this office, and you say that there's a lot of paperwork on the desk in your book. And I'm wondering if you mentioned that because it surprised you, because, we think of the Crown Prince as being tech savvy. He's also a millennial. He's not quite 40. And therefore, I wonder if you expected him to be a bit more digital and paperless than, in fact, he was.
Yeah, I was just impressed that, as I wrote in my book, the only thing between me and him is all the paper on. It's actually his coffee table that he had a pile of papers on. He has them on his desk too, but he had this pile of papers, and he said he reads on paper because you can digest it better. Which surprised me, because he's infamous for keeping the key performance indicators of ministers on his iPad and tracking them. So, and he's talks about playing video games. He's clearly very digital.
Yeah. But, that's certainly the reputation he has. And as I was saying, not quite 40. I believe his 40th birthday is in August.
He's 39. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Just a couple of months shy of 40. And in your book, you say that the Crown Prince is both pragmatic and ambitious. And I'm wondering if that came across as a constant and consistent theme across all your encounters with him.
pragmatic and ambitious. Yeah, I think I would say my primary word for him is he is driven. I think he's constantly trying to channel his drivenness into pragmatic things. What can I actually achieve? And one of the things I recount in the book is he wanted to deal with the economic troubles that the kingdom faced when his father and he took over. And one of them was a big budget deficit. And he wanted to reduce benefits. The country had a lot of so-called benefits that government workers got, a benefit for typing or computer expertise or things like that, so that they got more money without putting it in their base salary. And he cut those benefits, which cut the income to people significantly, because his staff apparently told him it'll take some years to really figure out how to target those benefit cuts. And so he said, I'm going to cut the deficit. I'm going to focus on what I can do. That subsequently got reversed, but his father restored the benefits. But to me, the important thing is his view is that if you face a problem, tackle it. Dallying will only make it worse. So somebody advised me this when I became publisher of the journal. If you come to a fork in the road and you don't know what to do, take one, because if you have any intelligence and you're wrong, you'll run back and take the other. If you just stand there at the fork and suck your thumb, you're in big trouble. And I think that's his view. You've got to act, not thoughtlessly act, but if you don't have all the data you need, you have to do the best you can. He's very data driven.
So just in terms of the conversations you had with the Crown Prince, I mean, what was perhaps the one thing that really stood out for you, that really surprised you? Was there anything that made you say, wow, I was not expecting to hear you say that?
Yes, he told me in March of 2023, before the public disclosure of the recognition of Iran, but the restoration of diplomatic relations, he said he was going to do it. And I said, why? I mean, that totally shocked me because, obviously Iran and Saudi Arabia have very different visions for the future of the Middle East. They have been long-time opponents. And, he basically said the U.S. is not going to be, he didn't, the bottom line was he didn't trust U.S. protection, and he had all of these economic developments and his goals for the region as a whole, both commercial and security. And so he was going to start talking to Iran. And
that took you by surprise.
That totally took me by surprise. Yeah. I mean, I think it did a lot of people who watch those two countries. I mean, maybe it didn't surprise Saudis, but I think it surprised a lot of them too.
Okay, you didn't just speak to the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, did you? You spoke to other people in order to write this book.
Oh, yes.
Tell us a bit about who else you spoke to and how forthcoming they were.
Well, I mean, I spoke to many of the ministers multiple times, some of them in multiple jobs, like Ahmed Khatib was, I guess, a former health minister when I first met him, and he was Minister of Entertainment. He took me to the first entertainment performance in Jeddah, and I was shocked to see men and women sitting in the audience together, and Saudi women being the individuals who seated people with their tickets. I mean, that was really shocking to me after 40 years of not seeing men and women, in proximity. I mean, even when I would visit the Saudi home, I was allowed to talk to men, but the wife of the man I was talking to was not allowed around because I had a Saudi male translator, and he obviously wasn't related to her, so they couldn't meet. That always made one feel bad when the wife would put food on the table and then knock on the door and run so she wouldn't be seen by the man she wasn't related to. I forgot what you asked me.
No, I was asking you who else you spoke to in order to write the book.
Oh, yeah.
How forthcoming they were.
So, I mean, the Minister of Planning, his economic advisors, the Minister of Khalid Fallah, who in many forms as Minister of Energy and Minister of Investment now.
Were they all very open, all of these people, in terms of what they told you, the anecdotes, the descriptions they gave you?
They're very analytical, sometimes anecdotal. The Minister of Commerce told me he had known the Crown Prince since he was a young boy, 10 or 12. I spoke to the man at the Cabinet of Ministers who hired the Crown Prince for his first government job in 2007 when he had just graduated from law school, and apparently the top graduates, or he just graduated from King Saud University, and the four top graduates were entitled to work at the Cabinet of Ministers. This man interviewed him, and my favorite quote from him was that with most of the people, 1 + 1 = 2, but with the Crown Prince, 1 + 1 can equal 3. That he has this ability to see beyond what's in front of his face, the kind of visionary aspect.
And what came across when you spoke to people in the Crown Prince's inner circle, and when you spoke to him yourself, what would you describe as being his greatest skill set or his greatest strengths? I mean, is it that what you were just describing there, that ability to analyse and see things beyond those which were obvious?
That's what most of the ministers say, that he is, first, it's a combination of visionary and data-driven and detail-focused. So he reads what he is given, and then when the ministers are all together in meetings, he asks questions about the briefs he has been given. He doesn't just sit there while people go through, the show and tell version. He's done his homework, and he asks pointed questions. So it's mastering the detail and then knowing how to put what others see, kind of stretch beyond. I talked to, his family, some of his brothers, and other family members, and the ministers, and Saudi people who interact with him and observe him. I would say young people are very positive about him. I have a chapter in the book called The Pied Piper, that he is like that story of the Pied Piper that children, at least in America, read. The Pied Piper blows this new tune and lures the children behind him. and that the young people in Saudi Arabia are following him, expecting things to get better, and that he will have to deliver. And it's very interesting to encounter people. If you go somewhere like Al Ula, a nice historic site in the kingdom, the tour guides, most of them are women. The lady seating people in the restaurant was a woman. There were waitresses, not just waiters. You know, the kinds of things that were never seen after 1980 in the kingdom are visible everywhere now. It's phenomenal how much has changed. Women driving, obviously. And he did that by saying, we're going to allow it, and then giving people time to mentally adjust. So it took place, I think, about 9 months after he said that, he publicly said it, and then it happened. Women had to pass a test.
And here we are in 2025. Saudi Arabia was the choice of destination for the first state visit by the US President Donald Trump for the second time, and his first as well. How much of a message do you think that sent out to the wider world, that this was the president's first choice of destination?
Well, he went there first in his first presidency, too. But I think what has changed over those years is that the Crown Prince has made great progress at, I talk about this in the book, obviously, because he talks about it, that he is not going to choose between China and the U.S., that he sees Saudi Arabia as playing a major role in international politics, and being friends with Russia because he needs Russia to cooperate on oil production and pricing, being friends with China, being friends with the U.S. he very much wants, but he doesn't see the necessity of making a choice. And I think he has established now that he doesn't have to. Trump stood up in his speech in Saudi Arabia and said, after having pushed constantly for the big thing he wants is Saudi and Israel to establish diplomatic relations. You know, he looked at the Crown Prince and said, you will do it in your own time. So he seems to be accepting that there are some things he can't dictate, that this young man has set up a strategy that's working for Saudi Arabia. He still needs, in my view, the kingdom still needs much more foreign investment than it is getting. Even though it has a lot of money, its spending priorities are enormous. So it does need money. And I think while Trump hopes to get money out of Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince also hopes to get investment into Saudi Arabia from the U.S., especially high-tech investment, and he is getting some of it. So right now, you know, it looks like things are working. His strategy for playing a more prominent role in the world is succeeding. And that was recognized but not created by Donald Trump.
I just wanted to talk about you a little bit, because we're coming to the end, and I'd just like to find out a bit more about how, as you were, a young person from Matador in Texas, which is a town which even today has a population of less than 600 people. What first drew you to the Middle East and specifically to Saudi Arabia? I mean, I know it was work, but was that something you wanted to do? Was that somewhere you wanted to go? And if so, why?
No, I always wanted to travel. Matador is such a tiny little place, you know, there's not much there. So I went to the University of Texas. And there were 25,000 students when I got there. So nobody paid attention to me, and that was wonderful because in Matador, everybody knew, as Rosalind Carter said when her husband ran for president and she was from Plains, Georgia, everybody knew everything I ever did. And it was true in Matador. People watched you, and my father was very strict, very Saudi in that sense. No pants, no shorts, no TV, no telephone. I mean, the Saudis weren't that strict. And so when I went to Saudi Arabia, I went there the first time because I was a diplomatic correspondent and the U.S. was selling planes to Israel, and the Saudis and planes to Saudi, and Israel was objecting, so I wanted to deal with that. But you know, I never. I mean, that first time I went to the oil minister's house, Zaki Yamani. It was a normal evening. I mean, I was dressed normal. All the other women were dressed in fancy clothes and amazing jewelry. I never felt alien in Saudi Arabia because that very first time I went to a, quote, welfare service, which was a church service in Saudi Arabia with the then Saudi ambassador, the governor of South Carolina, John West. You know, so having grown up going to church, and my father approved of no dating, as I said, no TV. The only thing you could do was read a book, preferably the Bible. So I knew a good bit of history. I knew the Apostle Paul had gone to Arabia after his conversion on the road to Damascus. He went to Arabia for a number of years to reflect on what had happened to him. I didn't really know where Arabia was, but you know, you looked it up on the map. But anyway, it was always a place I found after that first time completely intriguing because I met professional women, a female pediatrician, Hisham Nazar's wife. It intrigued me. And so I kept going back.
And I just want to ask you, I mean, obviously 5 decades of coverage, more or less, or following events in the Middle East, in particular the Middle East peace process. I mean, how do you feel when you see the situation still unresolved 5 decades on, and perhaps even further from peace than at any stage in the preceding 5 decades?
Well, I think if you read the Bible, you're not surprised. I mean, I thought when I went there in 78, after Sadat had been to Jerusalem in 77, and, you know, Israel and Egypt had made peace, that, you know, this is all going to change. And of course, it hasn't over these 50 years. And as you say, is probably further from it right now than ever. I mean, we'll see what happens at this UN conference that the Crown Prince and French president have pushed to organize. But I think Israel is not likely to recognize a Palestinian state anytime soon, and probably not in my lifetime. I'm 77, so they'd have to hurry. But I think it's sadly the case that people compromise in America is a great word, and compromise in the Middle East is almost a dirty word. And we Americans know history. I mean, people don't remember, most of them younger than me don't remember the Vietnam War, certainly not the Revolutionary War or the Civil War. And in the Middle East, people know history, and they can't seem to forget it. You know, so they know who has been enemies with whom and who's done what to whom for not a decade, not a century, but, you know, millennia.
Okay. We're coming to the end. I just want to put a final piece to you, and I want to read one last excerpt as well from your book. It reads as follows. The world would be wise to watch this ambitious and determined prince, talking about Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and his bold plan, which he will pursue in the coming decades. There you can see it on the screen, to position the kingdom with any power that serves its interests. So in a sentence or two, Karen, how would you describe the Saudi Arabia that you think the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman wants to build?
He wants to build a modern kingdom that sends people to the moon, that is a top 10 economy, where young Saudis look after their own interests as opposed to rely on the government to secure their future for life. And it's in everybody's interest if he succeeds. So I am, he may not be a perfect man. Indeed, the Bible says the only perfect man was Jesus. So none of us are perfect, but he, I think, is needed in his country at this time. Somebody with a longevity to actually visualize and achieve big change.
Okay. Well, on that note, we're going to wrap it up, but I'd like to say a really big thank you to you, Karen Elliot House, Pulitzer Prize-winning American journalist, former managing editor of the Wall Street Journal, and also author of this new book, The Man Who Would Be King. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us on Arabiya English.
Thank you.
Now to the astonishing online exchange between the US President Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Well, this very public feud showed no signs of coming to an end today, with President Trump saying that the South African-born Musk had, quote, lost his mind. And the White House has dismissed all talk of the two men patching up relations anytime soon. Well, the whole row exploded on Thursday when the president said he was very disappointed with Musk and threatened to end his government contracts. This after the tech tycoon criticised President Trump's flagship budget bill as, quote, an abomination. Well, speaking exclusively to Al Arabiya English from an airport departure lounge, Elon Musk's father, Errol Musk, who described this feud as a bump in the road, said they will soon be friends again. Well, I started asking him for his reaction to this hostile exchange. Mr. Musk, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I can see you're in a departure lounge of an airport. It's been a very eventful 24 hours. First up, what was your immediate reaction when you saw the Twitter exchange last night between your son and the US president?
Well, what's happened is the alphas have sort of cleared, I would say the alphas have cleared the opposition. And like most animals, elephant and, the different types of animals, lions and so forth, and humans are now looking to take on each other. It seems a bit silly to me, but Elon is concerned about the money that is being given to Dems in order for them to vote for this bill. He feels that's not the right thing to do, to give them into their schemes and their somewhat dishonest schemes, if you ask me. But in order to get the bill passed, they have to meet the Dems requirements. That's what I understand, and Elon is concerned about that.
Okay, do you think we've reached a point
that in due course he may be held liable for the bill?
Do you think this is a bump in the road, or do you think this is the end of the road for the relationship between your son and Mr. Trump?
Just a bump in the road. It'll fizzle out in a few days. Yeah.
You sound confident they're going to be friends again?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Have you spoken to your son?
I haven't spoken to him, but I did send him a message, telling him, make sure this fizzles out now,
What would be a fatherly word of advice to your son at a moment like this?
Well, when people have been through a great deal of stress, as they've been, for months, weeks on end, you can expect this kind of thing. You know, when you're the focus of attention day and night, eventually people reach a point where, you know, they lash out, or if they're tired. I think there's a bit of tiredness here, but I would say that in some ways, you know, it's good that the ordinary person sees that even at the highest levels, people struggle. You know, it's not just in your home with your own family, but at all levels, people struggle to find common ground with each other. And I think that's all we're seeing now. Trump, of course, will prevail because he has been voted in by the majority of the people in America. I've just spent 3 weeks in America. The people are, I'd like to say 80%, but actually 100% behind Trump. So
why do you think your son brought up the Epstein files at this particular moment? What was his thinking there, do you think?
Well, I have no idea. I don't know what he was thinking. And, you know, I think, you know, people lash out when they're under stress. And, you know, I can only imagine that's just a silly mistake. Besides, nobody who, you know, this is also nonsense because, you know, let the innocent person cast the first stone, I'd say, you know. Nobody's innocent, you know, of anything, you know. So I don't know what the idea would be. It's just bulls, elephant bulls or alphas having a go at each other. That's all.
All right, I gather we have to let you go. You've got a plane to catch. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us.
All right. Thank you. Nice to speak to you.
Nice to speak to you too. Now, our final story could have massive and far-reaching implications. I'm talking about a critical security flaw affecting millions of email accounts, leaving them vulnerable to hostile actors. Well, dubbed an email Armageddon, some are calling this one of the most significant cybersecurity findings in recent memory. And amazingly, this bug went unnoticed for 10 years until ethical hackers identified the flaw and reported it. We can find out more and speak to the Chief Operating Officer of the cybersecurity firm Fears Off, which found this flaw. Marwan Hashim, thank you very much indeed for coming in to see us. Just tell us in very simple terms, what exactly have you discovered here?
Well, thank you for having me, Tom. Our team discovered a critical vulnerability in a very popular open source webmail platform called Roundcube. And it basically allows an attacker to perform a remote code execution without getting too technical. I would say it would enable an attacker to inject malicious code that would allow him to take over a complete server, and not only being able to view emails and confidential information of whichever email account was on that server, but also launch attacks from that server to other servers that are shared within that same host.
Okay, so a very significant finding by the sounds of things. How did you find it?
Well, with the combination of our automated tools, automated scanning tools, and source code review by our team members, the one thing that shocked us really is that within a week of looking into a Roundcube, we were able to spot this vulnerability. As you rightly said, it's been sitting there since 2014, so 10 years undetected after countless audits, after countless upgrades. And I would equate it to basically finding a bomb in an office building 10 years after it was planted, before it exploded. This is the amount of potential impact it could have.
Why? Because what are some of the implications of this bug?
Well, to give you an idea, previous bugs, lesser impactful bugs in the same system, Roundcube, have been documented to have been weaponized by criminal hacker groups and nation-sponsored hacker groups, specifically mainly from Russia, to attack European Union government emails and Eastern European countries to exfiltrate. And these were XSS bugs, which are lesser impactful than an RCE. And as I mentioned, there is a potential of launching attacks through every other server that is connected to that compromised server. And what makes this bug stand out is that it requires zero interaction from the victim. Basically, if an attacker sends the email, just by the mere act of receiving an email, the system is compromised. Usually, when attackers are trying to infect systems, they would launch a malware where you are required to download or click a link, which would then infect the system and launch an attack. This one is a zero-click bug. This is what makes it more consequential as well.
Okay, so how serious is zero-click exploitation?
Oh, it's very serious. The efficiency of a non-zero-click attack requires interaction from the users, and a lot of users are savvy and they're not going to just click or download on anything. But when you just receive an email, you have no say whether you're going to get infected or not. You're going to get infected. You're going to get compromised. And not only your emails are going to be visible to attackers, but the attacker can actually take control of your account, can send emails on your behalf, can impersonate you, can, if you consider Roundcube being utilized by government agencies, by academia, by big businesses, I mean, there is a heavy national security implication here, not only from espionage perspective, but also from launching attacks against critical infrastructure and launching disinformation campaigns, trying to impersonate government officials that are sending certain directives or orders. So yeah, the national security implication is quite heavy, and that's what makes it more consequential.
Right, so in terms of the people who are at risk, or the actors that are at risk, you're making it sound like it really goes all the way to the very top of a number of countries, i.e. to a governmental level.
Definitely. This is a finding that has been reported to the National Security Operations Center of a couple of countries here in the GCC area. And they have put out emergency broadcasts to all of their government clients to urgently update to the latest version. What we did at FearsOff was, first of all, there is something called responsible disclosure. We notified the Roundcube maintenance team that is in charge of making patches of the vulnerability. And as soon as they announced the patch was made and invited all of their users to update to the latest version, we were actually in a position to share a bit more technical data there. So we actually did share some information and collaborated with some of these government agencies that are in charge of national security and cybersecurity councils in the area. And the problem is that maybe somebody didn't get the message. And this is the importance of what we're doing here, and I appreciate this opportunity to spread this urgent message to everybody. You must update to the latest version of Roundcube immediately, because as of today, the exploit is available on GitHub, which is basically the open internet. A couple of days ago, it was being sold on the dark web for bitcoins, for cryptocurrency. And it's worth a lot of money to potential criminal hackers or nation-sponsored hackers that want to exploit it to exfiltrate data. So my recommendation would definitely be update as soon as possible. If you are an end user, make sure that your provider is updating as well. And the issue about Roundcube is that although not many people are familiar with the name, it is ubiquitous. It is bundled in so many offerings.
So who might be an end user of a Roundcube platform?
Oh, anybody that's using a self-hosted email could be a Roundcube user. To give you an example of some of the admin tools that bundle it, cPanel, Plesk, Direct Admin, just to mention a few. Some of the big hosting providers, GoDaddy, we're talking about 80 million domains right there. Many others locally. We have identified many other government assets in the whole GCC area, be it in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, in Qatar, in Bahrain. a lot of government assets that are using Roundcube, and most likely people don't even realize that they are, because it is so ubiquitous and embedded in all of these offerings from the service providers.
Okay, is there any evidence so far to suggest that people have been compromised? I mean, has this bug been exploited by any hostile actors to our knowledge?
As of today, there hasn't been any documented case. There are extensive documented cases that made big headlines with lesser impactful bugs in the past. So I would not rule out that this may have happened, but there is no evidence or documentation available yet as of today. But it might happen as the exploit is out there, and there is a big majority of people or providers that have not updated to the latest version yet. So let's hold our breath and cross our fingers and hope not to see big compromises happen in the next few days.
Okay, and just lastly, you're the founder of a company called Fears Off. You're the chief operating officer. Just tell us, what does Fears Off do?
Fears Off is an offensive security company. We are security researchers and a group of ethical hackers dedicated to finding critical vulnerabilities in very consequential platforms. We've been mainly focused on fintech and crypto exchanges, and we've differentiated ourselves by actually achieving #1 rankings across all the top crypto exchanges, bug bounty platforms, and platforms like Binance, Bybit, OKX, KuCoin, Upbit. And we have started looking into other systems, and our team is keen to bring our knowledge and expertise to more consequential assets that have that deal with critical infrastructure. And we want to make the GCC a safer place and maintain its high status as one of the leading tech hubs and #1 in cybersecurity in the world. So that's our mission at Fears Off.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for telling us all about that. Marwan Hassan, the Chief Operating Officer of Fears Off, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again on Monday for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines,
you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, the foreign ministers of Saudi Arabia and China hold talks aimed at strengthening economic ties and boosting trade and investment between the two global powerhouses. Coming up, we're going to be taking an in-depth look at Saudi Arabia's rapidly transforming healthcare sector, which is a key focus of both Vision 2030 and increasing private sector involvement. And as Saudi Arabia prepares to host the Hajj pilgrimage, we examine the financial impact and the preparations being made for the 1 million foreign pilgrims expected to pass through Mecca. Hello and welcome to the programme. Nearly 3 weeks on from the visit to the kingdom by the US President Donald Trump, high-level talks have been held between the finance ministers of Saudi Arabia and China, the world's #2 economy and the kingdom's top trading partner. Well, as well as focusing on strengthening bilateral ties, the talks also focused on economic and financial cooperation between the two countries. Well, addressing his Chinese opposite number, Lan Fo-an, the Saudi Finance Minister Mohammed Al-Jaddan highlighted the significance of both countries' roles in the global economy and the importance of deepening trade and investment ties. Well, he also drew attention to Saudi investment opportunities for China in infrastructure, in tourism and industry. Well, at the start of May, both countries signed close to 60 agreements and MOUs at the Saudi-Chinese Business Forum, which was held in Beijing. Well, I'm joined, as we are every week, by Ali Reza, who is the strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company, who joins us from London. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Ali, first of all, how much of a role do Saudi Arabia and China play in each other's economies?
Well, Tom, it's a known fact that China is Saudi Arabia's largest trading partner, and exports to Saudi Arabia from China equaled north of $40 billion last year. Now, Saudi Arabia has maintained, I think, throughout this entire economic transformation process that it is a land open for business, open for trade, partnerships and relationships. And China, given the economic dominance does it have, it makes sense that a close relationship is maintained. We saw the Trump visit a few weeks ago, and naturally there is some tension from a trade perspective between the two sides. But once again, Saudi Arabia has demonstrated time and time again that it would like to see this region be a neutral ground and a welcoming ground to all to come participate in the trade, build partnerships, relationships, and collaborate. China is actually has been one of the largest greenfield FDI partners, inbound FDI partners over the last couple of years, with trade inbound totaling between 21 and 24, north of $21.6 billion. So, to add on to the commercial trade objectives, it's also, very reasonable to expect that a close relationship will be maintained as the nation seeks a diversify its economy and build industries, and considering the fact that FDI has a major role to play in that.
So what you're saying is that Saudi is playing it's a delicate balancing act, diplomatically speaking. We've got the world's #1 and #2 economies, the United States and China, both on side. I mean, how's it all working out?
Well, if recent events have been any indication, and I think we look closer to the sentiment across the world, yes, of course, there's some tensions between nations, between people, but when is there not tension between different regions? What's important, in my opinion, here is that Saudi Arabia continues to maintain the neutral approach, be respectful to the relevant partnerships that are being created with the different regions. There may be some points of contention, but if respect is shown to the various relationships and partnerships, then we can assume or expect that this will all see itself out in a positive manner. And I think that has been the case. There's a very long list of partnerships already in place a lot of trade that is inbound towards Saudi Arabia, with China, for example, with the likes of BYD and Lenovo and Dahua, some of the entities that have created successful commercial partnerships in region. And similarly, there are many U.S. enterprises, particularly in the last couple of weeks, that have had some very successful relationships created as well. So, if all these things are highlighting any sentiment, it's that not only is Saudi Arabia happy to be playing the role of the middle ground, it is a neutral ground, and people are respectful of that fact, and they are willing and capable of doing business nonetheless.
Stay with us, Ali. We're going to come back to you in just a moment. There are just a couple of related initiatives I wanted to discuss. And in a move that looks set to further cement ties between Saudi Arabia and China, a visa-free travel initiative has been announced for Saudi passport holders heading to China. All Saudi nationals, as well as the nationals of 3 other GCC countries, will be able to travel to China for business or tourism for up to 30 days without a visa. This is on a trial basis. And as well as strengthening ties with the Chinese mainland, Saudi Arabia is ramping up efforts to boost trading activity with Hong Kong. Well, with that in mind, a 2-day event hosted by Saudi Tadawul Group and Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited was held last week, where it was announced that ETF tracking bonds issued by the Saudi government have begun trading in Hong Kong. So, Ali, just to wrap up this segment, I mean, China is Saudi Arabia's largest trading partner, as we've been saying, and Saudi Arabia is China's largest trading partner in the Middle East. I mean, clearly, this is a relationship between Riyadh and Beijing that has grown extremely significantly during the course of the last 20 years, hasn't it?
Most definitely, Tom. Most definitely. First of all, I think it's important to recognize that China is a great trading partner to many nations, and even those that they perhaps have some contention with right now, whether we call that a trade war or tariff challenges and so on, they're still significant trading partners to all. So, in my opinion, the reality of the fact is that, such economic powerhouses and prosperous nations, you have to maintain some relationships with, in any case. And Saudi Arabia has not only maintained the relationship, but the relationship has flourished. Over the last couple of years, especially with the Vision 2030 momentum well and truly underway, we've seen a number of very interesting and exciting developments there. The PIF committed some sizable investments and partnerships with China to the tune of nearly $50 billion last year. We've seen the creation of joint ventures in region, particularly in the photovoltaics, renewable energy, battery energy storage system space, which we know China excels at and has done for multiple decades now. So this relationship is flourishing. Earlier, you mentioned there were some recent events with the Saudi Tadawul public market and at the Hong Kong Exchange. I think what we will continue to see is a culmination of capital partnerships, commercial interests, knowledge and technology being transferred to both sides, and an overall economic and industrial development, which is built on collaborative efforts.
OK, thanks for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a quick look now at some of the other stories we're following for you. And Saudi Arabia and Kuwait have announced the discovery of new oil in the partition zone. It marks the first finding since production resumed in the shared border area between Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and its adjacent offshore area back in mid-2020. Well, the kingdom says the discovery is, quote, highly significant. The Saudi budget carrier Flyer Deal may begin operating routes to Syria as early as July. That's according to the airline CEO Stephen Greenaway, who says approvals needed to begin flights to the war-torn nation have reportedly been granted. This follows another Saudi budget airline, Flynas, which has announced its first direct flight between Riyadh and Damascus as early as this week. All the Saudi carriers join a handful of international airlines in introducing or resuming flights to the country as sanctions against Syria are scaled back. And looking into Saudi Arabia's financial markets, the CEO of the Saudi Exchange says the country seeks to increase potential public offerings as it seeks to diversify its economy away from oil and develop its financial sector. Well, speaking to Bloomberg, Mohammed Al-Rumai says the markets can expect a series of IPOs from different industries, including tech and telecoms. Around 15 firms listed last year, with food and beverage taking the top spot. And the next highly anticipated IPO in the kingdom will come from the specialized medical company which operates hospitals in Saudi Arabia. Well, the retail subscription period will be the 15th and 16th of June, and the company has closed the books for institutional investors. Well, SMC is working with SNB Capital and EFG Hermes on the IPO. Well, that leads us neatly into our next segment, because the healthcare sector is one of the many sectors of the Saudi economy undergoing rapid transformation. Well, driven by government initiatives, notably Vision 2030 and growing private sector involvement, healthcare has a critical role to play in the kingdom's economic diversification, and it contributes significantly to the non-oil GDP. We're now going to find out more about this sector, its long-term growth prospects, and how Saudi Arabia is firmly on the map for global medical tourism. Well, as we've been saying, healthcare is one of the kingdom's rapidly evolving sectors. Well, one company at the forefront of all this is the Specialized Medical Company, that is a leading private healthcare provider based in Riyadh. Well, with an IPO on the horizon and major expansion underway, SMC is positioned as a key player in the region's healthcare future. We're going to cross to Riyadh now and speak to the company's CEO, Bassam Shaheen. Dr. Shaheen, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Could you just first of all give us a brief overview of SMC and its role in Saudi Arabia's healthcare sector?
Hello. SMC started in 1999 in the capital of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, as a VIP center and a same-day surgery center 25 years ago, with the idea of providing superior healthcare to the resident of the neighborhood and the suburb that it was serving. And within a few years, it received positive perception from the population, and it started expanding organically in the same campus that it was initially, up to becoming one of the largest private hospitals in Riyadh. And shortly after, another hospital was built in East Riyadh, and also it was a very successful launch during COVID-19. And it was started the operation at 2020 Q1, despite all the uncertainties, and turns out to be the right decision. The hospital became successful and led the board to take a decision to expand further and build 3 new hospitals in north of Riyadh to cover the need of the population and the big development happening in the north of the city. And few months later, the decision was taken to go public due to the quality, performance, and perception of patients. So the board took a decision to go IPO with a belief in going public, that it will add to the reputation of the hospital, to the exposure. It will improve the governance. It will improve the performance of the hospital on all levels. And this is why the decision was taken. The intention to float was announced in April. The institutional booking finished last week, and we have the individual subscription and the IPO after Eid. This is 15 to 16 of June, and hopefully we will be a publicly listed company before the end of June.
Okay, you make a lot of points there. I'm going to pick up on a couple of the ones, the things you just said there. Let's start with that IPO then. I mean, clearly a huge milestone for the company. What do you think it means for the next phase of growth for SMC?
We believe the IPO will give better governance practices. It will improve transparency and disclosure practices. Definitely, it will accelerate the growth, especially with the very ambitious plan to add to our capacity from the current around 600 beds to more than double, to become 1,275 beds, and from 250 clinics to 660 clinics. Being a publicly listed company, it's not only help you in the practices, the best practices of corporate companies and governance, but also it will help if you are in a growth path with a short period of time, and we are aiming to more than double our capacity in less than 5 years. So by 2030, our 5 hospitals will be fully operational in Riyadh, with a big market share in the north of Riyadh, where a lot of urban developments are happening. So we believe the IPO is a very good enabler, exposing the company and improving the performance, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I want to pick up on those 5 hospitals in just a moment. But sticking with the IPO, what sort of interest are you seeing at this stage from investors?
Of course, we are in a period where we cannot announce the results, but there were a very good interest from institutional booking, the initial one, and after we issued the supplemental prospectus, and we will be able to announce the subscription and the pricing on June 3, succeeded by the individual prescription. But we have seen a very good interest, and despite all the fluctuations that are happening in the market, the demand on healthcare is still high. The interest of investors is still high, especially in sectors like healthcare that is truly supported by the government under the Saudi 2030 vision. So those sectors like healthcare are really less affected with the market fluctuations, and we were able to see that in the past few weeks.
Okay, so Dr. Shaheen, how do you think this is going to change SMC and everyone that works there? I mean, I'm talking about the IPO here. I mean, given you're going to be much more focused on profit and on the bottom line once you've listed, are you expecting a big change in the company?
It's one of the reasons when you consider going public is when you have solid performance. And SMC, since 2020, after the opening of SMC2 in east of Riyadh, has been having double-digit growth in EBITDA, in net profit, in revenue, and also in the number of patients and the quality of services that we are providing. And of course, when you become a publicly listed company, it's very important that to continue that growth, you continue delivering solid numbers to be able to satisfy the expectation of investors, and also to fuel the expansion and the growth momentum. So we believe we are in a very good condition to continue with that growth. And probably the maximum benefit that investor will get is once all our projects are completed in 2029, and then all the investor will get the maximum benefit of such a investment.
Okay, Dr. Shaheen, just before we move on from talking about the IPO, any details you're able to offer us or share with us about the pricing?
Yeah, the pricing that has been announced 1 week after the intention to float was within the range of 24 to 25 Saudi riyal. The company is selling 75 million shares out of the total 250 million shares. This is 30% of the company. And the price range has been finalized, and the subscription, as I mentioned, has been completed for the institutions and investing companies. And this will be open to the public on the 15th and 16th of June. And we believe that the price range will be probably hitting the upper category of the announced pricing range.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, we were talking just a minute ago about how your Riyadh base, you got 2 hospitals there in Riyadh, 3 more under development. Only Riyadh, or are you planning to expand perhaps to other regions of the country or even beyond Saudi Arabia?
The legacy of SMC has been well known in Riyadh since 25 years ago. Now, we are always open to any opportunity outside Riyadh, although our first priority right now is to improve our market share and footprint and presence in the capital. That's why our short-term and medium-term expansion plan focus on the capital to ensure we cover all the major districts that are underserved and underpenetrated by healthcare providers. At the same time, we are also involved in privatization that will be announced soon with the government, and this is also in Riyadh. And whenever we see there is an opportunity that will not really affect our strong expansion plan in Riyadh, out of Riyadh, we will consider it. And it's always on the table for discussion.
Okay, now, Dr. Shaheen, clearly healthcare is being transformed, like many other industries, by new technology, amazing innovations, artificial intelligence. How central is tech to your strategy at SMC?
SMC, since we started 25 years ago, we really embrace technology. We have developed our own IT team. We have developed all our software or our modules or our applications. And we kept on improving and adding and innovating since. Now, of course, the Saudi Arabia ecosystem is highly supportive for investment in technology. And we've seen the services provided by the Saudi government and many public systems are really one of the top in the world. And if you can see the effect, as one example only with the COVID-19, it was because of the use of technology and automation in Saudi Arabia that the response of Saudi Arabia were one of the best in the world. And SMC is, influenced a lot by that, and we have really prioritized investment in technology. Our mobile application, for example, has been developed in 2017. And in 2019, we were able to check in patients online virtually without having to talk to a reception or a nurse. So this online check-in was a feature 6 years ago, even 1 year before COVID was there. So the culture of innovation and using technology for patient experience improvement, having the patient in the center of the care, this also not only led to superior patient satisfaction, but also to operational efficiency. It's because of such technology and the use of some breakthrough features that we were able to see big numbers. We were able to really utilize our resources efficiently. And at the same time, we did not stop innovation. We've been adding features every few months. For example, at the beginning of the year, we have added the AI feature on the application itself after utilizing this internally in the hospital in 2024. Now the artificial intelligence, it's a feature on our mobile application when any patient can ask AI to interpret in a very simple language what he's seeing as results, as reports. And we believe we are going into complete innovation in the coming few years where medical care is going more into predictive based on the behavior, based on the past history, with the use of artificial intelligence. Healthcare is becoming more precise, more predictive, more smart.
Okay, you paint a picture there of a competitive landscape, amongst other things, for healthcare in Saudi Arabia. Sounds like everything's going really well for SMC, but what challenges do you face? For example, do you ever struggle to find the right talent or human resources?
Probably if you ask any healthcare executive in the world and you will tell him what's your challenge number one, it will be your question. Having the right healthcare talents on board. Probably we're fortunate in Saudi Arabia that we are operating in an environment where education was supported by the government very early. Since 30 years, Saudi Arabia has been investing in education, especially of doctors, and getting them with the best training and degrees all over the world. And those Saudi doctors are coming back and working in the public sector, and they are really adding value to the healthcare in general. Now, recently we have seen with the increase in emphasis on the private sector participation, as mentioned in the healthcare transformation program, we are seeing that shift where Saudi doctors are going to the private sector as they see more opportunities to grow. And also they are seeing the major expansions and the improvement in the services happening in the private sector. So fortunately, unlike other GCC nations, Saudi Arabia have a very good medical Saudi workforce, and the private sector is benefiting from this. And this is the way we are going forward because this is a very strategic thing, investing in Saudi doctors. And we have taken initiatives not only accepting and recruiting and retaining Saudi doctors from the public sector, but we are also running a Saudi residency program for doctors. And we've been running that program for many years in multiple specialties. And every year we have doctors graduating from that Saudi board program. Many of them are offered a job in SMC. Regarding other paramedical staff, like ancillary, lab, X-ray, the market really is well served. We have a good percentage of the national available for hiring. The challenge of nursing, this is, it's a worldwide challenge. Even the most advanced countries in the world, like US, like Germany, they are suffering from unavailability of nursing workforce, especially after COVID, when that profession is becoming less acceptable by many students who are thinking of other specialties because of the stress and the uncertainties and the risk at that time. Now, of course, the world has suffered, but at the same time, the world was able to have a contingency plan by exploring new markets in which there is a strong and acceptable and accredited nursing program where you have some graduates available and not being able to benefit needed healthcare system like GCC and like in Europe. And we have seen SMC like other private sector, and we have seen also all companies going into new markets where hiring of nurses was not available in previous years. Like we used to get a lot of nurses from the Philippines in the 2010 to 2020. After 2020, hiring from the Philippines, it became a challenge for all healthcare providers in the world. And we've seen more new markets being open to us, including some countries in Africa and some countries in Far East. And I believe this correction in the market in terms of finding the right nursing talent is very important and will continue to be a challenge of all healthcare providers in the region, especially in Saudi Arabia. One final thing, it's important to know that we've seen more and more Saudi nurses joining the workforce. And this is very important, especially with the presence of very good programs in Saudi Arabia. And also nurses are finding the private sector as a very challenging and opportunity for them to grow. And we've seen more and more Saudi nurses joining the Saudi workforce in SMC.
Again, Dr. Shaheen, just lastly, I want to ask you about health tourism. Is SMC seeing an increase in the number of people who come to Saudi Arabia from outside for medical treatment? And is SMC interested and focused on growing health tourism revenue?
Now, I've been in Riyadh for 25 years, and I remember 25 years, many of our patients used to come from GCC region, from Kuwait, from Qatar, from Emirates, from Bahrain. And all this shift of international patient was increasing with time. There are many multiple reasons for that. One of them, the very strong infrastructure of the healthcare system in Saudi Arabia. The last years, when you see Saudi Arabia opening up to the world, those mega projects, entertainment, retail, residential, attractions, it's the access to Saudi Arabia that is probably the easiest one in history. A lot of people from all over the globe can now access Saudi Arabia within an instant visa system. So this is all putting a lot of opportunities for Saudi Arabia to be targeted in a location in the region where will attract a lot of patients requiring international care. The care in Saudi Arabia has been always among the top in the region. Many hospitals in Saudi Arabia are ranked among the top hospitals in the world. The specialties and the experience and the expertise that you find in Saudi Arabia is unparalleled as compared to neighboring countries. So there are a lot of opportunity that we see in the future in terms of medical tourism. And I think the infrastructure and the ecosystem existing right now and what's happening in 2030 vision in terms of all those mega projects will all help in establishing more Saudi Arabia as a reference medical destination in the region.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. The CEO of SMC, that's the Specialized Medical Center, Dr. Bassam Shaheen. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
We're going to stay with healthcare now, and we're joined here in the studio by Dr. Walid Zahir, who is a distinguished medical leader and innovator. You're also recognized, Doctor, as a top healthcare leader by Forbes Middle East. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Amongst other things, you are the founder of Rewind. I want to ask you, first of all, Dr. Zahir, you're described as being at the forefront of the transformative healthcare revolution in Saudi Arabia. Tell us a bit about that revolution.
So, yes, thank you very much for hosting me. And Saudi, in the past few years, have taken the transformative journey, which includes healthcare, which being a part of the 2030 vision. And that is transform healthcare from treating diseases and being able to detect diseases to also being predictive and preventive. That means that there will be a decrease in the disease burden, which allows the healthcare regulators and the healthcare operators to focus more on the disease burden, but also to focus on a healthy population versus focusing on a disease or sick population. That gives you a society where there is more healthy people who are contributing to the society, more people who are contributing to the transformation journey of Saudi Arabia and the Vision 2030.
Tell us a bit about how healthcare is central to Vision 2030. In what ways?
So, again, any society in the world is based on the contribution of their healthy individuals. And if you have a lot of sick people, then that for certain affects the momentum with this transformation is happening. So the focus and the initiative and one of the pillars of the 2030 vision in healthcare, and one of them is the understanding the population of Saudi, understanding the background genetics of Saudi, understanding the disease burdens of the healthcare, and then applying that into actions that can prevent diseases instead of treating them. That leads to a society that has more healthy people, and healthy people are the pillar of executing the vision of 2030 for the country.
And that brings me to a question I was going to ask you later, but you mentioned it already. The Saudi Genome Program. It's an enormous database, isn't it? It's been built up over a number of years. Tell us how it works and what it's all about.
So the Saudi Genome Project is not a new initiative. It's actually an old initiative. It goes back to the mid-2010s. It's being relaunched now at the Saudi Genome Project 2.0 to cope with the Saudi 2030 version. But the Saudi Genome Project, in essence, is an ambitious project to understand the genetic makeup of the population of Saudi Arabia, and then trying to apply that to the existing healthcare by having a predictive and preventive and value-based healthcare. And that is the essence of almost all the new initiatives around the world. I was honored and lucky for a company that I owned previously, which we work with the government to do the national strategy for the relaunch of the Saudi Genomic Program, and to give insights about what is being done around the world and how can we reapply that on the Saudi Genome Project itself.
Okay. Can you give us an example of a practical application of how that information is then used, Dr. Zahir?
So, for example, let's take the example that you have previously said, cancers. By understanding the genetic makeup of Saudis, we get treatments that are done through clinical trials that are done outside of Saudi most of the time, which means the population that the clinical trial and the drug is being tested on are mostly from different people, maybe Caucasian, maybe African, maybe Asians, Europeans, but they're not Saudis, which means that while the clinical trial is positive and it's treating a lot of people, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has the same efficacy when it comes to treating Saudi people. And by applying that knowledge from the Saudi Genome Project to drug development around the world, you can have diseases that are more versatile and more efficient in treating cancers, which mean less resistant people and more people who are recovering or being cured from cancers.
I know you're not sort of so much focused on the business side of things. You are, after all, a medical doctor. But there is a business argument to this, isn't it? That if you have a healthy population, you catch diseases before they become acute or serious. I mean, obviously, everyone's a winner, but there is also a financial advantage to all of this, isn't it? So that public money isn't wasted unnecessarily.
Of course, that's what they call the disease burden that a lot of healthcare regulators are going through. So every disease has a cost to be treated, and if you are able to actually detect or prevent or both, then you are decreasing the disease burden, which allows you to have a financial ease in spending this money on other things in the healthcare, let it be prevention or prediction or even keeping the people within a longevity / healthy aging perspective.
So it's more personalized for the Saudi population. Can it get more personalized beyond that and, perhaps narrow down different segments or different gene pools within Saudi society and perhaps make medical treatment even more targeted than just saying you're Saudi, so this is the treatment protocol. Can you make it more personalized than that?
See, genomics is a very new subtype of medicine or science. And yes, while we're talking about a Saudi population, but there is a lot of intertwined genes between Saudi population and their neighboring countries and around the world. So we're not necessarily seeing diseases that are coming from a certain gene within a Saudi population, but maybe more prone. And if you discover new genes or new susceptibilities in the Saudi population, that doesn't mean that it's not applicable to other populations as well. And to add to that, Saudi is a part of the GCC and the Arabic countries. So we share a lot of common genes. So whatever applies to us maybe or most probably applies to other neighboring countries as well, because at the end, we have lived here in this part of the world for thousands of years.
Tell us a bit about longevity, because I think that's something that you're quite focused on, and you obviously are an expert on that. What breakthroughs have we seen in longevity, and in what ways do you think Saudi Arabia is really leading in this respect?
So longevity is this new branch where when we studied medicine 30 years ago, it did not exist. Even the word did not exist. It comes now from all the advances in medicine and science being applicable to beyond discovering and treating diseases. How can we keep healthy people healthy? And that's the essence of longevity. Longevity does not, in my humble opinion, is not trying to make people live longer. It's trying to make people live healthier and increase the quality of life versus, increasing the length of life. A person who's 70 years old could be 70 years old with a matching healthy biological clock, or could be having a 50 years old biological clock, which means he's 70, but he's having the healthy of a 40 or a 50 years old. And that's the essence of longevity. We're trying to hold or rewind the healthy aging clock, which is, again, inevitable in any person. We're trying to just hold it or rewind it or make people age, but with better quality of life. That is translated into either preventing diseases or keeping, the progression of disease halted at a certain stage. Saudi is one of the first countries in the region that have adopted the longevity notion on a national scale. That, for example, there is the mandate for the establishment of the NGO by His Highness, the Crown Prince of Saudi, which called the Evolution Foundation. This foundation is tackled for now into looking into the advanced sciences and promoting longevity-based practices, longevity-based medicine in Saudi Arabia. We are going to see a lot of changes in the healthcare based on the initiatives that are taken by the Evolution Foundation and other either public or private establishment in the region and especially in Saudi as well.
And what you've just said explains the name Rewind to me in greater clarity. How is society in Saudi Arabia reacting to this? Do you feel like these healthcare and longevity initiatives have captured the imagination of the Saudi public? Do you feel like everyone is on board?
Yes and no. Longevity and genomic sciences is because of their nature being new. It's not known to a lot of people. So a part of whatever the governments and certain institutions like Evolution is doing is educating the public about the existence of a parallel track than hospitals and being sick, which is sustaining or keeping yourself healthy. Once you educate people that you don't necessarily have to have a disease because you are aging. You don't necessarily have to. You can improve your lifestyle. You can improve your well-being by adopting certain practices. Of course, people are gonna adopt, these initiatives, but public education is a part of the longevity journey just because it's a new initiative and a new branch of medicine.
There is this ambition that Saudi Arabia should be on the map as a health and wellness destination. What's being done to put Saudi Arabia on the map and make sure it stays there as a center for medical and healthcare excellence?
I would say that Saudi is already on the map when it comes to, again, excellent healthcare. And that's one of the pillars of having longevity initiatives. You have to start from having an excellent baseline of healthcare, which Saudi already has. Again, I go back to the same example by having initiatives like the Saudi Genome Project or the establishment of Evolution Foundation. All of these and other things that goes within the pillars of the Saudi 2030 initiative for healthcare, all these localization of R&D and localization of research and development for pharma companies and drug development.
And obviously there's great ambition that Saudi Arabia should be on the map as a leader in healthcare and wellness. Are we starting to see an increase in the number of tourists coming to Saudi Arabia specifically for healthcare and medical treatment?
I would say yes. There was a boom in the number of tourism and tourists that's coming to Saudi because of the new initiatives that happened in the past few years. And I would say that in the next few years, we're going to see tourism as a part of the contributors to the Saudi GDP, and that's a part of the Saudi vision to diverse from petrol, and tourism is being one of them. And the initiatives that we have now with Al-Qidya, with NEOM, with the establishment of all of that, having medical tourism, which is a subset of tourism, is a no-brainer. It will happen. It's happening now. As a part of the big initiative of opening the country for tourism on multiple fronts, including medical tourism as well. Okay. And that also is led by the advanced healthcare and advanced healthcare institutions that we have in Saudi. We have some of the best hospitals in the world and some of the best doctors in the world, and all of that contributes to advancing medical tourism in Saudi.
And just lastly, you are, of course, an example of homegrown talent in Saudi Arabia. You did your medical studies initially in Saudi Arabia, your home country. I'm assuming a lot has changed since then. Are we seeing an increase in the number of applicants for medical studies, positions, roles in hospitals, roles in the medical field? Do you think this is a sector that's a magnet for an increasing number of homegrown Saudi doctors?
Of course, and medicine is one of these specialties where you need to be knowledgeable about what's happening around the world. It's not a local specialty, it's a worldwide specialty. You need to know the advances in North America and in Europe and in Asia and apply it to your home country. I would say now that we are in the phase where we're still seeking higher education outside, but we also are seeing applicants from other countries that are coming to be trained in Saudi Arabia, which is a testimony of how advanced is our healthcare. So that's, I would say, the shift from 30 years ago when I studied medicine in Saudi to now. Now we're teaching medicine around the world to other people.
And just very briefly, lastly, I mean, obviously you mentioned it earlier on that Saudi Arabia is diversifying away from oil revenue. Healthcare, do you think it's likely to be an increasing importance, contributing to that GDP bottom line? How much it actually contributes to the Saudi economy in the years ahead?
So this number is being increased by these initiatives. I think it's better to refer to the 2030 vision. It would have their expected numbers of how much healthcare and longevity and healthcare tourism would contribute to the GDP. But even 100%, we are seeing a drastic shift from Saudi doing medicine for Saudis to Saudi doing medicine for the whole world, and trying to localize and having the security for our own country, for drug development, for advances in medicine, for discovering our own pharmaceuticals as well, is a part of the whole contribution to the Saudi 2030 vision.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Dr. Walid Zahir. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much.
Let's get a check of some other stories for you now. Saudi Arabia's artificial intelligence startup Humane, which was launched in early May and which is backed by the Public Investment Fund, is set to launch a $10 billion venture capital fund. This as the kingdom pushes ahead with plans to make it a global AI hub. Well, Humane's expansion strategy also includes establishing 1.9 gigawatts of data center capacity by the year 2030. Saudi Arabia's renewable energy utility firm Aqua Power says that it's signed a preliminary agreement to develop some 12.5 gigawatts of renewable energy generating capacity in Malaysia. This with an initial investment of up to $10 billion. Well, Aqua says it's also signed a strategic partnership agreement with several Malaysian companies for energy and desalination projects. And the Chinese robo-taxi company WeRide has announced that it's expanding into Saudi Arabia. WeRide has been testing its driverless vehicles in Riyadh and elsewhere, and the company says it expects commercial services to start later on this year. And finally, Saudi Arabia is preparing to host the annual Hajj pilgrimage, which begins this week. Well, more than 1 million foreign pilgrims have arrived in Mecca to perform the Islamic ritual. It lasts several days and requires performing a series of rites. Well, with temperatures climbing to the high 30s and low 40s centigrade, Saudi authorities are taking additional measures to combat the effects of deadly heat. This includes more shaded areas, new cooler flooring tech, greater access to healthcare, the use of drones for monitoring, and even the use of AI to crunch data. Well, let's listen to what the Saudi Hajj minister had to say.
To mitigate the risk of heat, we worked on many different projects. We increased the shaded areas in walkways by more than 50,000 square meters. And also, we established more than 400 water cooling units. On the other aspect, also, we worked on new flooring technologies that reduce the heat when people walk in the different walkways. Also, we established more than thousands of misting fans to cool the temperature in the walkways. The Red Crescent increased their number of paramedics from 1,750 to 7,500 paramedics. And they established 71 mobile units where they can reach anyone in need in a very short time. We use a large number of sensors to monitor the movement of pilgrims across their journey. We use these to feed us with information about their movement and to ensure it's coherent with our crowd management plans, and it helps us to intervene in a fast way of if there is any risk and mitigate it. We use advanced AI technologies to do this monitoring and get fast feedback.
The Hajj Minister speaking there. Well, let's wrap up this program with a quick check-in again with Ali Reza, a strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia holding company. Ali, just wanted to ask you a very simple question before we close. I mean, what is the economic impact of the Hajj on Saudi Arabia?
Tom, the Hajj is, of course, sacred to Muslims across the world. So if you consider the population of several billion people, all considering it's an important requirement of their lifetime to visit. Naturally, this is a big aspect of this. Now, I mean, related to that, there's also a range of services and infrastructure that's needed to facilitate all of this. So in Vision 2030, there is a dedicated program for the Pilgrim Experience. So the Pilgrim Experience program is a key initiative out of the 11 to develop the quality of that experience for people visiting from around the world. And one of the intentions was to achieve an 85% satisfaction rate of services that are provided in the Hajj and Umrah program, by the way. And it's estimated that the Hajj time adds anywhere up to 30% revenue to the local surrounding economy. And of course, the Umrah is year-round and also a key part of the pilgrim experience. So it's not limited to simply the Hajj period. So if you were to extrapolate this across the year and consider the infrastructure, urban development, services, healthcare, and general travel-related services required, it's a very significant impact to the economy, but also an impact that's related to something that is very sacred and very personal to many people around the world.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Ali Reza, strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia holding company. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Pleasure.
Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. See you again next week.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
to you all, and congrats on this very uplifting kind of dynamic, crazy action film. Let's start with that, the stunts and how great it is to work on them.
It's incredible because, you know, for this movie, we have the time to train in detail, to push ourselves, to work with the best of the best. Of course, Tom Cruise, Christopher McQuarrie, but also the stunt team, you know, with Wade Eastwood, who's the fight coordinator. We work everything in detail and with passion, and yeah, it's just I feel very lucky. We got to do some amazing fight scenes, and you know, together the fight in the cottage, and also we shoot with their real flames. You know, on a real set, it's not like CGI, so it feels very intense and very real. And I think it looks even more real when you watch the movie.
Of course,
we get a lot of bruises, but we wear them with pride.
You get a lot of bruises in this one.
For every life you tried to save, you gambled millions more. And now the fate of every living soul on Earth is your responsibility.
How much of a challenge is it for you?
I guess the challenging part would be the training aspect of it, but you're so well prepared, you know, because we've been training for so long. When you sign up for a mission film, you're kind of signing up for like this boot camp. So immediately we began training and working.
It becomes a lifestyle, basically.
It is a lifestyle. It's like
know?
the mission lifestyle. When you actually start like filming it, my character gets to do some fun fight scenes in this one. It's very intense. But once you're done, you're like, okay, I left it all on the table, and I'm happy. I'm satisfied.
Yeah, because at some point you had like to jump through glass or something, right?
Yeah.
So it was like,
doing your own stunts.
Yeah, amazing.
Why make it easy when you can make it difficult?
You make it impossible.
Yes. And Simon, obviously, you know, you're so inherent to the franchise now. You know it so well. How happy do you feel that the character has evolved so much? He's had so much of an arc, and in this one especially.
Yeah, I'm so delighted, and a lot of that is down to Christopher McQuarrie, just because he's such an artful writer. He's very clever. He's always had the journey in mind, you know, never kind of done anything too soon. Benji has grown very gradually. His experience has changed him very slowly, and yet you compare Benji in this film to Benji in the first film, and they are completely different people, and it's because of what he's been through, and that has been an absolute privilege to play, you know, 20 years. I mean, how often do you get that chance to play the same character for that long?
Yeah, that's true.
Unless you're in a soap opera.
It's true.
That's the pattern, isn't it? You refuse to sacrifice the ones you hold close.
After all this time, you know, spent together as really a family of Mission Impossible, how amazing is it for you when you watch the film together for the first time?
We watched it together in Tokyo, right?
It was kind of overwhelming. You know, we were jet lagged and we were sort of a bit sort of spacey. We'd just done the red carpet, and then suddenly 3 years of our life, you know, because we'd started shooting bits of this film when we were still shooting Dead Reckoning.
Yeah.
With Japanese subtitles.
Yeah, with Japanese subtitles
cool.
up there on the screen, and it was a strange experience. I mean, I got up afterwards, like, feeling elated, but I couldn't quite process it, you know.
Yeah. I want to watch it again.
Yeah, I watched it again the other night with my daughter, and it was wonderful, just wonderful, because I got over that initial sort of emotional strangeness, and I could just enjoy the film like a viewer, and watch my daughter enjoying it as well. It's an incredible movie.
I think when we're watching these things and I like looking at the different locations that we've been to, I just like, it's a lot of flashbacks, like, oh yes, we went there and we saw this, and certain scenes you're like, oh, I remember that, I remember what happened that day. That's so cool. So I'm really looking forward to watching it at Cannes with the audience, as an audience member.
Also, and I realized this the other day, the first time, if you're in a film, the first time you watch the film, you watch yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So
you just need to check that you did the thing right.
Yeah.
Were y'all
like,
in a film?
No.
Oh, exactly.
So you're watching the other scenes. You're just thinking, when am I on again? When am I on again? When do I come back into this? And so you're not really fully engaged as an actor in the film. You're worried that have I done my job? So that's what you're looking for. Once you've done that, you can watch the movie as a whole.
Please welcome Mr. Tom Cruise.
always such a pleasure, Tom. How are you?
It's great to see you. Doing very well. How are you?
Very well, very well. Enjoying watching The Final Reckoning. And I thought there's a sentimental nature to this one. Do you agree? And is it because Ethan himself has changed a bit?
I think in each one there's been a progression, and definitely, you know, when you're looking at this film, it is a culmination of the last 30 years of this storytelling. So, and everything has kind of led to this. So, and just the nature of it, it lends itself to it very much so. So we're always looking like, how do I invest the audience in this story, and how do I, you know, it's not just, you can have action, but if I don't care about the characters, if I'm not invested in the story, I'm not, as an audience, participating with it. So it has an emotion to it. It has really a breadth of a story, an amazing cast.
Yeah, as always.
Yeah.
Let's talk about safety. We do the same exit, albeit an accelerated spin.
Really, what do we want to see in this frame? We want to see me falling. Yes. And then I throw it. It's like, oh. Okay, let's do it, guys.
And, you know, last time you were running in the Abu Dhabi brand new airport, and this time...
How beautiful and elegant was that? Oh my gosh, that airport is stunning.
It is. And you inaugurated it. And you're always the first one to have access to these things. So do you travel the world and think, okay, that's a landmark, I would like Ethan to run it?
Absolutely. If you look at the Burj Khalifa, I saw that city being built, and I was like, I want a story, and I want to climb that building. I mean, for years I was looking at it as going up, and I'm looking at countries and geography and things that I want to do. That is what I do. I spend my time studying history and looking at, you know, what people are doing and what they're building, and looking at different places and locations that I'd love to go, not just visit, but film. Like for me, I look at something, it's like, I don't think just I want to visit, I'm thinking, what story can I tell there?
I was thinking, you know, Great Wall of China. That's a bit of a jog for Ethan.
Everything we're doing is underwater. We all know it's a dangerous environment. We've developed hand signals underwater, talking to understand depth, pull, frame, do it again, all of these things. There's a lot of stuff happening.
Back to one. Cut. Rolling.
We have different signals for performance. Close up, longer, if I'm resting.
Once we got the hand signals, it made things a lot more efficient. But shooting underwater, there's always a sense of danger.
It's a pleasure to talk to you about this. Also great fun, but a very challenging physical and mental type of role.
Yeah, I think that's part of the draw of why I wanted to do it. And when we started the screen test 5 years ago, they said that they were looking for an actor that they wanted to work with who liked that process, and that they would then build the character and the story around that actor. And so the training was very much about finding out what my natural skill set was and my own interests, and then developing a training that would enhance that. So drifting, sleight of hand, choreographed fight sequences with props, and then working in a cold climate like Svalbard. I loved it.
Oh, it must have been great to be there. I mean, those surroundings.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yes, but the challenge, obviously, is still there, especially in those types of climates.
Everything you've done has come to this.
You gave him an aircraft carrier?
How much do you put your own input into how, you know, the dynamic with the character of Ethan Hunt has to be?
It's instinctive to me because there isn't a set script. It's not that I'm having to hit certain beats necessarily, not initially anyway. We're still discovering it in the moment. So it's very much based on a natural chemistry and natural rapport that I have with Tom. So I got to kind of get a sense of our own natural friendship and kinship. And I think the big kind of core theme of this whole movie is friendship and the importance of self-sacrifice for the collective good.
Yeah, and I think it resonates with who Tom is in the sense that he is very protective of the people that he surrounds himself with. Is it the right impression? You know, just like the Ethan Hunt team.
Yeah, he cares tremendously about people's well-being, particularly in these intense environments like Svalbard or doing stunts that require tremendous amount of focus and training, and the stakes are high. I think he respects actors and he meets them at their level, so he gets to know what they need and actively helps them pursue it. And so I felt very safe with him. I think, you know, you can't put yourself in an environment that's as intense as this unless you trust the people that you're working with.
You've always been on the right side, brother.
It's a 3-decade franchise with the same actor. Are you able to gauge what made the success of Mission Impossible? I mean, obviously Tom, but something about it.
The particular quality that Tom has that kind of excels this franchise into why it's lasted so many years is because he's like a student. He's always looking to see how he can better himself based on what he's learned from the previous one. And Chris McQuarrie is exactly the same. I think they really understand how to develop story from studying other films and to always push themselves and to remain open to always kind of find a better way of doing something.
This is your calling, your destiny. I have no regrets. Neither should you.
And finally, it is fluff. It's obviously, you know, a big blockbuster popcorn movie, but, you know, there's a discussion about technology and the importance of preserving humanity with it. That's quite important. Does it resonate with you?
The thing for me in any kind of form of technology is it's neutral. Power, money, AI, it's neutral. It's what we as human beings choose to do with it.
Thanks ever so much. Have a lovely day. Always a pleasure to talk to you, and what a thrilling film to watch, but especially a president like Sloane. I think she's like a chocolate fondant. She's hard on the outside, but she's meltingly emotional on the inside. Is that how you wanted her to come across?
Oh my gosh, I didn't think about her in those terms, but she sounds delicious. And I love chocolate, so.
No, she is delicious.
I like that analogy.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And is it a difficult role to play in the sense of, you know, knowing what she goes through in terms of the decision making?
You know, how to command the room, how to, you know, command attention and foster, you know, faith and confidence that we can make this through, but we have to remain level-headed and calm and open to what's possible. We can't sort of, you know, rush the decision-making, rush the judgment, because that could be our worst mistakes can come out of that, out of acts of desperation in the moment.
This can't all be true.
Every word.
How much did you work on her body language? There's a certain posture to leadership.
Absolutely. That was something that I thought about a lot, you know, and of course, you know, the costume, the power suit is a big part, you know, but yeah, trying to balance the duality of who she is, you know, as president in this important seat of power, but also, you know, as a woman, as a mother, as a friend.
Yes, as someone to look up to.
If we want to bring the world back from the brink, we have to deal with him. Should he choose to accept?
There's a certain dynamic between her and Ethan Hunt, although they don't meet on screen that much. So how much did you and Tom always discuss, you know, this kind of special relationship that they have?
We took a lot of time in the playing of the character, you know, just when they meet face to face. And because we had, you know, the luxury of extended hours to be able to do it, we could play around with that, even if it was not said. and
Yes.
which was great because there is a sort of, you know, a look in one another's eyes and sort of speaking without speaking. So we had time to play with that, and it was interesting to see how it landed, how best it landed.
No, absolutely, because, you know, there's such a backstory to them finally being face to face. It must have been a thrilling scene, without giving too much away to film. How much do you enjoy working with Tom in general?
Tremendous colleague, person. He's there every take, 100%. So I really did appreciate that.
Everything you are, everything you've done has come to this.
You gave him an aircraft carrier?
At this point of your career and success and fabulosity, what's important for you when you're accepting on a role? Because now you probably know.
Oh, I love those roles that sort of, you know, set us up, build us up, show, you know, us as women to in all our, as you say, fabulosity and complexity. I love that.
How to all get our groove back.
Yes.
Thanks ever so much, Angela. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
You too.
I have no regrets. Neither should you.
I need you to trust me. One last time.
It's a pleasure to talk to you about this. It must be a delicious character to build. I mean, he's bad, but he doesn't think so.
No, but I think most real people, whether they're good or bad, they're the stars of their own movie, and they have their own objective, and they have their own traumas to deal with, to settle. So for me to play a character like this, he's the hero. He's trying to save the world by cleansing it, in a sense. Most of us believe if we were in charge, we would do a better job than those people now.
For every life you tried to save, you gambled millions more. And now the fate of every living soul on Earth is your responsibility.
What are the challenges of these, you know, big epic films? You know, you travel a lot, long hours, big ensembles.
That's a very good question, Raya. The challenge is to keep your wits about you when everything else changes. Sometimes the weather comes and you wake up at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
You prepare for a sequence, or you memorize pages of lines, and then nature changes your plans. So I'm a big believer in the quote that life is what happens to you while you're busy making other plans. So I'm ready to pivot. So I've learned to not take things personally. I've learned that, you know, when the clouds are a certain way and it's better for another sequence and you're ready to go.
Our lives are the sum of our choices. If this was your calling, your destiny, I have no regrets. Neither should you.
Tom likes the spectacle. What do you think is Tom's imprint on the cinema industry? In the sense, he's not only a movie star, he's really a movie lover.
One of the first days of shooting on the first one, I came up to him because I've known him, I met him many years ago when we were like 19 years old. And we've only worked together now for the first time. And I said, do you know, I've got to hand it to you. You have stayed relevant and at the top of your game for not 10 years, which is an amazing career for anyone, not 20, not 30.
Over
4 decades of being in the top 10, if not top 5 movie stars in the world. I don't know of anyone in the history of modern cinema that has done that. We can name a list of massive stars, but stars come and they go. And this man is still doing it. And, you know, and still looking good and still
jumping off planes.
The thing I have to say about him is that he he wants to save the world through his characters. And in real life, I think he's concerned for solutions. And if you know him, his first question is, well, how do we solve this? Well, how do we fix it? And that's a sign of a great person, not just a great star.
You've always been on the right side, brother. I have no regrets. Neither should you.
A lot of thematics about dedication to Ethan's team in this one. It resonates in real life. It feels like the people that surround you, actors, production people, are very important to the craft.
People are important to me. That's the beauty of living life, of making movies. People are important. Every person's important to me. And, to lead is to serve. And so I'm both a teacher and a student. So that is a reflection, and if you look at that, it's very important to me.
I've been beyond this line the whole time. But that's good right there. Okay, go that.
Okay, shooting! Slowly, thank you!
Just stay ahead of him. Here we are, rolling.
Here we go, we're set, and 3, 2, 1, action!
We're not going to discuss the details of the stunts because this is what the audience waits for. But it's air and water in this one.
It's air, water, cars. It's very these sequences are things that have never been done before at this scale.
As usual.
Yeah, as usual. And it's like, and it took years to develop this, and really. Not just develop these things, but it's been a lifelong kind of pursuit and passion when you're talking about my first underwater sequence was when I was a kid in Legend. And what I do is I shot it and then I learned about it, and then I thought, how can I do it better? And I became a master diver. Or if you look at aerial sequences, it was Top Gun, the very first one, and then how I then became an aerobatic pilot and flew jets and then helicopters, and how I'm always thinking, I'm learning something and I'm going, what's the story? How can I do something and then do it differently or do it better? And what story can I create to make these things to entertain an audience?
3, 2, 1. You can't imagine how physically punishing it was for Tom to be on the wing. The wind distorts your vision. It's almost impossible to breathe.
Is there something that scares Tom Cruise?
It's not like I don't feel fear. It's that I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I mean, I know I've never been afraid to, or if I feel something, to learn something new, to try something, to go and if I'm interested in something, to, go learn how to jump out of an airplane or jump off a cliff or whatever. It's just something that it doesn't stop me from doing things or learning about something or confronting it. And a lot of, what happens is that once you start to, if you yield to that, then you're a slave to it, as opposed to, let's learn about something. Let's become more competent at it. Let's find out why, let's learn. I want to know what I don't know. So, and that's to me life. Like, how can I learn things that I don't know? And, find knowledge that I can apply. Knowledge is, for me, knowledge is a nice thing to have in many different areas, but I'm always looking for knowledge of what can I apply? How can I become more competent? How can I make others around me more competent, more able? That is my goal in life, to help others, and always has been my whole life. And so those things, when you look at the aerial sequence, I need to discover knowledge and apply knowledge that will affect what I need to create in my movies. So that's what I'm looking for. As I'm looking not just to know things, but to know something that I can actually apply and get the result that I want to get. So to me, that's valuable knowledge.
I guess that's why, in a blink of an eye, because that's also a theme
yes,
in the film.
I know, yes.
30 years of a successful franchise have passed. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. I mean, when I think of my whole life, you know, at a 4-year-old dreaming of making movies, and now still to be here to be able to do it, and love it more than ever. You know, it's something, and I've been very passionate about this, and I just have even greater appreciation for it. From a character's journey to the landscapes, every aspect is there on the screen.
The philosophy of Mission Impossible is to transport an audience to a place they've never been, a place they may never be able to go.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.